Check one, two, check one, two. All right, we are live. Check one, two. I'm an idiot sandwich. Welcome in. Great name. Welcome in. Welcome in. Welcome in. Hope you all are doing amazing today. Welcome in to the stream. We are live now on every platform and we are ready to go. Let's see. Welcome in, y'all. Welcome in. We are live. Kiddos in the building, welcome in. Welcome to the live, y'all. Welcome to Track Talk. Appreciate y'all tapping in. If y'all are coming in for the first time, I would love to know where you're joining from. If you make music, Jen, welcome in. Or Ginger, I think is what it is. Thank y'all so much for tapping in. I appreciate you being here. Would love to know where y'all are joining from. If you make music, would love to know the kind of music that you make. But welcome into the live, y'all. Welcome in. Thanks for tapping in. I appreciate you being here. Welcome in. Brandon, Trey, photography is in the building. Welcome into the stream, y'all. We're just getting rolling. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Just getting rolling. Just getting things moving here. Let me see what's going on here. Let's see. I appreciate that. Brandon's in the building. Therio, welcome in. Rick Grimes is in the building. What's up, Rick Grimes? Welcome in, y'all. What's up, Miles? Thank you for the heart, man. Appreciate it. Y'all, welcome in. Let me know where y'all are joining from. Will is in the building. Hans Zimmer. I love Hans. I don't know if that's Hans. I'm just making it up. I don't know if it might be a Hans Zimmer track. I'm just having some fun with it. Miles, thank you so much for the heart, me. I appreciate you tapping in. I do love Hans Zimmer. He's the GOAT. He's the cinematic GOAT. Super stoked about this new song I wrote. Let's go, Miles. I'd love to hear that, man. Joseph Upton in the building. God, it's my favorite movie. That's my favorite movie. I love Interstellar. That's got to be, I mean, at the very least, you know, it's hard to choose favorite anything media-wise, but at least top three. I love that. It's a similar, even if it's a different world, similar progression, I guess. It has a similar, like it has that seventh over the top, so it's definitely living in a similar space. It's raw tears me apart. Miles, that's a good sign. Thank you, I appreciate it. That's a good sign, man. It means you're connecting to it. Bacon, welcome in. I appreciate you being here. Is it Wizave? Thanks for tapping in. I appreciate you hopping in. If y'all are coming in for the first time, please let me know where you're joining from. If you make music, let me know the kind of music that you make. We're gonna dive into some music here in just a little bit. I don't think it's going to be a crazy long live stream today, but we are going to get through a good chunk of music. I'm going to try to do my best to move at a good pace and get things moving here in a good minute. Let me see 1 second here. Let me refresh over here and make sure I've got everything pulled up. I'm going to get out of here. I don't need that up right now. Bacon, thanks for tapping in. I appreciate you tapping in. If anybody wants to submit, everything's at the link in my bio. I will let y'all know kind of the structure of the stream here in just a moment. So I'll let y'all know here in just a couple minutes once I get all the platforms rolling, get everything updated here. Kind of the structure of the live stream, the way that it works and all of that. But if you want to go ahead and kind of, you know, dig into it a little bit more, everything is at the link in my bio as well. Let's see. Let me see what's going on here real quick. Let's see. Twinkle, thanks for tapping in. I appreciate you being here as well. I write about 10 to 15 times a week, but I rewrite the same song until it's exactly the way I want the story to be told. Yeah, I mean, 100%. I mean, there's some songs, Ruben, I appreciate you tapping in. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. There's some songs that they just happen. Excuse me. Goodness gracious. I'll mute it next time. Sorry, guys. I don't know if my allergies just kicked in or what's going on. I've been outside all day, so that might be part of it. Ocean, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. But anyways, there's some songs, obviously, that happen very quickly. There's some songs that just, they just exist. They come, they flow, where, it's, 20, 30 minutes and the whole thing is done, largely speaking. And then there's other times where it's a bit of a more painstaking process to, really dig into the details and the nuances of it, and really surgically get into like the lyric structure, phrasing, and formatting and stuff like that. Andrew, so good to see you, man. I hope you're doing fabulous. It's good to see you, brother. Thanks for tapping in. I appreciate the follows, y'all. Thank y'all so much for joining as well. I really appreciate y'all tapping in today. As a music writer who can't find an artist, is it wrong of me to use Suno just to hear how it sounds? I want to say it's wrong. You know what I mean? Like that's, that is a decision you have to make ethically, right? Like I can't tell anyone what they're doing is necessarily right or wrong. I know what feels right or wrong to me. I know there's a lot of different spaces for that. I mean, but that's, that's up for you to decide. And if that feels like something that you're fine with, something, so on and so on. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for typing in. The mic name, this is a Neumann M147 tube. I love this thing. Love this thing. We talk about it a decent amount because a lot of people ask, but yeah, Neumann M147 tube. Sounds amazing. Had it for a couple years. I have not put it on a single source that it didn't sound good on. I really, yeah, of course, I really like it. And I have a couple other mics that, for different reasons, that I'll go to kind of depending on what I'm working on. I have I have a TLM102. So if I need something really bright, really airy, really crispy, then the 102 might be what I go to. SM7B, M40, MD421, stuff like that. But there's, it really just kind of depends on the source. I'm adding my song to the, yeah, I got you. If you've added yourself to the queue, you're in line, you're ready to go. And give me just 2 minutes and I'll let everybody know kind of the structure of the stream here in just a moment. I restored band. Do you play any artists? Yeah, of course. That's the whole thing that we do. I have a Rode NT1 limited edition. Hell yeah, great microphone. I mean, if you're looking for a mic under $200, ish, it's a great option. It's a great option. Bright Tyler, thank you so much for the submission. I appreciate that a lot. I got you going. Bullet, thank you for the follow as well. I really appreciate it. Let me see. I get a lot of hate for it, but I couldn't ever find anyone interested in singing it. So the thing for me is, like, I would dig into that. Like to me, this is not then about you just wanting to hear it through AI or so on and so on. You know what I mean? Like, I think what your focus should be the thing you just told me, that I can't find anyone that wants to sing it or wants to dive into it. That to me is the pain point that I would look at as far as the way that you're structuring your music, the way that you're writing, your phrasing, the simplicity of which it is to learn, which also the simplicity with which you have, or how simple it is to learn for the artist to do is the same, simplicity that you need to, keep in mind when you're approaching an audience wanting to learn it as well. So I would use that as one of your core, things that I would focus on. I have a Norman TLM102. Yeah, I have one. Maybe you heard me say it, but yeah, I have a TLM102 as well. It's not my favorite microphone. I have it. I've had it for, probably 7 or 8 years at this point, that I've had the TLM102. I just use it very specifically. I use it very, very specifically. So it's if I need a really bright acoustic guitar, or I have a Gretsch parlor guitar, like if I'm doing something I need it to be nice and bright and snappy, almost brittle, or if I'm dealing with like maybe like a female really airy vocal or something like that, or a room for the drums or whatever it may be, then the 102 is fine for stuff like that. I've just found that I end up doing more to fix things with the 102 than I would when I just have a better mic that once I input, it's ready to go, and it feels really consistent for me. Yeah. All right. Can you believe what yeah, everything's at the link in my bio, but somehow it doesn't show up. We're going to see the queue. Queue is the same place. Ricks, appreciate you tapping in. Good to see you. Same place that you submitted is the same place you can see the queue. If you go to the tab or at the link in my bio, you'll see a tab that says see the queue, and everything's right there. The monk, welcome in. Okay, let's get into some music, y'all. I'm not going to be on for like an incredible amount of time today, so hopefully a solid couple hours or so. We'll get through a chunk of songs, but nothing too crazy. Are you at Guitar Center? Or are you that cool to have pianos stacked like that at your house? I wish I was at Guitar Center. Guitar Center's fire. This is my home studio. In fact, I have another rack here coming here pretty soon there on this other wall with more pianos in the background like that. Since for those of you who don't know, synths are kind of my thing. It's what I've played for most of my life. I've been a classically trained pianist since I was 6 years old. And I've always, the first instrument that I ever bought for myself was a Korg, micro Korg with the vocoder. It was one of the first, got it for $100 back in the day. Anyways, I love keyboards. I love synths. I love pianos. I've been playing my entire life. So this is some of them down here. Some of them I still need stands, like my KeyStep Pro still needs a stand, because I'm moving a bunch of stuff around. But I have another like 6 synths over on this wall over here that you can't see as well. And hopefully, ideally, all things willing, another couple to come. Do you play violin? I wish, Miles. The next instrument that I want to learn is cello. Cello is, although I cannot play it, is one of my favorite instruments. I love cello. I would love to learn. And by kind of related to that. It'd be really cool to learn violin as well. Let me see. Let me see. Let me double check a few things here. But yeah, I wish I could play. Okay, let's go and get into the structure of the live stream here really quick. Ava, welcome in. Appreciate you tapping into the stream. Okay, for those of you who don't know, I'm going to give a quick rundown of the 2 lanes that we have here at Track Talk. We do have a free line here, so if you would like to join the free line is an up to 2-minute listen with some notes at the end. So we'll listen to your track for up to 2 minutes, and at the end of that, we'll give some just quick notes on whether it be production mix, something like that, whatever would help you. We'll just give a quick note on kind of the structure of the song then, and then we'll move on. That's the free line. If you want to get to the paid side, that's the consultation side, and the consultation side is a deep dive. The consultation side or the paid side is a 20 to 30 minute long form, detailed, multiple listen breakdown of the structure of your music. You've reached the free submission limit for this session. Use the skip to submit again, but it's not here. What do you mean? What do you mean? Let me double check. I have someone else, Temptations, and Mariah, I believe is what I have on there. Are any of those yours? I'm going to refresh really quick. No restrictions on style, genre, anything like that. Decimus, appreciate you being here. Yeah, I have Temptations, Mariah, and someone else. And then I just got Stay by Harith. I got you as well. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Let me see. I'll keep an eye out. But it's not here that I'm saying unless something else pops up here in a minute. Otherwise, because everyone else is submitting fine. I've already got, I think, six people in ready to go. Things are already kind of filling up. So if it doesn't pop up soon, I'll try to keep an eye out for it, and we'll I'm not sure what the deal is. I've actually never had that happen before, and we've been taking tons of different submissions. But anyways, on the consultation side, for those of you who are interested, those are 20 to 30 minute multiple listen deep dive consultations on the structure of your music. We'll spend those 20 to 30 minutes diving deep into your mix and master, production elements, sound design, lyric and song structure, song formatting, so on and so on. That's the whole structure there. Those are not quick reviews. There's no trash or pass. There's no ratings. There's no polls. They are a long form deep dive into the details and the nuances of what you're doing both creatively and practically within your music. We're not here to roast you. We're not here to trash you. We're not here to tear you down. We're not here to just hype you up. We're not here to just get you exposure if that happens, if the algorithm does something fabulous. I love it. But really the goal, especially on that consultation side, is to really go deep in your music, really dive into the details of what you're doing and offer some practical, professional, and actionable feedback on the structure of your music. For those of you who don't know, my name is Torvik. I'm a full-time audio engineer, producer, and session musician. That is what I do for a living. I've done that for the last 14 years or so. I'm also a classically trained pianist, so the whole structure of the live stream is kind of pointed in that direction. It's from that perspective to hopefully offer some of that experience to anyone who would be interested and would find it valuable to listen. So we're going to get into some music here in just 1 second. We got a couple more coming in here. Let me refresh a few things, and then I'll try to keep an eye out on some of the ones who said theirs was missing, but I'll just kind of have to see kind of what's going on there. But y'all, thank y'all so much for tapping in today. If you would like to submit your music, we're live on 3 different platforms right now. If you would like to submit on TikTok, go to the link in my bio. Go to the link in my bio. You see everything that you need right there. The same place you submit, it's the same place you check the line. If you would like to move yourself forward, go faster, or anything like that, or just kind of check where you're at. If you are on the Red app that we're live on, you can type, I'm sorry, that's false. If you're on the Red app, you can go to the description for the live stream. You'll see the link there. If you're on the Purple app, you can type !submit right there in the chat, and the link will present itself to you. So let's get into it. Romeo, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. But once again, if you're on TikTok, everything's at the link in my bio. Just read through and follow details there, and we'll get you up on the board ready to go. We are going to kick it off today with Bry Tyler. Let me double check, or it might be Bree, but let me double check here really quick, and I'm going to get this moving up. Oh, wait, this is Gamby? Wait, where's Gamby? Where's Gamby? That might be Bree. I'm assuming that's Bree. Sego, yeah, I was going to say, hold on. I couldn't see until I was checking between the different platforms. 80, thanks for tapping in over on the Purple app. Appreciate you tapping in. Yeah, it's Bree. It's Bree. Gamby's in the building. What's up, Gamby? It's been a minute, brother. Hope you're doing amazing. I just saw in the description. I was like, wait, where's Gamby? I saw in the description, debut single just dropped on Friday, produced by Gamby. Let's go. Let's go. Gamby's the family. We love Gamby around here. D Music, welcome in. Appreciate you being here. Anima said, I really dislike how I play. A funky piano tune sounds great, but then I bring in drums and it's awful. It sounds so nice to me, but then add a beat and it's all kinds of off. It's just finding the best collaborative tones, especially when you're building in percussion. And sometimes simpler is better. Especially when you're doing something funky on the piano. Dre, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it so much. Hey, you as well, Gamby. Let's get into it, y'all. We got better. We're getting into our first consultation of the day. Once again, everything's at the link in my bio if you want to submit, either for the free line up to 2-minute play, or if you want the full 20 to 30-minute breakdown, we'll dive in. We'll dive in. Submit for the free thing. I mean, what's the song name, Rix? What's the song name? Focus the Second. Welcome in. I appreciate you being here. Welcome in. Ava, thank you so much for the follow as well. I appreciate it. Let me see. I just want to make sure. I'll double check the name here really quick and see if anything popped up, because there's already I think 10 or 11 there. Lonely on Earth. Someone else. Let me see. Anima, I see yours too. Yeah. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Spotify link. If you want to see if you're in the line, then you can check the line at the same place. So the same place you submitted, there's a tab that says see the queue, and then you should see everything that you need right there. All right, let's get into it. We got Bree Tyler in the building. This is called Better. It is out on all platforms. It just dropped. I'm pulling it up right now. It just dropped on Friday. And since it is out on all platforms, I need y'all to do me a huge favor. Go show it some love and support. Go like the track. Go add it to your playlist. Go stream it. Go follow on DSPs, as well as, of course, here on social media, wherever you might be finding their music. But let's get into it. Let's get into it. Shout out to Bree Tyler. Shout out to Gamby, the family in here. Child of God, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Let's get into it. This is Better by Bree Tyler. Just came out this last Friday. Let's dive in. Really quick, before we dive too deep into it, any details, let me know. I know Gamby kind of knows the deal here for these deep dives. Definitely let me know details. Bella, thank you for the follow. Let me know details as far as production, mix, approach to the song, whatever you want to talk about. I was working last time, but it was too late for me. Did you hear us? I go through all the consultations for sure. Then we dip into the free line, intermittently throughout those different consultations, so on and so on. Mariah, thank you for the follow. And it was like 1 a.m. Yeah. If you're not here in the free line, I asked, I think about 7 or 8 different people in the free line yesterday, and none of them are here. So I don't listen if they're not here. Okay. Let's get into it. Bree Tyler, Better. Let's run it from the top. Yeah, Gamby, if you have any details on production, Bree, if there's anything you want me to break down, let me know. Keys Park came first. I played them, and then Gamby took over from there. Let's get it.
Hey, looks like you're back and better. The sun has come out again. Love where you're at.
What's up, y'all? Welcome in. Appreciate you, Rix. Cool.
Looks like you're back and better.
Great voice.
Floating above the noise. Love where you're at. You go get up. Filled with whimsy and joy. Look at you shine and glimmer. You got that luster, that radiance. Yes, that's a fact. You're a winner. You're a gem and a champion. Hang tight under the moon. The golden rays will
Love it. Love it. That's awesome, Bree.
blaze a burning red maroon.
Great low vibrato control there. Awesome.
It's a new day just for you. Oh, you're back
Nice little counter delays there as well. The left and the right there. Like a whole 4-count slate. I love it. I love it. I love it. We're about to dive in. We're about to dive in and get into some of the details here. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Y'all show some love to Bree Tyler. Show some love to Bree Tyler. Let's get into it. And also a huge shout out to Gamby for bringing that the production to life. Gamby has been around, in and out, but around this stream for the last probably 2.5 years at this point. Gamby, it's all love from this end. Libby and I love you. So thank you so much for tapping in. Bree, thank you so much for sending in the song. Let's get into some details. I'm excited to dive in. You have an amazing voice. You can tell. There's a couple things here. You can tell that you have experience in live performing, because there's a very, Dean, thank you for the follow, a very healthy level of restraint in your vocal. A lot of times, especially if you can really sing, and you can do all the runs and you have great vocal range from low chest to a high mix, falsetto. If you can do all the stuff, and then you get into the studio and you get on a decent microphone, a lot of people end up doing too much and the song just loses form. You do a great job of having a healthy restraint on your vocal production without doing too much all the time. You're not hitting the high note at the end of every single verse always. There's a good amount of restraint here vocally that you can tell you have some experience with, performing, some experience with emoting well on the mic, which is awesome to hear. So let's get into it. Let's run it from the top. Love the piano melody. It's beautiful. Let's get into some of the details here. Quick reminder, if anyone would like to submit, whether for the Freeline or for the consultation side, like we're diving into here, which is where we go back through it. We get into the details of it. Everything's at the link in my bio, whichever line you want to get in. Everything's at the link in my bio. If you're on the purple app, you can type !submit. And if you're on the red app, you can go to the description for the live stream. But let's run it from the top. don't spam the chat. If you get spammed, Amon's going to mute you. I don't want that to happen. I want you to be a part of the conversation. I want to make sure that you're here and you can engage with people. So don't spam the chat. If you want to submit music in any form, no, you're totally good. No worries at all. If you want to submit, everything's at the link in my bio. All right, let's run it from the top. Once again, this is Better by Bree Tyler. Once again, it just came out Friday. It is out on all platforms. Go stream it, go like it, go add it to your playlist, all that good stuff. Let's get into it. And also really quick, if y'all are on YouTube, do me a huge favor. Make sure you're tapping the screen, share out the live with a few people. Don't forget to send your heart me. It does really help out the live stream quite a bit. Let's get into it. It's a nice and Gamby, you did a good job of this. It's a really simple, perceptively, it's a very simple progression, but even just these really simple they're very simple melodies, but they have a really big impact on the song. We talk about this all the time, so I'll mention it really briefly. It's so vital when especially when you're building production structure, not just leasing something or buying something, but if you're building production structure, that you have a clear and distinct vocal hook as well as an instrumental hook. Every song that you've ever loved, has defined music as well as defined vocal structure. And so for me, this is a huge example of that, a really clean, clear, melody, you know what I mean? It's really clean and it's really clear, but it gives the song an identity as soon as it happens. As soon as the song starts playing, you'll know what song you're listening to. You know that it's Better by Bree Tyler. You know it's really, really defined. And then the vocal structure comes in and you get of course, the vocal hook itself, which hopefully is repetitive and catchy and has a good format to it as well. But this is a great example of immediately having a really clean instrumental hook as well as a solid vocal hook as well. So that's awesome. Right off the bat, I'm a big fan of just the format of that. Sounds great. You almost have, not that you have to do this, I'm just tossing this out there, but this almost has an EDM buildup initially. I was curious because I didn't know at all what was going to come, from hearing this first part right here. But it almost had an EDM. I would be curious what it would sound like to go a couple different directions with the production here. Maybe even having an acoustic version that's just you and the piano, maybe a cello or so on and so on. Having this version which has this kind of lo-fi pop aesthetic to it, and then maybe finding a really, really solid EDM or electronic producer / DJ to do a remix of it. It's a great melody for stuff like that. You already get the hyper compressed quantized piano in there and this nice pumped sidechain bass in the background, giving it this build up. It'd be cool to have it go a couple different directions, just to get different eyes and ears on your music as well. Thank you, Nathan. I appreciate it. Mindy, thank you for the follow as well. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much for everything I wrote for the song. I love it. It's a great melody. It's a really great melody. Um, Let me see. I love the concept of collaboration and feedback. Very cool stuff. Thank you, Dean. I appreciate that a lot. Okay, let's keep it rolling. Let's get into it.
Looks like you're back and better.
Who mixed it? So I know Gamby handled. I think that outside of maybe piano melody, early structure, which was Bree. Gamby handled most of the production elements there. Who mixed it? Was that maybe a collaboration between the two of you? Did Gamby do it, or did y'all send it out to someone else? Homie Chris and Ash. Okay, gotcha.
The sun has come out again. Love where you at. You go get it. What's the best that could happen?
Did you pull Gamby? Did you pull that from the vocal? That sample in the background right there? Da, 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 da. That little distorted sample in the background right there. 100% Hugo. Yeah, everything's at the link in my bio. If you want the feedback like this, again, we have some free listens that are, just they're fast. Quick note on your song will listen to up to 2 minutes. But if you want feedback like this, where we're kind of diving into the details, chopping through a couple different elements, then that's on the consultation side. You absolutely still can.
Looks like you're back and better. Floating above the noise.
Okay, nice. What's up, Yoko? Welcome in.
Where you at?
Okay, here's one of the few things here. We'll talk about a couple details in here because, again, like I've already mentioned before, there's some beautiful elements of this, right? You've got a phenomenal voice. It's a cool production structure. It's airy. It's spacious. It's ethereal. It has all these really, amazing elements that are happening. I want to talk about a couple little ways that I think we could clarify maybe a few things here. One of the things that happens every once in a while in this song is some of the ambiance, the ad-libs, some of the background layers of this, they start to step on the toes a little bit, I think, of this lead vocal. Whether it's like your ad-lib still being pretty clear and happening right behind the lead vocal. So you have a dun-dun-dun-dun, and this is happening right here in the middle, and then right behind it, dun-dun-dun, lead vocal still going, and you have an ad-lib that's right behind that lead vocal in the mix. It's just a little bit quieter right behind it with a whole bunch of washed hollow reverb, right? It's creating a ton of energy. Hey, welcome in over on the Purple app, creating a ton of energy, a ton of ambiance in the mix. The idea of that is great, right? I want to create reflection. I want some ambiance. I want some interesting elements of the mix, right? So it doesn't feel too dry or too sterile. But what's happening is they're kind of stepping, since there's so much energy behind some of those reverbs and the positioning of those background vocals, it does kind of step on the toes of the lead vocal every once in a while, where my brain kind of wants to focus on this like clean, clear lead right down the middle, and then it kind of gets pulled to some different elements right there, especially because the production itself is fairly simple. It just kind of is doing its thing in the background, but it's fairly simplistic in its style. So I'm going to back it up here just a couple little moments here. I'll kind of tell you what I'm listening for.
And better. Floating above the noise. Love where you at.
So there's like 4 or 5 words that kind of are on the ending line of what is kind of a forward ad-lib. Like it's because again, and there's kind of 2 different lanes for this, right? Like some of your ad-libs are just there for space, right? You just do some random thing in the background, right? It's just don't do that, but it's a random thing happening in the background that is just there to fill space. It's there to like connect different lines and phrasing and stuff like that. And then there's other ad-libs that are there for like lyrical structure. There's something you're actually saying that is an interlude or a counter melody to that lead vocal. I'm kind of assuming, or like an echo of that lead vocal, whatever it may be. In this case here, you do have like lyric structure, right? Like if I back it up here, there are things that you're saying. You're still emoting behind some lyrics that are there. But then the last 4 or 5 words just gets lost in reverb and kind of gets lost into the background of when that lead vocal takes over again. I would just suggest getting it out of the way of the lead vocal just a little bit. And then maybe even dialing back on the amount. Now it's pretty much completely covered in reverb. It could be beneficial to either double track those ad-libs. So you have one on the left, you have one on the right. You pan them outside, again, kind of get them out of the way of the vocal, or just offset to one side, 30, 40% this way, and then dial back or EQ that reverb, but dial back on some of that reverb so we still get some reflection, we still get some space, but we can distinguish some of those vocal layers a little bit more distinctly. And they don't feel like they're getting lost behind either getting lost behind new intake of your lead vocal coming in or lost behind its own reverb or its own delays and stuff like that. Jeansville, thanks for tapping in over on the Perp Lab. Yeah, actually the link just just presented itself to you in the chat right there, right below you. If you're on Twitch and you want to submit, it's !submit and it'll pop up right there for you. Okay, let's move a little bit further. But there's a couple different times in here where the ambiance and the reflection and the reverb to me kind of takes over some of the vibe of the song, because when I'm listening for a lot of the production, again, there's so many things that I love about this. I'm just talking about a couple of these small details here. There's so many things I love about it. Now on this production side, it's fairly like dry and pointy, and I like that. Like it's very like, it's simple, it's dry, everything's nice and snappy. You're using sampling and some other stuff to create a little bit more of that space. You have a nice wide pulsing bass in the background. There's a lot of other elements there that I really, really like. And then those background vocals are kind of set into a stadium, right? They're probably a hall reverb, right? But they're set into a huge, huge hall. So your perspective on kind of these vocals changes a little bit, where most of the, like 90% of the production is very like dry and punchy and has a really, really cool, like close, vulnerable feel to it. And then some parts of the vocal production that feel massive, right? Huge amounts of reverb and delay. I would love to bridge that gap a little bit so that they don't feel disconnected. That's one of the very, very few things about this structure, is that sometimes that vocal's set in so much space that we lose like the closeness and the emotion and the vulnerability of the record there. And that's where I would love to just lock that in and get it a little bit closer, a little bit more fine-tuned, so that your vocal feels a little bit more connected there. All right, let's push a little bit farther here.
Where you at? You gon' get up, filled with whimsy and joy. Look at you shine and glimmer. You got that luster, that radiance. Yes, that's a fact. You're a winner. You're a gem and a champion. Hang tight under the moon.
Good layering though.
The golden rays will bloom.
That low register, I mean, you have a phenomenal range of vocals here. I mean, some higher falsettos, more, stronger mixed vocals and stuff like that. This lower register of your vocal is so present. It's so beautiful. Like that lower vibrato, absolutely fantastic. Absolutely. It's so good. Like I would love to hear, which is, again, this is part of why where I'm like, man, I wish some of these different elements were a little bit drier. It's such a great range of your vocal. It's so strong. It's so clear. It's projected so well. Like I said, you can tell you've been performing for a long time. That low range of your vocal is so pointed. It sounds absolutely amazing. So good.
It's a new day just for you. Oh, you're back and better and better and better.
So even here, and again, you can also, and Gambit knows this too, I tell everybody, feel free to ignore half of what I say, right? So a lot of this is just personal preference. It's my own stylistic decisions. These are not like right or wrong artistic takes. This really comes down to what you envision for your song and how the engineer wants to mix it and stuff like that. I just like to throw out ideas here based on what I'm hearing, and hopefully it even just gets, other people's, creative wheels spinning a little bit here. So like even here on like what you would define as your hook, it's very, very, it's repetitive. So you have great structure. It's nice and repetitive. On the little pop that you have in there with some of the layers and stuff like that. And then there's a lot of other kind of random little ad libs that come in that are saying, again, I can hear they're kind of saying other things. And there's a part of me that's like, I wish, because there's a little bit more dead space in the middle here, I wish that we actually had maybe one or two of those background vocals as a supportive layer a little bit farther forward. Like I said, double tracked, you have one on the left and right, and it's a call and response between those different layers. And right now we have like the better line right here, and then a full like 2 measures of just different, pops of different samples and different vocals in the background and nothing to kind of glue them together. And that's where I would love to hear, like, I think there's one that's kind of distorted in the background. Like, I would love to have that as a more forward accent to what you're doing so that you don't lose any steam in the background of the mix. Johnny, thank you for the follow. Because there's a little bit of a gap in energy between each of these different takes that either, and this is on Gamby's side, either I think vocally we need to make sure that there's some through lines, like vocally we need to make sure that there's some ties between these different moments so you don't lose steam, or on the production side, we need some layers that come in as a new top line when the vocal's not there. So if you're just gonna do better, and that's the hook, nothing wrong with that, right? That, subjectively, if that's what you wanna do, then there's nothing wrong with that as a hook. There's a lot of phenomenal songs that have very simplistic hooks. If you want that to be your hook, and it's just the better line, then we need to make sure something then comes in as a new top line to bridge those gaps and kind of get you into the next section here. So let me back it up here. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And then we dun, dun, dun. There's that vocal in the background. I almost wish that was just there. Now it's super distorted, so there's lyric structure there, but we miss it a little bit. I kind of just wish that it was just a part of the main part of the structure right there. He's in the 80s. Yeah, I love the 80s. I love synth stuff. Yeah, hence all the synths. I love the 80s. I love, Depeche Mode, Kavinsky, Tears for Fears, Aha, Mike Dean, Adriatic. There's a lot in there. There's a ton. There's a ton of different stuff that I listen to, but the through line is probably synths. I love me some synths. Okay, so in this little background section here,
It's a new day just
build it up a little bit. Opens up. There's the line. Opens up. So there's just a lot. We have these measures in between, at least 4 counts, depending on how you open it up. Do my mixing engineer wanted allowed it to, and I said no. 2 to 1, 2 to 1. Retrospect is 2020. You know what I mean? Like, you can always look back and see it a different way. And even if even if not louder, maybe more clarified, or having a stronger replacement for it. So, just as an example, like if it happens. There's been times, like even from like me engineering a song, where I'll be working with an artist and they override it, and I can say, and I've told the artist, like, hey, if we do it this way, in my professional opinion, I think it's going to make it kind of muddy, or I think your vocal's too, or whatever it may be, right? I think your vocal's going to be too quiet. And they're like, nah, I want it down. I'm like, okay, it's going to get a little, I'm going to try to make some space for it. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to create some mid-side here. We're going to create some space for it. I'm going to try to balance it. And, we go back and forth. I'm like, to me, it feels a little bit quiet. And they're like, nah, I like it. A little bit of demoitis, probably. They don't like hearing their vocalist forward. And they sent it out. They started sending it to other people. And the response from everyone they sent it to was like, yeah, just wish your vocal was a little louder. And I was like, come on, man. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. It happens. It's inevitable, right? Like you're dealing with creatives. You're dealing with so many different emotions, so many different creative decisions and stuff like that. It happens. Kingston, thank you for the follow as well. I appreciate it. It happens. So it's like, it's not a rare thing. It happens to the biggest artists in the world. It happens to the people who have been producing for 2 months. And so, yeah, that to me is a very normal reaction to be like, no, I'm confident. And you also should be as well, like confident in the decisions that you're making. I would love. So like here, when in between these better lines, having like these octaves in there. I'm going to go up an octave here. So we build it in here, right? Just that counter. And just that, and I'm just playing the random piano part because it's actually built into some of the other, I think it's like a guitar in the background or something similar. And just having, even with just the felt piano that I'm playing right now, just having something to replace that top line in between the better it makes it feel like that energy lasts a little bit longer because it doesn't dynamically ever dive back down, right? It stays really, really consistently high. And so that's kind of what I look at now. Whether you do that with the vocal that's in the background, and the vocal fills that distorted vocal, comes forward 4 or 5 dB, takes a little bit more of a center stage, or you do it with a little plucky, Juno style synth in the background, or a piano, or a guitar or whatever. There's so many different ways that you could do it. But the idea is once you bring in a new top line right there, the energy of this, what is the most climactic element of the song? This is the end of the song. It's the last hook. It's where there's the most repetition, should be the most dynamics. That is where you are keeping the energy a little bit higher. So it's like little things like that that I think could really take the song kind of to a different height and give it that climactic ending that satisfies the buildup of the entire song here. But y'all show some love, man. Please show some love. I don't want to take too much time. Please show some love to Bree Tyler right in there. Bree, you're awesome. You have such a good voice. There's some beautiful layers here. The melodies are awesome. Gamby, I love your production. It's simple, it's punchy, it's direct, and I really, really like that. So for me, and this is something that I'll say 100 times, over the course of the live stream, is making sure everything's kind of pointed in the same direction. So if you're going for a more kind of like punchy, direct, vulnerable, close mix on a lot of the different production elements, it can be really beneficial to make sure that that is still reflected in the lead vocal as well. So the lead vocal doesn't all of a sudden get, set into a cathedral and it sounds massive like you're in a stadium, while the rest of the production is kind of like lo-fi, direct, punchy, saturated, right? I think a little bit more consistency in that mix process to make sure that things are really connected, they're pointed in the same direction, will be really, really valuable. But man, please show some love to Bree Tyler. That's her song. It is out on all platforms. I said it before, I say it again. Go like it, go stream it, go add it to your playlist, go follow on DSPs, go follow here on TikTok, so on and so on. Show some love and support, and Gamby with the production as well. Gamby's been here since the beginning. He's been good the whole time. That's a fact. That's a fact. Show some love to Gamby as well. Gamby, you're playing such a huge role in building out these song structures, so absolutely show some love to Gamby, the family in here as well. Bree, appreciate you so much. Quick reminder that if you would like to submit your music, we're going to get into a couple more songs here. If you would like to submit your music for what we just did is the consultation side, for those of you who are curious about each side, what we just did is the consultation side, where we do listen to the song in its entirety and then go back through the song for another 20 to 25 minutes, breakdown mix, talk production details, get to lyrics and songwriting and formatting and stuff like that, really get into the details of it. If that's the side that you want, just make sure that you submit into that lane. But if you want to submit your music, everything is at the link in my bio. That's also where you can check the line if you would like to check the line as well. I appreciate you so much, Bree. Thank you so much for tapping in. I appreciate it a lot. Absolutely, anytime. Let's keep it going. Let's keep it going. We got some more music to get into. Let me actually close this one out really quick. We've got Charlie Carbone and Reese McLean in the building. Whoever that is, hop in the chat. Let me know that you're here. I'm excited to get into the next track here. After the song, we'll take a dip. We'll take a dip into the free line for the quick listen. Stay Up's in the building. What's up, legend? So good to see you, man. I listen to your music literally every week, bro. Keep going. Stay Up, man. That's love. Thank you for the heart me as well. I appreciate that, man. Show some love. Y'all go show some love to Stay Up as well. That's good people right there. Kingston trying. Okay, sounds good. There's Charlie Carbone right here in the chat. So this is also another song that is out on platforms. How much time does every song take? If you are on the consultation side, they're between 20 and 30 minutes. Yeah. Go to the link tree, and you'll see. Well, you don't have to sign up for Linktree. You don't have to get it. You don't have to get that. But if you go to my link tree, then you can click on the link to submit your music right there. But yeah, if you're on the consultation side, these are multiple listen breakdowns of your music. They're about 20 to 30 minutes apiece. If you're in the free line, it's an up to 2-minute listen with a quick note at the end. So those go very, very fast. We'll dip into there every once in a while. But everything else is long form. Okay, so I got this one pulled up already, and then Kid JP, I got you as well. This song's already queued up right here, so I'm going to go ahead and play. So I don't want to have them queued up and then switch. I feel like that'd be rude. So I'm going to play there since I have it up right now. And then I got you at the top of the list right now. I'll always go in order. Tantric, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that so much. But this is, I want to get into some details here. I want to get some context. So let me make sure that I pull this up. Oops, hold up. Kid JP, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that. All right, so this is Get Behind Me by Charlie and Reese. Charlie, give me some details. This is Get Behind Me. Talk to me about production. Talk to me about mix. Talk to me about the role that you play in your music. I love breaking down the details here. That's what this side of the lane is for. So I want to get into details as far as the structure of your music. Let's get it. And then if y'all on TikTok, do me a favor, tap the screen, share out the live, repost, all that fun stuff. It does really help out the stream. But let's get it. This is Get Behind Me by, I think it's Reese McLean, I think is the main artist. And then maybe Charlie is I think it's under Reese McLean, and then Charlie, maybe you're the feature on it. Let me know. Yeah, give me some details. Let's run it.
Follow me as I'm following He in the way Christ lead. Can you get behind me? Greater is He in me than the world is the song I sing. Get behind me. Resist the devil, he'll flee indeed. When you follow Christ's lead, he can get behind me. He can get behind me. Tell the devil he can get behind me. Hey.
If we continue down the path of destruction, bye-bye America. They sold it out for greed, now go and thank your favorite senator. Hope this
and let me know who you are in the music as well.
Jesus, obey his voice. I'm in Jeremiah reading verse 7:23. Can set everyone free. When it goes against the flesh, that's when everyone leaves. No, the devil will deceive. In that word you better read. He be roaring like a lion, always trying to sink his teeth. Get behind me,
and then Reese on the hook, maybe. Hook, second verse.
In the creator, then I'll be God's proof. Praying for my peeps from them childhood streets. Submit to Jesus for that peace. Break the chains of the beast. If I can reach one soul, that's confirmation. Gotta preach on. Lead the 99 for the one. Till my speech gone. Make the weak strong. By your side.
Talk to me about the production.
Gone. We got that deep on. Now every trial, I just keep calm.
Follow me as I'm following He in the way Christ lead. Can you get behind me? Greater is He in me than the world is the song I sing. Get behind me.
It's a catchy hook.
Resist the devil, he'll flee indeed. When you follow Christ's lead, he can get behind me. He can get behind me. Tell the devil he can get behind me. Hey. I got abandonment issues and anger management issues, and when I get done dirty, I should wash my hands and continue. Instead, I attack them with
Nothing
the same crap they distribute, and that is not the actions of a Christian man. It's a kid moving. What's a kid do? Belittle with the complications I overcame. You think this be simple, cause I be substance addiction. I be lusting for women and I don't covet no cussing. Since I've been up in them scriptures, I mean I'm really convicted. I ain't accustomed to sinning, but on this narrow path seems I hit a bump and I'm tripping. So I repent for that temperament, that is not what I represent.
I like the higher arpeggio.
Temperature's tepid and the next it is sweltering. So I had to shed that skin in my closet, no skeletons. Run, tell them this,
cool.
in my true rage.
David, welcome in.
Killed the flesh quick, off a 2-day fast. I'm talking verse 48 without a clue trace back. Whoa. Follow me as I'm following He in the way Christ lead. Can you get behind me? Greater is He in me than the world is the song.
Still good to see you. Appreciate you tapping in.
Resist the devil, he'll flee indeed. When you follow Christ's lead, he can get behind me. He can get behind me.
Chair keeps sliding down.
He can get behind me. Hey.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Y'all show some love. If y'all see me slowly going down over like every 5 minutes, I have to keep adjusting my seat to get it back up to the top. But man, show some love to Charlie right here in the chat with Reese McLean on the track as well. This is Get Behind Me. Once again, it's out on all platforms. Go show it some love. Go stream it. Go like it. Go add it to your playlist. Let's get into the details. Let's dive in. Get Behind Me, Reese McLean, and Charlie Carbone right here in the chat. Let's run it, man. Any other details, of course, you want me to know, you can drop it in the chat. This was mixed by Reese of Lecrae Flow. Oh, 100%. Reese mix, beat, we got a beat stars. Okay, let's get into it. And then hook and okay, got you. Perfect. Just making sure I'm listening for the right artist in the right place here. Let's run it from the top. Let's get to some details. Yeah, man, it hits hard. It's a really, really good hook. One of the few things that I want to dive into is vocal production, because there's a couple little things in here that will make this hook even more powerful. Obviously, song is out. I'm not worried about it. You know, it's out and it sounds good. So you keep pushing what you're doing. In the future, there's a couple things I want you to look for just to polish up a little bit. That way, everything that you do is punchy, it's slicey, does exactly what you want it to do. It's as catchy as possible. It's formatted as well as possible, stuff like that. It's just going to make it stick. It's going to make it stick a little bit more. So we'll talk about a couple, small details in here on the vocal production side, but y'all are killing it, man. Sounds great. Let's get into it.
Follow me.
What's up, Aiton?
Following He in the way Christ lead. Can you get behind me?
doubles, they're beautiful. The positioning of those, the accent of those. Can you get behind me? Those doubles at the outside right there, beautifully done. What's up, A10? So good to see you, man. I hope you're doing amazing today. Those are exactly where you want them to be. Exactly where you want them to be. Exactly as loud as you want them to be. Those are positioned just how they should. Those add a lot of energy to this hook that's not present in the verse, which is good. It's helped separate and distinguish those different elements in the song. Beautifully done. I'm gonna back it up here just a second.
In the way Christ lead, can you get behind me? Greater is he in me than the world is the song I sing. Get behind me.
Now we hear it here for a second, and I'm gonna keep going. We'll listen for a couple other little moments in here. I would love for this particular vocal right here to have some manual tuning corrections on the vocal. I know you said, I think they mixed it, Reese mixed it. I would love some manual tuning on the vocal, on these vocals. One of the reasons why is the thing that I always tell people to ask themselves as they are producing and mixing and you know, performing their own songs is, what do you want people singing with you? If that's not defined, right? You like ask a great artist who's written a great song, what do you want people to sing? They would know, I want them to sing this melody at this time, saying these words. They know exactly what you want the audience to be singing, the listeners to be singing with them, right? It's defined and it's clean and clear. The melodies on this, because of the auto-tune and the structure, the modulation and pitch right there, that is being caught by the scale and correcting to some different notes and then different notes here. Because of that happening, the melody actually changes a little bit each time that it happens, and is inconsistent in the notes that are being hit, as opposed to it being really, really clean and clear. And that just means that it's less likely to stick. It's less likely for the brain to recognize it as clean pattern, and adopt it and memorize it, and it'd be something that your brain kind of pulls up as information later on in the night, and you're randomly get behind me. It's less likely to have those moments and that stickiness and that catchiness because of the inconsistencies in melody. The more consistent, what's up, Wubsy? Good to see you, man. The more consistent you can get those melodies, and the more locked in you can get the pitch structure for that, the better. What's happening is there's obviously auto-tune on the vocal here, which is perfectly fine. There's auto-tune on the vocal, but what's happening is the original dry, like raw vocal is like between a couple different notes, right? So like if these are two different notes right here, there's 100 cents between every semitone, and it's modulating between like 40 and 60 hertz, or 40 and 60 cents. And what that means is sometimes auto-tune is going to correct it just to the closest note. That's all it's doing. Whichever semitone is closer in the scale to that note, it's going to correct to. So for right here, sometimes it's correcting up, and maybe the next time they sing that part, it corrects down, depending on if they're a little bit flat on that note or if they're closer to a semitone below it. And that modulation between the two makes the vocal inconsistent. We'll talk about a couple little parts in here that it happens. Wubsy, thank you so much for the gifts, man. I appreciate you. I hope you and yours are doing amazing. Thank you for tapping in. And it's modulating between the two. What I would love to do is, if this is the intended note right here, just started making music 3 years, maybe part-time. Reese is a seasoned vet. Let's go. So they'll know what to do. If Reese is mixing this, they'll know. I use Melodyne for this. You can use Antares graph mode. Everyone uses different tools. I've used Melodyne for like 18 years or something like that. And I love it. It's great for those manual placements and like modulation control and stuff like that. But if this is the intended note, then what I would love to hear is for a Melodyne to be placing the note right here. So you just literally click the note, drag it exactly where you want it, so it never corrects down. When you slap auto-tune on there, it just adds the effect. It controls your retune speed, your modulation control, your humanizing functions. But it's not correcting to just the closest thing. It's actually just adding like the effect and the texture and the whole aesthetic of auto-tune that you want. The vocal is technically already perfect. It's right in line. It's right in key. Even if you didn't have auto-tune on there, especially if you're using Melodyne. Sneaking in while working. Wubsy, I appreciate you so much, man. I appreciate you so much. Thank you for the Go Populars, man, the Harmony. I appreciate that a lot. Ever auto-tune a lo-fi phone call? I'm sure I have at some point. I'm sure I have at some point. But Charlie, you're doing a great job. Seriously, I mean, the execution here is great. This is something that will what it's going to do is it's going to take these inconsistencies and make that hook locked in. Just sharp, gold, really, really consistent and polished. And then you can loosen all of that for the rap verses and let it feel a little bit more raw and a little bit more organic. But this is a tuned hook. You know what I mean? Dun, 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 dun. And like it should be right in those notes. And so I want to make sure that those are really, really clean and clear. That's still really amazing, but what he's saying is exactly what makes a true banger as far. Hey, thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate it.
Resist the devil, he'll find me. Is he in me? Then the world.
Let me back it up. Let me back it up here just a little bit. Let's see.
Me as I'm following he in the way Christ lead.
So right there, first part, dun, 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 dun. Beautiful, sharp, clean. I love it. There's little bends in there, not a big deal at all. Let's go to the second repetition.
Get behind me, greater is he.
Da, 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 da. You hear that right there? Da, 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 da. Now we're hearing that modulation. So we're hearing da, da, da. We're hearing that switch between those notes right there because it's like halfway between the raw vocals, halfway between them. So I just want to go ba da 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 and have it nice and clean and nice and sharp. But you'll start to hear those inconsistencies. And again, the more that happens, the less obvious it is, depending on how this happens in the song. It's less obvious what melody the listener should be singing. So when it goes to the wrong note, should I like be singing the wrong note too, or should the listener know that they're trying to hit a higher note and lock that one in? These are the little details on the engineering side and the vocal performance side, but on the engineering side that make a big difference because you are quite literally dictating what the audience sings. So if there's inconsistencies in melody, if there's inconsistencies in phrasing and structure and stuff like that, the audience has to take that on as their own because all they know is the record that you give them. And that's why it's so important that you either lock it in, you go completely loose and you just rap it and you don't tune it or whatever it is, or if you're going to tune it, that you try to lock in the main, you can still have some movement in there. People do all the time, but at least your main melody structure, like the main melody that you want other people to sing is really sharp and really consistent. So if I back it up here a little bit, you'll hear some of those movements between the two notes there.
Greater is he in.
Greater is he. And so it sounds like the vocal's like out of tune, even though it's quite technically tuned to the key of the song. But it sounds out of tune because it drops to the 7 every once in a while right there. Those little details right there.
Me then the world is the song.
And then, whoa, da, 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 da. But it goes, world, it drops down, world, and a dun, dun, dun. It goes down a whole like 2 semitones and then pops back up, but that's inconsistent with the rest of the melody. So to me, that tells me that probably just needs to be corrected up. So those little details there, they're small. They're small choices, they're small decisions, but to me, they really do dictate like the energy of the song. It dictates what the crowd is singing. It dictates the consistency of the song structure. And by default, how easy it is for people to remember these melodies and latch onto them. So I'm not going to harp on that too much longer. Listen forward to other layers of the song. Obviously, this song is already out. I'm not worried about it. In the future, something that I would look at. And on the performance side, trying to get that as sharp as possible and as clean as possible on the performance side. And then on the engineering side, if there's still corrections to be made, getting those nice and locked in. Your ability to sing the inconsistency is crazy. I try. I do my best. Sounds good, man. Sounds good. I appreciate you so much. Also, quick reminder, just in case it's helpful, every single one of these videos are saved as a VOD on YouTube as well. So if you go to the YouTube, there's a playlist called Track Talk live stream. This will be like episode 108 or something like that. And you'll be able to go back and reference anything as well, just in case it's helpful. If you want to go back and so you don't have to worry about taking notes and screen recording and stuff like that, you can always reference the VOD as well if that's helpful as well. I painted what kind of ETA. The line is always on the other. If you go to the link in my bio, you can see the line there as well. It's always going to go in order of the top to bottom because that's the highest that's there, and then it goes down from there. Assume about 20 minutes per person, unless I go a little bit longer, which happens, depending on the detail that we're getting into. Assume, let's say 20 to 25 minutes or so per song. And so if you want to move forward, of course you can. You want to go faster, of course you can. That's up to you. No pressure at all. Did I really miss episode 100? I mean, it's not it's technically like episode like 700 wubsy or more. It's like, yeah, episode 850 or something like that. But it's since I started tracking it on YouTube, that's how long it's been. But it's been many more. Okay. All right, let's get into the verses here. But vocal layering is beautiful. The balance and the energy behind those layering, the layers right there are absolutely gorgeous. Fantastic.
Tell the devil he can get behind me. Hey.
Doubles are great.
Senator, hope this ain't offending you. I'm pledging my allegiance to Jesus. Obey his voice. I'm in Jeremiah reading verse 7:23. Can set everyone free. When it goes against the flesh, that's when everyone leaves. No, the devil will deceive. In that word you better read. He be roaring like a lion, always trying to sink his teeth. Get behind me, Satan. No fear. I'm always spitting that hard truth. Still don't believe in the creator, then I'll be God's proof. Praying for my peeps from them childhood streets. Submit to Jesus for that peace.
Oops. Where'd it go? Where'd you go?
Break the
There we
chains
go.
of the
We're back.
beast.
We're
If
back.
I can reach one soul, that's confirmation. Gotta preach on. Leave the 99 for the one. Till my speech.
Actual mix on the vocals pretty clean, smooth compression right in the middle of the mix. It's got some weight to it. It's heavily, multiple layers of compression here and sequences of compression here. So this sounds punchy. It's slicey. The actual like bounce of the vocals, nicely saturated. Not too mad. So for me, this has come down to like melodic corrections and stuff like that. Let's get into the next portion here. I mean, I feel like y'all are emoting well. Like y'all are performing well. There's energy in the performance. There's emotion in the performance. I can appreciate that. Production itself, I think, is mixed pretty well. Sample gets out of the way when that vocal comes in. Some natural tape stops and production cuts and stuff like that I think are working well for the song, giving you some space to transition different elements here. So most of what I'm hearing here, I think, is executed pretty well. To me, it's going to come down to that final like 5% of like polish and structure that makes it feel less amateur. You know what I mean? It makes it feel a little bit more consistent, a little bit more pointed, because you're right there. The quality itself, I think, is pretty close, but there's like some little fine-tuned details right here that to me pull it out of that. So you can just correct a few of those things. I feel like you'll have some really, really solid records on your hand. Yeah, sounds good, Kingston. I appreciate you, man. Thank you so much for tapping in. Yeah, everything's at the same. So if you go to the same place that you submit, there's a tab that says see the queue. You can always move through that. I think a couple people just did. I appreciate y'all. You can move through that a little bit if you want to, but everything is kind of right in that same space.
When he in the way Christ lead, can you get behind me?
I would also love, this is personal preference, kind of like we were talking about with the last artist, personal preference, I would love so that the whole song doesn't feel reflective and echoey and stuff like that. I love that it's there and the hook and stuff, it should be, it needs that space. I would love to just dry this completely up right here. Dun, 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 please get behind me. And then beat kicks in really strong after that, but everything's super, super dry right there. So the dynamic range is more broad, right? It feels closer, it feels tight. And then we hit everything really, really hard. There's still a lot of, there's like ping pong delays and some reverb and stuff in the background. So we don't really get as much of that like shrunk down, really tight, punchy feeling when it comes down to just the vocal, because there's still technically like a lot of noise. There's still a lot of ambiance and echoes and stuff in the background. It'd be nice to, at the very least, like pull them way, way, way back, like 7 dB back, or just dry up really, really tight for that vocal right there. And then the beat comes in crazy hard, echoes come back in, reverb comes back in, so on and so on. It'd be nice to create a little bit more dynamic range there as well. Fire Dog, welcome in over on the Purple app. Appreciate you being here. Yeah, if anybody over on the Purple app would like to submit, you can type !submit right there in the chat, and we'll get you up on the board.
Follow me as I'm following he in the way Christ lead.
Here, there's still so much going on right there. It'd be nice to tighten that up a little bit and then open up the whole song after that.
Follow me as I'm following he in the way Christ lead. Can you get behind me?
Boom. And then this feels way more dramatic when it comes back in. There's that note. Again, quick reminder before I move on a little bit later onto the song, into the next verse really briefly. The hooks are all copied over. They're copy and pasted throughout the rest of the song here. So the same mistakes are then also copy and pasted as well. So that's where I want to tighten each of those up in order for them to, if you're going to copy things over, which is fine, especially for the genre. If you're going to copy hooks over, that you're not copying the same information over that has some flaws in it.
The devil, he'll flee in you. Instead I attack him with the same crap they distribute, and that is not the actions of a Christian
it's just
man.
all a
It's
verse.
kid moving, what's a kid do?
Like again, tape stops, beat cuts, all that's great.
Belittle with the complications I overcame. You think this be simple, cause I be substance addiction. I be lusting for women and I don't covet no cousins.
Kid JP got you, man. Appreciate you so much.
I'm really convicted, I ain't accustomed to sinning, but on this narrow path, seems I hit a bump and I'm tripping. So I repent for that temperament, that is not what I represent. 1 second temperature's tepid and the next it is swelter.
Really nice, saturated, slicey, punchy mix, and this vocal is bright. It's a bright vocal, it's punchy, but the saturation just helps shave off that top right there. So that vocal, it's cutting through in a really, really nice way, but it doesn't feel harsh or brittle at all. That's great. Let's get into this outro here really quick, and then we'll move on. But man, show some love to Charlie in the building. Charlie, appreciate you so much, man. It's a solid song. It's got good energy. Production is balanced well. Overall, like most of the vocal balancing, I think is really, really nice. I think even just a little tighter on different parts of the song right here, and then vocal tuning structure, I think for me is gonna be some of the most important pieces of this puzzle. Do you mix it? We'll love to send you. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, that's what I do for a living. So if anyone ever needs, I do a lot of session work for like keys, synths, guitars, drums, stuff like that, full production packages, or of course, if you need mixing, mastering, that's what I do as well. Yeah, shoot me, if you can, Charlie, if you want to send me a message on Instagram, whenever I get off of the live stream, I have, 200, notifications on TikTok, and it's all over the place, and things just get buried, especially if it's in a request. I will like not see it for a year and a half. So shoot me a message it's the same name, Torvik Music, same name, or it's at the link in my bio as well. Shoot me a message over on Instagram. I'm just much more likely to get to it in a reasonable amount of time. Yeah, man, absolutely. I got you.
The song I sing, get behind me. Resist the devil, he'll flee.
Yeah, the rest of this is copied over and really, really consistent. Y'all show some love to Charlie. Kingston, I'm in San Antonio, Texas, currently speaking. We were in Dallas for a little bit, 2.5 years or so. I had a small studio up there, but we're back in San Antonio again. But man, please show some love to Charlie Carbone right here in the chat. Get behind me. I've been doing great on IG. Let's go. I love to hear that, man. I love to hear that. But y'all, please show some love. That is Get Behind Me by Reese McLean and Charlie Carbone. It is out on all platforms. Go like it, go stream it, go add it to your playlist. Show them some love and support. Make sure that you follow on DSPs as well as here on social media as well. You can see them, Charlie, right here in the chat. Please show some love. Delta Kilo, thank you. I appreciate you tapping in. Hope Dealer, welcome in. I appreciate you tapping in as well. If you would like to submit, everything is at the link in my bio. Roderick, thank you so much for the follow. Everything's at the link in my bio if you want to submit. What you just heard here, these long form ones, these are the detailed breakdowns. These are the consultation side if you want to submit for that. And then, of course, we have the free line, which actually I'm going to do one more song here on the consultation line before we jump over to the free line to do a quick listen, and then we'll keep it moving. But y'all, please show some love to Charlie. We're going to keep it rolling here. We got Kid JP in the building. A10, I got you as well. A10, appreciate you so much. Let me see. Bolty, Elias, I got you. DDF, I got you. And Kingston, I got you in the chat there as well. Keep an eye out on the line, y'all. Keep an eye out over there. That way you can kind of see where things are at and see the order, so you don't have to ask when you're going, how long, stuff like that. You can kind of get the details there. Let's see. I mixed this song myself on BandLab. I'm still learning how to mix. Check my IG, and I have drum mixes that are more recent. Okay, sounds good, man. Sounds good. All right, this is Dad and God. Let's get into it, man. That's great. Okay, perfect. This is Dad and God by Kid JP. This was mainly inspired by my dad because he has always told me how music is your thing, whether that's me playing drums, piano, guitar, or whatever. He was just there to keep me motivated. All right, let's get into it, man. I'm excited. Any other details? You said you're doing this on BandLab, I believe. You just started mixing on BandLab, learning how to mix. Let's get into it, man. Let's get into it. Any other details you want me to know? Drop it in the chat as far as like the role that you're playing and what I'm hearing and any other details of it. Would love to get into it. But let's dive in. This is Kid JP right here in the chat. As far as I know, this is unreleased. What headphones are you using? Thank you for the rose, Delta. Thank you for the follow. Okay, cool.
Maybe a piece of bread that you should be breaking. Maybe you should wrap in this sauce and keep away just from Satan. Y'all should
nice.
Just listen to me, 'cause I'm trying to be one who's Satan. Yeah, I know it gets hard. Distractions, ain't gotta reach far.
What's up, Scatterbrain? Welcome in.
Productions.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Y'all show some love. Show some love. That is Kid JP right here in the chat. Let's dive into some details, man. You said this one's out on all platforms. So again, just like some of the other songs, actually the last two songs that we heard were also out on all platforms. So the thing that I always tell people is, you know, obviously I have the song that's in front of me, so we'll break down the song that's in front of me. But the things that we talk about, just take into your future records. We'll talk about some mixing details in here. Like you said, you're fairly new to it, so we'll give you some tools to improve on that. We'll break down some details in here really quick, but just take it into your next mix, and you'll be ready to go. SD is in the building. What's up, SD? Appreciate you tapping in today. I'm doing well. It's been a good day, man. Very, very productive, busy day. Charlie, welcome in as well. I appreciate you tapping in. Kid JP, let's run it from the top. One of the quick reasons before we dive too deep that I was asking about headphones and stuff like that is there's a bit of overcompensation in high end here in this mix, and so the reason why I was asking is I was making an assumption in my own mind, which might not actually be the case if you're actually using like in-ear monitors. But one of the assumptions I was making that you might be overcompensating for a lack of high end in what you're listening through and what you're referencing through in order to actually hear that high end and hear some of that. Yeah, the high end's really, really, really crispy. So I think we are, instead of creating space for the vocal to exist in the mix and controlling it, what happens a lot, and again, so many people have done this, you're not alone in any sense at all, I did this for a long time myself, is instead of creating space and balance, we try to force things over the top end to keep the same weight, where I feel like if I turn down the 808s or I turn down the beat or I process this a different way, it loses power, it loses impact. And so the only way for me to get the vocal on top without it being too muddy is just to force it over the top with, high-end frequencies or over compressing it and stuff like that. And so there's a little bit of that in there, right? Where that high end, your 12K, 10K, 12K shelf is boosted up probably, a solid, 7-8 dB. It's crispy, it's bright, it's a little brittle, and that creates a lot of harshness. And so what I would love to hear, oh, that's Sean Delaney. What's up, Sean Delaney? Good to see you, man. Good to see you. If you're feeling the need to brighten it up that much, there's probably some other areas within this vocal that we can build out with a little bit more intention. Roderick, thank you so much for you're awesome. I appreciate you a lot. And then Silas, good to see you, brother. I hope you're doing amazing today as well. Let's dive in, y'all. Let's get into some details here. And please show some love to Kid JP right here in the chat, man. I appreciate you so much. They just said it's out on all platforms. Go stream it, like it, add it to your playlist, all that good stuff. Show them some love and support. Go boost their algorithm, and let's keep it rolling. Keep it rolling. Let's run it from the top. And then let me know really quick, is the beat from like BeatStars, MP3 download, something like that? Let me know. I'm assuming you're mixing, if you're on BandLab, I'm assuming you're mixing off the 2-track. Nice. Awesome. Nice. Awesome. So some things you probably have already learned. Like, I'm going to say some things just because it's here in front of me. Some things you probably already addressed. Like you already said, you have like more recent, like, mixing drums and stuff like that. They're a little bit more consistent. So we'll talk about a couple things here. So that's why, so that's the reason why the vocal isn't running too much high and your stuff. I appreciate you, Tantric. Yeah, I appreciate that a lot. Thanks for tapping in today. Thanks for the love as well. So let's talk about a couple things here. So there's a couple things happening. One, over brightening at the top end in order to get it over the top of the mix, in tandem to a thinning of the bottom end. So what happens is your vocal just quite literally can't compete with the rest of the production, right? So we have a hard-hitting, this 2-track is heavy, a hard-hitting 808, It's heavy, it's meaty, it's hitting hard. The drums are distorted, they're saturated. Love it, right? This has a good like underground rap R&B feel that, I think is really, really consistent with the sound that you're going for. It's heavy, it's distorted, it's doing what it's supposed to do. It has a lot of energy behind it, right? But everything is so heavy and it's got such weight to it. If that vocal is then it's super, super thin and it's really, really bright, there's just no possible way for that vocal to compete with the rest of the production. The vocal also needs to have some weight, some punch, some drive, some saturation. It needs some low-end energy. It needs some low mids. It needs some body. It needs some presence. If we thin out that vocal a bunch and just crank up the high end so that we kind of hear the vocal over the top end, then it just becomes brittle. It becomes shrill. It becomes harsh and really, really difficult to listen to just because of some of the harshness at the top end right there. And a high pass on the beat because it's low and heavy. I would prefer on the beat itself, especially if you're working off the two track. I would prefer the high pass is obviously going to cut. So a high pass and a low cut are the same thing. They're going to cut all of the energy below that. So if you high pass at like 40 hertz, 50 hertz, 60 hertz, you're also going to be cutting out a lot of information that's low or that's that low. If the mix feels boomy, not just like thick on the low end and having, strong subharmonics and stuff like that, but if it feels muddy and booming, just it just has all of this big low end energy in there, most of that happens between 100 and 300 hertz. There's a little bit outside of that, right? But a lot of that woof that happens in that low end mud happens between 1 and 300 hertz. Or 100 and 300 hertz. So what I would do if you're feeling like it's a little bit frustrating, if it's feeling like it's too boomy, it's too muddy, tastefully create a bell curve between 100 and 300 hertz. So you're not just pulling down, you're not just low shelving everything out, you're not just high passing everything out to where all of that low end gets cut and removed from the mix. You can just control it, especially if you're on BandLab. There's some limitations to that, of course, but on the low end, between 100 and 300 hertz, just create a bell curve that goes across 100 and 300 hertz and lower it like 2 dB. If you need more, do like 3 dB tasteful. Just that will control that low end. It won't cut it out. You won't slice it out of the mix. You won't carve it out of the mix. It will just control a little bit of that boominess that's been sent to the sub and create at least a little bit more clarity. Now your vocal can compete a little bit better and then reintroduce more of that low end energy back to the vocal. We're controlling it on the low end of the beat itself, the 2-track itself, and we're going to reintroduce it into the vocal so that vocal can have a little bit more weight in the mix as well. So on your vocal, again, I'm not like the most, I've worked with a bunch of different artists on BandLab, but I'm not the most personally familiar with the interface itself or what plugins they have on there. But if you have an EQ on there that has like a high pass, just have that at like 80 hertz. You have a strong vocal, and so you should get good vocal presence out of your vocal. High pass at a max of like 80 to 90 hertz. Anything above that, you're going to start, thinning out your vocal more. Use that same 100 to 300 hertz to control mud. If you go too far down, you're going to, have a thin, brittle vocal because we're pulling all the energy out. So in your vocal, we need to reintroduce like 100 to 500 hertz. We need that back in the vocal so you have a little bit more presence and a little bit more body behind your vocal. So now we've pulled some of it away from the production itself and we're reintroducing it back into your vocal. So your vocal has some punch to it, it's got some weight to it, and it's not as bright at the top end because we're already going to control that. Last thing that I would say, and then I'll chop through a couple elements, but these are the main things for this song. Last thing that I would say is on the production itself, the actual production itself, most of the fundamental frequencies of the vocal, fundamental frequencies of the vocal are going to lie between like 600 and 1200 hertz. Ish. If you have a lower vocal, a higher vocal, if you're singing in a falsetto the whole time, there's going to be every vocal is a little bit different. Every frequency response of your microphone is going to be different, right? But in this case, for the most part, between 600 and 1200 hertz. So if you're having trouble getting that vocal to set into the production on the 2-track, or if you have stems or multi-track, you can do this on the instrumental bus, or you could do it just for a synth bus or a bass bus or whatever, or your drum bus, whatever it may be. But in this case, if you're working on a 2-track, on that 2-track between, let's say, 700 and 1000 hertz, 600 to 1200 hertz-ish, you're going to carve a little bit of space right there in the middle of the mix for that vocal to sit in. Now, obviously, when you get into a full DAW, you're able to send it to someone who can actually mix this in. The way I prefer to do this is with mid-side EQ, so I can pull that frequency just out of center channel, just out of middle, and reintroduce it inside, so you get this really wide production with perfect clarity and space in the middle of the mix for that vocal to sit. But if you're working on BandLab, you have limitations, you're in GarageBand or whatever it may be, just go between 600 and 1200 hertz-ish, carve a little bit, 2 or 3 dB right there in the middle of the mix. It'll help control some of that mud on the beat, and it'll give you a lane for the vocal to sit in. And then again, if you reintroduce that 600 hertz to the vocal and you push that 600 hertz in the vocal, you're going to get a lot more. Now, the beat is still punchy in the low end, but it's controlled and it's balanced. The vocal still has some weight to it. It's saturated, it's punchy, it has a little bit more body to it. Now your vocal can compete. The vocal feels loud, it feels forward. We no longer have to force the high end over, and we rebalance. Now the whole thing feels nice and even, and feels nice and open, as opposed to boomy beat, only way to compete is over brightened vocal, and then both things feel out of balance. One feels way too boomy and thuddy, and on the other side, one feels too brittle and too bright. and too harsh, neither of which are really complementary to what is it actually a really good vocal. Like you have a strong vocal range, and I want that to actually come through in your vocal structure. So I'm gonna chop through a couple things just really briefly, but that to me is kind of the overarching part. That's 99% of I think what would be helpful to kind of work out here. Okay, let me double check a few things real quick before I hit play again. I just want to see where this is at. Give me just 1 second here to close this one out. Dude, of course. So your feedback is so incredibly constructive and helpful. You care. Andrea, thank you so much for saying that. I really appreciate that. You're really giving usable and workable details. This is the first time I've seen such care on TikTok. Tantric, thank you so much. Man, that means y'all are amazing. Thank y'all so much for the kind words. I appreciate that a lot. Genuinely, I love music, and I love people that love music. It's so fun. It's so engaging. This is a community that I craved when I was growing up. So blessed to be able to have y'all in here, man. I appreciate it a lot. All right, let's get it. Last song reviewed of mine. I finished it. It's being released on Friday, Tep. I love to hear it, man. I love to hear it. Okay, let's keep going with this. Oh wait, hold on, I moved. I just want to skip into the last little part of the song here, but I think we got most of what we need out of that. Because again, there's good layers, there's good support, there's good vocal runs. Like I think most of what you're doing is really, really well done, right? It's just we're losing all of the power in the vocal, and it's just being overcompensated on the beat side. But you're doing a fantastic job. So y'all, please show some love. I'm making an album soon, so hopefully y'all enjoy that song enough to tune in. Definitely, man. Show some love to Kid JP in the building. Please show some love and support. I didn't know this initially, but because I just had the file, but the song you just heard is actually out. So no matter of the things that we're talking about, go support the artists, go support the producers, the people that worked on this record. Show them some love and support. Go stream it, like it, add it to your playlist. It's called Dad and God by Kid JP. Show some love. All right, let's keep it rolling, y'all. Let me see where I'm at really quick. Aiton, I see you, man. I appreciate you. So we got Aiton. Stowe, I see you as well. Stowe, thank you so much for the submission. Let's see. Bolty. I'm going to have to close things up here. Let's see. One. How many do I have here? 3. Yeah, I'm going to have to, in a minute. Let's see. Yeah, I'm definitely going to close the free here just because it's out of control. Yeah, the layers are great. That's what I'm saying. Like the core of what's there is actually solid. That's, I think that, that to me is a huge deal, man. I've been on for an hour, 21 and 48, 49, 50 seconds. So just about almost an hour and a half. All right, let's keep it going. We got Aiton in the building. This is Glass Raindrops. Yeah, not too bad. We haven't been on that long. Try sending, didn't go through, fam. SD, did you go to the link in my bio? Let me know if you went to the link in my bio. Everything's right there. Everything is right there. We got Aiton in the building. This is the family. Try sending, didn't go through. Did you try to submit? If you try to submit to the free line is closed now. Free line is closed now. We had like 30 submissions there, so I had to close it up. That's the free line is just up to 2 minutes anyways, up to 2 minutes. The consultation side starts at 10. Consultation side, the deep dives, those start at 10. And of course, you can always go faster. You know the deal. You've been here plenty of times before. You can always go faster if you want to, which is what the last couple people have done as well. But let's get into it, man. Let's do it. You're doing free. So there is a free line. Sometimes it takes a minute to get there, but we'll try to do a couple intermittently. But the free is up to 2 minutes of your song, and then just like a quick note. So those are like 3 minutes tops, and then of course we have our full 30-minute breakdowns. Those are the consultations. Those will always be the same thing. All right, this is Aiton in the building. Still working on it. Known issues: transitions, final chorus, drop chorus. Still figuring it out. I slowed it down by 4 BPM. Seems to groove better. I have a chorus melody in mind that leans into the shift and rhythmic feel. Anyhow, open to and appreciative. Any and all feedback. Thanks in advance. Let's get into it. This is the family. Aiton Music Productions in the building. If you don't know Aiton, you need to. You need to. That's the family right there. Let's dive in. I've heard one version of the song before. This should be pretty fresh to me, though. I think those are new drums, though, if I'm not mistaken, if I'm hearing correctly. the drums, Aiton. That's a nice kid. That's a nice kid. Love the organ. This opened up acoustically a little bit differently. He said, I don't care. I don't care. No, it sounds good. Sounds good. Let me see. I don't believe so. Yeah, it's a nice kit. I like the pacing better. I think you said it came down like 4 BPM. I like the pacing better. It's nice. This autofocus is funky. Yeah, it settles a little bit more. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Let's show some love. Aiton Music Production in the building. Let's dive in. Keep in mind, this is not mixed, so I'm not really gonna touch the mix, only production elements that wouldn't, might necessarily affect the mix as well. Like the bass is too loud and there's some other parts in here that, it's fine. I'm literally not worried about it. You're doing a great job, man. If you don't know Aiton is an amazing producer and composer, great instrumentalist. LBJ, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. They're always looking for vocalists as well. So if you're a songwriter, you're a vocalist, and you're wanting to get yourself out there, Aiton is always looking to work with people, get them on productions, and get some music out there. So definitely reach out to Aiton Music Productions if you think you got what it takes to actually perform well and record well over one of the tracks that you hear from him. He's a great composer, good, just a good friend, good people. So please show some love to Aiton. Show him some love and support, man. Absolutely love what you do. Show some love. Show some love. DeLorean, everything's at the link in my bio. Everything's at the link in my bio. I'll be closing up the line here in a little bit, so it doesn't get too out of control. So once the line is closed, you should still be able to move if you're there. You can go faster. You can move yourself around. But I'll close the line here in the next couple minutes. I like the snare. What snare is that? They said, also I recognize this in the bass. Yeah, Animo, you were probably in the background the last time I sent it, maybe a week ago or so. Okay, DeLorean, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. All right, this is Glass Raindrops by Aiton. Let's dive in. Let's get into some of the details here, man. So here's one thing I want to keep in mind. Here's one thing I want to keep in mind. Google Drive. Oh, what do you mean, Bolty? I want to make sure, some of your message, just depending on what you said, might have been stopped by TikTok, so I don't know if I missed something. But hopefully you can find a way to get into the chat there, or hop over to one of the other platforms as well. One of the things I want you to keep in mind, some of this is on the programming side. Some of this, of course, is for him to send. Oh, okay, yeah. Y'all get in touch. Get in touch. What I want to keep in mind is there's parts of this early drum programming. And again, none of this is mixed. None of this is fully balanced. So I want to keep that in mind as well. Early programming and stuff in here. We're missing, let me back up. I'm going to back up here a little bit. There's parts of this that feels like everything's forward. And so I want to be really, really tasteful with your velocity levels and your amplitude levels, not just loudness in the mix. You'll figure out the mix. I'm not worried about the mix. But there's times that like the vibraphone and the DX and the organ and the drums and the piano and everything feels forward. And to me, that's when you just kind of get into a loudness battle where you start to lose a little bit of your dynamic range. And I would love to regain a little bit of that, especially once we get into the hook. Just because we start to lose some distinction between some of the different elements, especially a lot that fill a similar space, like some of your like bells, your vibraphone, your piano, and stuff like that operate in a very similar pocket here in the song. So, anyways, let's run it from the top. We'll dive into a couple quick details here, but that's one of the first gut reactions. Is I just want to make sure that we're not pushing everything forward so much that we lose a little bit of like the closeness and the tightness of the record here. What's up, Compatai? Welcome in. I mean, there's a lot of beautiful elements here. I love the progression. I love the movements right there. It's really, really well done. So for me, what's up, Jenna? Welcome in. What's up, Jenna? Good to see you. The song feels like walking to a softly lit bar and ordering your favorite drink. Very atmospheric, 100%. I love that description as well. Amazing, amazing, amazing. Okay, so a couple of the things here. So for me, this is where I want to give way to different elements. I think having the like bell tones, vibraphone and stuff like that, as forward as they are, is part of where everything starts to kind of build up a little bit. I would love to, like in this moment, give way to the piano a little bit. So again, I know I'm kind of talking mixed details, but I'm also talking velocity, right? Where we can have some really like soft, intricate elements here that are balanced, better with everything else that we have here. So if you're gonna have a little bit more of a jazzy piano with some trills in there and some really interesting chord progressions, we might need to back off of some of the bell tones and stuff in the background. So those do feel more like wide and atmospheric and chorused or whatever it may be. And they're additive to the piano, not competing with it. And I think that's a little bit of what I'm hearing is some of the elements feel like they're competing against each other, not just in loudness, but also how hard the sample is hitting. And that's why I'm talking about velocity more than like mix. Thank you, Jenna. Is because velocity terms, yeah, exactly, in velocity terms, because for me, it's not just how loud something is, it's also the sample choice within the velocity range that's used, right? If there's 5 different bells that are being used, like 5 different amplitude points in the velocity range of the bells, it might sound better if they're at the 2 or the 3 versus the 4, right? Where it's a little bit sharper, it's a little bit more transient. So I want you to play around with that. Of course, the mix will happen. We can tuck it in a little bit, but that's where we can balance this out just a little bit more as well. Okay, let me get into this here real quick. Let's back it up just a second. Maddie Rose, thank you so much for the submission. I appreciate you. I would also, so here's the thing, Marvin, I kind of agree with you. And and then again, this is where taste comes in. And everyone's different and everyone's perspective is different. It doesn't mean I'm wrong or right or anyone else is wrong or right. Everyone has a different taste. The last kit that Aiton had on here was a little bit more low fidelity. If I remember, I think it was like more cross stick, a little bit more low fidelity. It was crunchy. I really liked it. This one I don't mind. It doesn't sound bad. It doesn't sound bad in any sense. But to me, it is still a little transient. It is still a little snappy and a little punchy. I wouldn't mind if it was like a little softer. Using Gravity by John Mayer as a reference. Yeah, I mean that makes sense. And again, that's why I'm saying it's a taste thing. I could be here and be like, I think you should use a brush kit. That doesn't make me right that it should be a brush kit because that's very subjective. I would maybe like, a brush. It'd be nice to maybe have some brush swipes on the snare with a nice, like either like a reed or a brush on the accents on the 2 and 4. I personally think that would sound really good. But then again, that's where artistry comes in. That's where your own personal creativity comes into. So if you want to try brushes, that's the world that I think having like a soft cross stick or like using brush swipes and a snap on the brush, to me feels like that's the most cohesive. We got a B3 organ in the background. We got some Rhodes and piano and bell tones, a nice bass structure here. That's what to me, yeah, I could agree with that, Marvin. That to me is what feels the most in line, but it doesn't mean it's the right thing if it's not the vision that you have, right? We all know that's how art works. That's how creativity works. If you're like, I want the jazz feel, but I do want it a little bit punchier because the bass is very heavy. That's the other thing to think about, right? Brushes might just get walked over by the bass, right? Because the bass is pretty forward, and it's a pretty heavy VST as well. So, you might run into a situation where you're like, I feel like I need more punch and drive and transience out of the drums because I like the bass. I don't want to touch the bass, and the bass feels really heavy. The other option would then be to like maybe try the brush kit and switch, copy your MIDI down and copy the MIDI down to another VST and use an upright bass and see if the upright bass works really well with a brush kit, so on and so on. You know what I mean? Like back and forth. But yeah, that's kind of what that's kind of what I'm listening for. Lighten up the bass. Exactly. So that's just like, that's the puzzle piece of the production, right? That's the puzzle piece of like, okay, the drums are too snappy, but they do work well with the bass. So if I want a softer drum structure, I need to lighten up the bass, either lower amplitude, bring the velocity range down, turn it down by 3 dB, switch to another bass VST that's a little softer, maybe an upright, maybe a fretless. Like you can start to switch this out just a little bit here, just based on the editing that you do to your structure. What I do like about the kit is that it's not typical, yeah, exactly. 100%. No, I like that too. This is from, sorry, I missed it. I ended up paying 25 for the skip. I intended on adding 5 to my 10 skip. It added total 15 to 10. This is from my daughter, Maddie. Oh, for your daughter, Maddie Rose? Okay, yeah, that's the Maddie Rose that I saw in there. Yeah, I have you on the list. I mean, let me know the trillion upright bass. I do hear a lot. I think Charlie Puth uses the trillion a lot as well. If I'm not mistaken, I think that's what he used for Attention. I think Attention by Charlie Puth is the trillion. I think he used at least something within that. Okay, yeah, I see both of those, Maddie. Let me know. So what that does is that pushes you farther up the list. That moves you quite a bit forward from where you're at. Let me know if you weren't wanting to do that. Yeah, it's really $1. Yeah, I know, that's crazy. You would have to request, I think, something on your end, because I can't like change it from where I'm at since you already submitted in. If you're wanting to drop down the list, it'll take longer if you do that. But you would have to fix it on your end, I believe. So let me know what you want to do. But right now that does push you forward, so that keeps you a little bit farther ahead on the list. Totally up to you what you want to do, but I don't have a ton of control on this end to change that. You would have to, I think, like request the 10 back, I think, or something like that. So let me know what you want to do. Otherwise, you're a bit farther ahead in the line because of that. So that's up to you. All right, let's get a little deeper here. But those are some of the things that I'm listening for, right? Where I think the bells need to give way to the piano a little bit. I think the drums and the bass and the relationship between the two just need to be polished. And I think decisions as far as what is softer, what gives you more energy, so on and so on. That's all that I'm kind of navigating there to make sure that, both all of these things can coexist and they're not taking over the mix or anything like that. Okay, yeah, I got you, Lisa. Yeah, it's already got you in the 25, so that pushed you ahead of everyone else that was in the, yeah, like 20, 15, 10 and below. Yeah, it already pushed you ahead of all of those. I'm sorry if that was a mistake that happened as well, but I appreciate you so much for being here. Can't wait to get into the song. It'll be I think in a couple songs we'll get to it. Thank you so much for tapping in today. I appreciate that a lot. Okay, let's get a little later into the song here. This thing keeps lowering. Oh, there we go. Here's another. Okay, so last time you sent this in, so I'm imagining this as the drummer. We talked about a version of this last time. You don't have to do that, obviously, if it doesn't feel in line with your vision. But here's what I would say. You're doing the off notes on the ride. We already talked about that. I think the thing I mentioned last time, which again, you literally don't have to do, it doesn't matter, was adding the shaker on like the eighth notes, I think, in the middle there to kind of ground it a little bit. So it's not just the off notes on the ride, on the like kind of the ping on the outside, which again, I love the rhythmic texture there. I think that's great. The other thing that you could do to help ground it that I would probably be doing as a drum player would be the foot pedal of the hi-hat, not hitting the hi-hat, but the foot pedal. So if you have sampling within the VST that you're using for the foot pedal, you could tuck that way in the back. You could bring it back, put the velocity super, super low, but either having like 8th notes or 16th notes on that left pedal on the drum set would give you some of that effect of kind of the shaker and some grounding grounding rhythmic elements for the drums without having to add in a whole other shaker or tambourine or something like that. It would feel very much so in line with your production, right? Instead of adding something else, you could just do it within the MIDI and the velocity range that you already have on the VST. I think that would help it. That would be what is, like, I'm trying to think of, like, I would never, like, I'm trying to think of actually like playing that on the drums and what would make this feel the most authentic. What I think would make this feel the most connected. You could be very, very subtle. It would be much more subtle than a shaker or an egg or, a beaded shaker or something like that. And against the shaker, because the melody in my head more matches the weird swing. Yeah, 100%. So I'm trying to think, the foot pedal makes sense to me because that's what a drummer actually would play. Like I'm imagining playing the sequence on the drums and kind of what happens. And there, without a doubt, I would have that left foot going, at least on, you know what I mean? Like it would have a little bit of that lift right there. You could keep it way in the background, put the velocity at 5, and just like tuck it way back in the mix on the VST mixer or something like that, and just have it in the background right there. That will help give you that 1, 2, 3, 4, or if you want to do the 8th notes or 16th notes, of course you can. That'll feel more natural than a shaker, and it won't interrupt as much as a shaker will. I was like adding in a splice loop of a 16th note shaker in stereo that you got to like tuck into a mix and it just doesn't feel natural. Having the pedal, I think would help that structure there. Okay. In the lane, again, mixed detail kind of, but in the lane of getting a vocal in there, you'll want to probably come back with the organ. Again, not necessarily as a mix thing, but as to give space to production elements. You'll probably want to come back just a couple dB. I love it. I love what it's doing. I love where it sits, but it's just a little forward, so it's going to be harder to get a vocal in the middle of the mix right there. I love what it's doing. Luna, welcome in. Yeah, which is fine right now because there's no vocal, but you'll want that space. That will be kind of like your main element right there, and so you just don't want too many things that kind of interrupt that. But man, yeah, it's a beautiful production. I really love the progression. I love the feel. I love the whole vibe of it. It's beautiful. Here's what I think would be nice here. So I can't remember because I don't have the list in front of me again. But in talking through this little portion right here, so I love the change in progression. I love the sound design. We bring it down to just like the bass and the ride right here. In order to smooth this out and make it feel like it's its own entity in the song and it kind of lives in its own space, I would love to smooth out the bass here. So I don't mind the boom, the boom, boom, these staccatos, these mutes and lifts and stuff like that happen throughout the rest of like the main hook and the verses, where we have some little breaks and some string stops and stuff like that are happening to create more rhythmic energy and stuff like that. In my mind, in order to like clarify this like bridge right here, it would be nice to just even do like whole notes on the bass. And just like keep it really smooth and really easy and less staccato, less punchy. Once again, to pull that portion of the song in a little bit closer, let the vocalist have some space to do something. Luna, thanks for the rose, appreciate it. And just open up the section a little bit so it doesn't feel like there's too much of the same energy. Even though sonically it changes, there's a lot of the same energy throughout the song of the same staccato lifts, every chord change, some of the same sound design. So I think pulling that in a little bit closer and the song just breathing for a second. So it's like it's smoother, it's softer, it's open, it feels a little bit easier to kind of palette right there. And then when you come back in with the boom, 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 those little stops and string stops and stuff like that, it'll feel a little bit more like connected and even right there. And it'll matter more when you go back to the original rhythmic structure. Because I do love the change. I do love the chord progression. I do love the shift in the piano right there, going to just the ride, taking out most of the drums, even leaving the bass. I don't mind it as long as we change the dynamic of it a little bit. I think you'll be perfectly fine. I'm a noob. How we share the live? It's usually like bottom. I don't know. I'm not on my phone. I'm on TikTok on the computer, but I think it's usually like bottom right of the screen. I'm pretty sure. Oh, you just did it. You found it. I appreciate it. Noise Tunes, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Yeah, bottom right there. I was like, wait, I'm trying to see if like my screen's totally different. Yeah, as soon as you did that, you got it. Bolty, no, I'll never play it without you. I'll never play it without you. But yeah, you'll be able to see where you're at in the line if you're over there. So if you want to check the line, same place that you submit. Hey, thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate that so much, man. If you want to see the line, same place you go to submit, there's one that says see the queue. There's a tab that says see the queue, and then you'll be able to see exactly where you're at in line, so you can double check where everything's at. All right, let's get into the outro really quickly. We'll keep it going. Shout out to the family, man. Shout out to Aiton. I do love the organ. This is a song that could have a vocal. You know what I mean? This is a song that deserves a solid vocal, man. Y'all show some love to A10 Music Productions in the building. In the building, man. That's the family. I absolutely love A10's music. It's creative, it's weird, it's quirky, it has nuance to it, which I'm such a fan of. So, man, please show some love to the family. A10, you know we got you back. You know we love you. Thank you so much for stopping by, man. Thank you for sending this back in. This is really close to me. As far as feeling like it's on the verge of being ready to mix. I think if you just lock in sound design choices, lock in dynamic range, that to me is largely what this needs. Man, show some love one more time. We got Stowe in the building. Let's keep it rolling. We got Stowe. We got Kingston. Kingston, I appreciate the push from you as well. But we got, let me see, Stowe, Kingston, Maddie Rose, Bolty, Elias, Danny, and DDF in the building. I'm going to go ahead and close up the line, y'all. I'm going to go ahead and close up the line. Let me refresh here really quick. Let's see. Yeah, we got to close up the line because that's getting too full. All right, I'm going to close up the line, y'all. If you are in line, you should still be able to move around. So if you want to add to yours, you want to go faster, you got to get away or whatever it may be. You should still be able to do that. You should still be, as far as I'm aware, you should still be able to do that. But I'm going to close it to new submissions since it's already really, really full. So let's keep it going. Let's keep it going. We got Kingston there. Let me see. Hold on real quick. That's okay. So Kingston, you're up next. Sorry. I just got to see what's on the top here. I got to see what's on the top. Sometimes it changes the order. So I'm making sure that things are where they're supposed to be. All right. Kingston, you're up. Kingston's in the building. I'm putting effort in different ways, getting more organic exposure. This is a song zoomed in one way about how my wife and I met, but also the glory, beauty, and challenge of the best relationships. Let's get it. This is out on all platforms as well. So please go like it, stream it, add it to your playlist. Better Than a Dream by Kingston. Let's run it. Any details you have on production and stuff like that, let me know. Let me know the role that you play in your music.
Midnight, dreaming on Hollywood Boulevard. Saw you like an angel from another world. Yeah. We were traveling then, there was smoke and fire. With conversations burning in our hearts. Oh, the way that you move takes me to the moon and I'm overrun.
Nice.
It's better than a dream. You next to me in the setting sun. I'll take whatever comes my way. Even if the dark has something to say. You take the pleasure, I'll take the pain. 'Cause just for you, I'd do anything.
Nice.
Do anything. Still thinking of you all the time.
Good double track.
Waves of
Great voice.
the ocean dance with the tide.
Altaloon, welcome in.
Imagine if the day would come
I love the triplets too.
where
Gives
you
it such a
and
great
me
energy.
would be the only one. Yeah. Oh, the way that you move takes me to the moon and I'm overrun. It's better than a dream. You next to me.
Yes, it
in
is.
the setting sun.
Drop the artist name and the song name in the chat. Angela, thank you for the follow. A little of the strike vibe too. Oh, there's the sax. Come on. Great instrumental hook. Great instrumental hook. Yeah, sax in the back.
I'll take whatever comes my way. Even if the dark has something to say. You take the pleasure, I'll take the pain.
What's up, Maddie? Welcome in.
'Cause just for you, I'd do anything.
Such a good melody. Really well done. Really, really well done. Y'all, please show some love, show some love, show some love. That is Kingston right here in the chat. Really, really well done, man. Great musicianship, great structure. Excuse me. We talked about this at the beginning of the live stream, man. Rosie, thank you so much for tapping in as well. I appreciate you being here. There's some beautiful things about the song. We'll talk about a couple of them. We talked about this at the very beginning of the live stream, having both a really, really strong vocal hook. You don't have to, Rosie. You don't have to. Right now it is because there was 35 people on the free line, so we close it up, but you don't have to. And we have a free line. This is a really, really good vocal structure. And there's two different lines. The free line is just like the free play up to 2 minutes. And then we do a super deep dive, 20 to 30 minute multiple listen breakdown, which is a consultation style where we dive into the details, talk about mix, production, sound design choices, so on and so on. We just had to close that line because things got too crazy today. So I'm trying to compartmentalize a little bit. Hey, sounds good, Vadis. Appreciate you so much. But we talked about this at the beginning of the live stream. One being having a really, really strong vocal hook, good melodic structure, so on and so on, and also having a really distinct instrumental hook on the song as well. This has that in spades. Having a really, really, I mean, in this case, off the F, right? That melody right there is so addicting. It's so strong. It is really, really, really well done. But this is one of the powerful things about a well-structured song where you have distinct vocal hooks. So the hook itself is catchy with the melodic structure, with your lead vocal and the lyrics. And on the other side, you have this really, really distinct, clear instrumental hook that's just as catchy as the song. For me, don't do that. I'm gonna remember that melody almost just as much as the song structure with the vocals as well. It's so well done. It's so well done. So let's dive into a couple things because there are some things on the mix side that I wish were clarified a little bit better. A little bit better separation in the mix on a couple details here. But the musicianship is fantastic. I think your writing is great. I think the vocal structure is fantastic. Your actual vocal structure, your performance, I think is fantastic. There's a lot going on in here that I think is very, very well done. Some parts of the mix get a little noisy to me and a little busy for me, and I wish we could kind of polish and separate a little bit. One being, I wish the sax took a little bit of a top line when it came in as a counter melody. It's such a really, I mean, I love sax, dude. I love the 80s. And this reminds me of the Strike. I don't know if you've heard like the Getaway by the Strike. This reminds me of the Strike a lot too, where you have these really good, powerful, anthemic hook. It's super, super powerful, interluded by and kind of interjected by these like sax solos and guitar solos and stuff like that. You do a beautiful job of doing that, but it's so far back in the mix that I don't really get that jump out of the mix that I wish I was hearing a little bit more of. When that saxophone comes in, same thing on the pre-chorus as well. When the pre-chorus comes in, that lead vocal dives back in the mix as we bring in other vocal layers. So those double tracked vocal layers and harmonies on the outside kind of take over the mix. But since they're brighter and airier and they don't have the body of your lead vocal, I lose the legibility of the lyrics there a little bit. And so there's a couple little things like that where your actual performance, I think, is great. I think lyric structure is great. I think the production is awesome. I think the musicianship is fabulous. The overall song structure, I think you nailed it. I think it's so good. Couple little things where I feel like we're losing separation in the mix. If a couple things like that in the future are taken care of, dude, you're golden. It's so good. Let's run it from the top. We'll chop through a couple quick things, but those are the bullet points. So we'll kind of see where those fit in the song. But for the most part, man, it's so well done. And again, like y'all are hearing an artist here. This is very polished. You know what I mean? Like it's very well done. It's really, really polished for the most part. And they have 14 monthly listeners. So I'm just, man, I'm proud of you for putting yourself out there. I'm proud of you for putting in the work and investing in your craft, investing in good producers, good musicians, and working on your own craft. You're doing a fantastic job, man. Seriously. Really, really great job. 14 monthly listeners is crazy for this level of quality. So I'm excited for you to polish this up even more. And of course, find the methodology of creating exposure for your music as well in a way that, really connects, to you as the one doing it and also connects to an audience, man. Definitely talented. Definitely talented. So let's run it from the top. Well, I already bullet pointed most of that, so we should be able to move pretty quickly through it. But yeah, great job, man. And you got a bunch of music out too. You got a bunch of music out on platforms too, so definitely show some love. Yeah, went up to 90, now back to 14. I'm trying to expose more people to your music organically and stuff like that too. Yeah, it's gonna fluctuate. You'll get added to a playlist. Like I've had stuff, my own music as an artist it's not a big part of my business at all. What I do full time is very separate from that as far as production, mixing, and session work and stuff like that. So I don't put a ton of focus on my own music, but even with my own music, there's been times where it's fluctuated by thousands, where, it jumps around a lot, depending on playlisting, depending on marketing, depending on how often I post and which platforms I post to and the methodology behind it. It's going to run around, but there's nothing that's going to beat, finding creative ways that connect to your audience to just bring exposure to your music. That's going to be your highest potential upside. So anyways, let's run it from the top. Early introduction of the vocal. I love it. Great for your streaming threshold. That 30-second threshold is amazing. Dev, welcome in. What do you think about Tool? I haven't used Tool. I'm not super familiar. Anima said, re-recorded the piano with the metronome after 25 minutes of trial and error. I finally got to take that. Isn't just got to quantize a bit. Let's go, Anima. Let's go. Let's go.
On Hollywood Boulevard.
I love the raw. So it's a double tracked acoustic. It's not stereo mic'd. It's a double tracked acoustic, but it's kind of a raw. It's a little loose. I don't actually, in this context, I don't mind that. It is double tracked left and right and then panned out. But it's a fairly loose. It's not perfect as far as like matching pattern. I like that it's a little bit loose. It makes it feel a little bit more organic, which I can appreciate.
Saw you like an angel from another world.
Oh, the band? Yo, no, I'm not familiar.
We were traveling, then there was smoke.
Let's go, King. Yeah, you'll make it happen.
With conversations burn.
I also love you have like gang vocals in the background too. That's a nice stack on those vocals. It feels really sharp, really punchy. It gives the song a little bit more weight.
Oh, the way that you move takes me to the.
What's up, Kyle? Welcome in. We're closed up for today. I will be live again tomorrow, though. So anyone that wants to submit your music, just tap in tomorrow. We're closed to new submissions tonight, but I'll open up the line again tomorrow. Just make sure you're following either on Twitch, TikTok, or YouTube. Yeah.
It's better than a dream.
So even here, this is kind of, I think, the reason behind a little bit of what's going on is there's a lot of really great. I mean, I love the high octave. I love the double track of the accented vocals right there with the high octave and the falsetto. Beautiful. I love introducing a little bit more of that snap and that punch behind the drums right there. They're saturated. They're crunchy. I like it a lot. Like there's so many things. Lisa, Kyle, thank you for the follow. There's so many things that I love there. Whoops, don't break the mic. There's a lot of things that I love right there. Also, what's being introduced is a lot of so there's a lot of really like bright room and like plate reverbs and stuff in the background too. I think that's a little bit about, or that's a little bit of where I'm getting some of that kind of like noisiness in the background of the mix. I kind of wish like the drums and the bass were a little like tighter, deader, a little bit more direct. And then even like your accent vocals were maybe a little bit more dry and a little bit more direct, because you fill out the hook dramatically, right? The hook goes crazy and, you know, a bunch of life comes into the mix. It'd be nice to get a little bit more contrast to where certain elements didn't feel so set into space, but they felt like punchy and direct, because it's great. It's great stuff. It's a good vocal. It's good layers. The drums are nice, but I think there's elements of this mix that are being filled in and kind of disguised by reverb. And it would be nice to create, you know, a little bit more of a direct signal right there, because the production is filling out. You don't need to focus on width with reverb, because you got double tracked guitars, double tracked vocals, you got like wide synths, and there's some drone pads in the background. The mix is going to be wide. You have a lot of good stereo elements in there. I don't think we need to disguise or overcompensate with reverb in order to create that openness and that vibrancy. I think it's more inherent in the mix than you think. So I would just maybe dial that back in just a little bit in order to get a little bit, again, better clarity, better punch, and better separation between all these different elements here. Because everything that I hear, I like. As far as like production goes and vocals go, I really like it. What's up, Shane? Welcome in. How far in are we? Line is closed already, Shane, but we'll be live again tomorrow. We're about 2 hours in.
You next to me is my way. Even if the dark has something to say.
That's nice. It's a great melody. Great. That's what I'm saying. Everything that I see here, or everything that I hear here, I like. It's a great melody. It's a strong vocal, beautiful harmonies, you know, muted guitars, double tracked acoustics, wide synths. Like, it's a nice song, man. It's a really nice song, and it's a good balance of all of those elements. Just allow them to live, I think, with a little bit more clarity, and you're going to be in a great spot. You're going to be a great spot, man. There's nothing about this that I'm mad at all. It's really well done. Good quality.
You take the pleasure, I'll take the pain. 'Cause just for you, I'd do anything.
Yeah. And like this right here that beautiful, like that whole melody right there, keep that forward, keep that powerful. Like, again, even that I would have as a replacement for the top line. Vocal comes in strong, vocals leave the mix, and we push the, you know, the actual like synthesis in the background on the layers there forward. It's beautiful, man. It's a gorgeous instrumental hook. Gorgeous instrumental hook. That is so catchy. It's well done. I love that feed right there. It's awesome. It's awesome. All right, let's get into this next hook here. I want to get into a little bit of the sax coming in, and then we'll move on. So like even the little synth, or not the, I'm sorry, the synth, the saxophone in the background right there, those little elements right there, even that is washed in reverb, so it's completely covered in reverb in the background right there. That to me, I want that like, man, some reverb on it, sure, but I want that like dry and like front. Like as soon as you hit that last vocal and we're interluding with the saxophone, I want that to be in my face. Like I want that to be like really forward, really, really strong. Think of like, again, like the Strike, think of the Midnight, like think of like bands, and they're more on the synthwave side, but bands like that have done, you know, or, you know, 1975, kind of in that vein. When you think of bands like that introduce elements like saxophone, 80 cents, analog work and stuff like that, having that push and pull in the mix, writing the fader, automating well is so vital. It's so vital. And to me, the sax is such a tasteful element in this song that it's like, in the place that it's in right now, it almost might as well not be there because it's so subtle. It doesn't add that tension with its scaling that it's doing right now that I think it could. I love that it's there. Don't get me wrong. I love that it's there, but it's so quiet that it's not really offering that punch that I think it could. So in the future, man, if you're going to add an element like that, whether, you know, a clarinet, saxophone, or, you know, a trumpet in the background to kind of push the energy there a little bit more, some brass stabs, allow them a little bit more space. And I can almost assure you the people, like if this whole mix here dried up a little bit, again, it sounded full, but punchy and direct and strong and vibrant. These lead elements came in really beautifully. It's almost an assurance to me that people would connect a little bit more to it because the song feels closer. You know what I mean? It doesn't feel like you're hearing the song, but you're hearing the song from 15 feet away, where it's like everything has so much reflection on it and it's so covered in reverb that everything kind of feels like it's far away. Now, sure, a huge gated reverb on the snare, you got a synth, Rhodes in the background, some plucky Juno synth, a big washy reverb on there, 100% background vocals with some reverb, definitely, right? I'm not saying to dry everything up and have no reverb, but being really tasteful with how that exists in the mix, I think could be really, really, really nice because the song itself is fantastic. I think it's really, really good. Maybe a re-release when things, but yeah, depending on your distribution, you can re-upload the file. You can re-upload the file and push it forward. I think that'd be great. Let's get into the outro here really quick. I want that like 3 dB louder. It's such a good melody. It's such a good melody, man. Show some love. Show some love. Thank you for the rose. I appreciate you so much, man. Show some love to Kingston, man. I'm shocked at the amount of exposure that you have currently with how good your music is, man. You're really, really talented. You're a great writer. It's great song structure. It's great musicianship. And overall, a really well-balanced mix. Like I said, it's a little overdrive maybe on the reverb, which is, to me is removing some closeness and some emotion from the song. And if you can, navigate that and mitigate that, I think you'll be in a great spot, man. But obviously talented. Very, very, very talented, man. Show some love. Show some love. Kingston, you're amazing. The song you just heard is out on all platforms, y'all. Go stream it, go like it, go add it to your playlist, go show it some love and support. Definitely go boost their algorithm, man. I'm proud of the work that you're putting in, man. It's really, really well done. We got Stowe in the building. I see Stowe in the chat. We're going to go straight into it. Stowe, I believe I've heard your music before. Let me know. Let me know. I get confused sometimes with the names, but I think I have. But please remind me if I haven't. Either way, let me know the role that you played in this song and let me know kind of the details of what we're about to listen to. This is Party Won't Stop by Stowe, also a release song. We had a lot of release songs today. I think all, actually. I think every song. I think the one file I got was also a released file. So let's get into it. Let's dive into some of the details here. We're going to keep it rolling. This is Party Won't Stop by Stowe right here in the chat. Let's pull it up and let's run it. Let's keep it rolling. Keep it moving. I never submitted. This is the only song I have out. Well, Stowe, welcome in. I might be getting confused with another artist name, but thank you so much for submitting then. I appreciate that a lot. Let's dive into it. I can't wait. Yeah, okay, that being the case, talk to me about the role that you play in your music as far as production, mix, vocals, things like that. This is the only song that they have out. So, Party Won't Stop by Stowe. Let's get into it. Waiting for the double. Yep, there it is. There's the double track. I was waiting for it.
It's Friday, getting late, out here on the interstate, moving slow, stop and go, on the gas and on the brake, finger snapping, AC blasting, nothing bring me down a day. Joe straight, Brooks and Dawn, got a smile upon my face.
Nice.
Out of my name, son. Let's not wake it or sleep in Lord till Sunday night. Let's get the party going.
Nice.
Monday morning to swell the acting right. If you need me, I'll be needy. Been a real good time. It ain't the invitation only. All my friends are gone and the party won't stop 'cause the sun comes up. Saturday on a lake, coolest for the bearing safe. Music's loud, boats are out, looking for the party crowd. Miller time, high life, Alan Jackson, good time. Better keep them glasses on, looking for a tail out of
From Alabama, let's go. Country that's not AI. It's rare. It's rare these days. Stupid chair.
Let's get the party going. Come Monday morning, swell the acting right. If you need me, I'll be needy. Been a real good time.
That's
It ain't
funny.
the invitation only. All my friends are gone and the party won't stop. 'Cause
Nah, this
the
is great.
sun comes up.
That's great. Great musicians. Distinct instrumental hook. I'm telling you.
Awesome.
Tab stop. People don't know. People don't know, Tef.
It's the weekend, no sleeping, Lord, till Sunday night. Let's get the party going, come Monday morning to swell.
Who makes this?
Acting right. If you need me, I'll be needy, been a real good time. It ain't an invitation, no way. All my friends are going and the party won't stop. Cause I said the party won't stop. Cause I said the party won't stop.
Okay,
the
now,
sun comes up. It's Thursday.
Man, show some love. Show some love. Show some love. Excuse me. Jesus. Stowe. Right here in the chat. Stowe right here in the chat. Show them some love and support. Once again, this is like the third or fourth artist today. The third or fourth artist today that has phenomenal, really high quality, well-structured music. Mixed well, balanced well, great musicianship, good instrumental hook and vocal hook. 15 monthly listeners. This is the power of social media. This is where you got to be performing. You got to be going live. You got to be posting content. I also say this and hate it and don't do it myself oftentimes. What's up, front room? Good to see you. Appreciate you tapping in. Excuse me. But man, y'all show some love to Stowe. Let's get back into it. Kingston, I sorry if I missed the rose earlier, but I appreciate you so much for sending that in. Let's run it, man. Let's run it. It's really, really well done, man. Incredible. Like we talk, I mean, we've mentioned it every time, but I want to keep drawing y'all's attention to this. Because for me, this is one of the most important aspects of your music is having elements of your music that people can latch onto, elements of your music that are repetitive, elements of your music that are recognizable. If people can't recognize your song, what are we doing? If they can't hear your song and know it's your song because you just changed the lyrics and the melodies and the structure and the instrumentation too many different times, so if it came on again, they wouldn't even know what part they were hearing, then you're going to be missing out on a lot of people that could fall in love with your music and your charisma and your artistry. And so it's so vital. It's why we've talked about it with almost every artist today. Having an instrumental hook in addition to your vocal hook is so vital. This is a great example of a really, really solid instrumental hook as well as vocal hook, mixed well, balanced well. I mean, as soon as I heard this first left Telecaster on the left side, I was like, here comes the double track. 3 seconds later, double track came in. It's doing everything you want it to do. It's very, 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 very well done. Listen up, Torvik is one of the most talented producers in the scene. Man, front room, I appreciate you so much, man. A lot of love. Appreciate you so much, man. Hope y'all are up and running, doing good. But man, show some love to Stowe. Let's run it. Let's get it from the top. Party Won't Stop by Stowe. It's their only song out, and it is out. So please show some love. Go stream it, go like it, go add it to your playlist, and we're going to keep it rolling. As soon as I heard that, I was waiting. Here it comes. Boom. There's the double track. That's the power of a really, really solid double track. It's a really, really solid double track. Boom. Left and right. Opened up beautifully. Tone on the guitar is fantastic. It's amazing. It's well done. Listen to his feedback. I've been in the game since 1984. Yeah, I'm holding knows his craft, man. That's love. That's love, man. I appreciate it so much. Thank you for the kind words. Ben Kirsch is here on TikTok. He's based out of Nashville. Incredibly talented guy. Yeah, obviously, it's apparent. It's apparent. This stupid chair. This chair keeps falling down. Every 5 seconds, I go, it gets notched down. Anyways, let's run it. I mean, we're starting off with a clear, distinct fingerprint on the song of that melody. It's so clean. It's so sharp. And we're going to hear this 6 other times throughout the song, man. That's part of what makes it so solid. So solid.
Out here on the interstate, moving slow, stop and go, on the gas and on the brake, finger snapping, AC blasting, nothing bring me down today. Joel Stray, Brooks and Dawn, got a smile upon my face.
Strong, powerful, like forward vocal, like the whole structure here is fantastic, man. I'm a fan. Again, this is well, yeah, just like Tef said, it's well-crafted country music. It feels authentic. It feels forward. You're hiring great musicians, man. I'm telling you, as someone who does everything themselves, like I'm a session musician by trade as well, but like so by default, I do all of my own session work. I know how challenging it can be to be good at everything. how challenging it can be good. It is to be good at everything. And so like in this case, you're like, man, I know I really want to get this music out there. I know that I need to have like good musicians on here, and you hired great musicians, and it makes such a difference. It makes such a difference of just hiring a great guitarist, a great engineer. You hired a great drummer, and they know what they're doing. They positioned everything well. Like, man, it's so good. I've had a lot of luck on Fiverr. I've got to go to steel guitar and drum 100%. I used to do some work on Fiverr back in the day. I did some holistic production stuff, and then some like engineering that I did on Fiverr every once in a while. You never know, man. I mean, if you can vet your people, because they have a lot of people that on Fiverr, they're charging for stuff and then sending people AI. So you got to be aware of that. There is a lot of AI on Fiverr that people aren't knowingly paying for, engineers as well as session musicians. So be aware of that. Be aware of that, just because it is an issue where people are like charging, $300 to drum on a song. They send them some AI bullshit, and then their account gets taken down and deleted, and they just pocket the cash and create another account. So be aware of it. It exists. It's there. But you found some great people. You'll know if all of a sudden you're a lap steel guitarist sends you some like weird, steel guitar that sounds like it randomly turns into a violin. You'll know. You'll know. But if you've got some good people, stick with them, and or like hire them outside. From someone who is on who used to do some work on Fiverr. To be honest, and you might have already done this, Stowe, you might have already done this, hire them outside. Fiverr takes at least 20%, if not some other, fees and stuff in there, because I know, because I was on the other side of it. So, for every, $100 you're sending someone, they're taking 20 of it. Plus, what's up, Patrick? Welcome in, man. I appreciate you tapping in. So if you have the ability to, and you trust them, and they're good at their work, and you've done some sessions with them, and they're executing well, it could be very worthwhile, to, hey, reach out to a DM there and say like, hey, where can I reach out to you directly? I would love for you to get your whole funds. You know what I mean? Because then if you pay them a couple $100 for, if you pay them a couple $100 to do some session work or whatever it may be, they're going to take a decent try. I just remember because some guy hired me on there to do synths at one point, and another guy hired me to do, there's a bunch of different stuff, but a guy hired me to do guitars in there at one point. It was like a $300 session or something like that. And I think they took like $65 of that. And so at the end of the day, I only got like $235 for what was, you're good. You tipped. That's awesome. They didn't tip. And so it was one of those situations where it can be beneficial to just go directly if you can. Speaking from the flip side, right? Speaking from someone who has worked with session musicians and kind of knows the other side of it as well. But that's a whole other thing. Okay. Let me get a little deeper into it. Jack, you can't. Okay, sorry. Y'all know I'm missing. I'm on 3 different platforms, y'all. I know I'm missing questions. Guess you can't even ask questions for free. That's goofy. All right, let's get a little deeper into it. People are so funny. You don't have to get butthurt in the chat, dude. While I'm quite literally in the process of like answering questions and like talking through the artist that we're listening to. All right, anyways. Great chromatic walks, great buildups, the energy's there, mix is beautiful. Yeah, you're crushing it, Stowe. So I think what the question answered. It's like whatever, like man, if you can't read between the lines, whatever. Y'all know me. I take forever on the songs, and I try to answer questions in between. I'm doing my best. I'm gonna just go to bed for fuck's sake. I'm tired of my bed. No, you're good. You're good, man. We're good. You don't even have to. I'm already answering stuff, man. I'm doing my best, all while spending way too much time, man. So I'm already spending way too much time, man. How are you? Okay, so I know you hired out session musicians and the engineer. How are you tracking your vocals, man? This is beautiful. Let me skip a little bit farther forward, but man, beautiful double tracking, great musicianship across the board, man. If this is your first record out there, you're ready to go. You're ready to go. Keep with the people you're working with. Just, stay in control and stay in your lane as far as like building the structure that you have and being really consistent. You're good to go. Yeah, Jack, sorry. Yeah, I know I'm missing comments. I'm live on Twitch, YouTube, and TikTok all while trying to like listen to the songs and break it down. So it's, I'm sorry if I'm missing some stuff too. I went to Nashville to track live vocals with Ben. It was my first experience with everything. Yeah, he did a great job, man. I don't know what he's used. You could maybe, if you remember, you can let me know. But I don't, I'm assuming he's using at least like a pretty decent like tube microphone potentially. You have this really great natural breakup at the top, either a good tube microphone or into a good like transformer preamp to create that little saturation, that little fuzz right at the top, that little bit of breakup that just pushes those mids forward. It sounds beautiful, man. It sounds so good. The fact that this is your first song, first experience doing it, yeah, it's great. Sounds like U47. I mean, yeah, it's got that really nice, or even a 67, like really nice mid push. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. It's beautiful.
On a lake, coolest folk.
Yeah, pin it. Yeah, Jack, if you're still here, pin the comment. I'm gonna finish up the song here in the next 2 minutes, 3 minutes or whatever. Pin the comment and I'll try to answer the question out of this. Sorry for missing it earlier. I'm doing too much.
Being safe, music's loud, boats around, looking for the party ground. Miller time, high life, Alan Jackson, good time, better keep them glasses on, looking for a tan.
Dude, great clarity. It's so good. Yeah, it's so good. I love it, man. Stowe, I'm a fan. Keep doing your thing. One thing I would recommend, Stowe, is you don't have, I'm looking here. One of the first things, this artist has a claimed profile in Spotify for Artists. You need to update some information on your Spotify for Artists. I know it's your first release and maybe it potentially just came out, but one of my first recommendations would be to get your profile under control. So it is claimed by you through Spotify for Artists, but there's no information. So updating, basically what it defaults to is your cover art becomes your profile. Yeah, dude, of course. Your profile, your artwork for the song becomes your profile picture, and then there's no banner, there's no description, there's no linked accounts or anything like that. That's one of the biggest ways. There's a lot of SEO on Spotify as well. It's going to be one of the biggest ways that people find you. They identify you and stuff like that. Get a good profile picture, and a good banner, like you in a band or whatever, whatever it needs to be. Right, you can update that as well, and then get a strong. You get 1,500 characters of SEO of optimized. Search optimized words and stuff like that on Spotify, which is really valuable. So go fill out all your Spotify for Artist information. Use a bunch of words. Talk about where you're from, your influences, what you want to do, your perspective behind making music, some of your story. Tag some other. You could actually at other artists as well. So tag some other artists that you take influence from, because that creates some through line in SEO between their accounts and yours as well. So on and so on. Right. Things like that. It makes a big difference. Okay, and I think I saw real quick. Okay, once I finish the song, I'll get to the question. Once I finish this song, Jack is basically just looking for a MIDI. Can't go wrong. Jack, if you're still in the building, let me know. The Arturia is going to be the way to go. It's simple. I mean, there's a bunch of cheap ones. There's a bunch of Akai's. There's a bunch of M-Audios. There's Nectars. There's a bunch out there. Right? I have had, so the one that I have right here, this is the one that I use. Obviously, it just depends on what you want to spend. This is the Arturia, the Arturia Keylab Essential 61. The Keylab Essential 61 is fantastic. I've had smaller ones. I've had bigger ones. Right there on the ground. That's my sequencer. Those are mini keys. That's a KeyStep Pro. That's what I use if I'm like sequencing hardware synths and stuff like that. There's smaller ones. So you can get the basic Arturias for like $120. They have some smaller ones for even cheaper. Buy them used for even cheaper. Can't go wrong with Arturia. I've probably had because I had a KeyStep Mini. I have a KeyStep Mini. I have a KeyStep Pro. I have the Keylab 61, and then I've also had some other ones. So I would go with Arturia. I also have an Arturia audio interface. I use the AudioFuse 16 rig as the hub for the whole studio. Arturia is great, man. They have great interfacing. They're plug and play. You don't have to do anything with them. Ishi, thanks for the follow. They're great. So, I mean, if you're asking my opinion based on what I've had the M-Audios, I've had Akai, the MPC, whatever, MPK or whatever it is. I've had the MPKs and stuff like that. I've had probably 12 different, if not more, 12 different MIDI controllers and stuff like that, and a bunch of different synths and stuff like that. I like the Arturia stuff. I think they do a great job. And in fact, when I get rid of this Arturia here, I'm gonna get another one. I'm gonna get the 88. So that to me is always a good move. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that a lot. Let me see real quick question, then we'll close it out. What mic do you have? This is if you're talking about just the one, or what other mics, I have a bunch of other random mics. But this mic in particular is a Neumann M147 tube. And I love it. I think it's fantastic. I use a Novation FL Key Mini and the bigger Novation. Yeah, especially if you have FL Tap. If you're using FL Studio, then something that integrates well with that is perfect. I also have all of the Arturia plugins. So like this keyboard also interfaces with their Arturia plugins really seamlessly, which is great. Arthur Hills, thanks for tapping in. Line is closed for today, Arthur, but we're going to be live again tomorrow. I'm using Neumann 107. Hell yeah. Neumann's great. I have two Neumanns, and I like them for different things, but they do a great job. Great build quality, good sound. I like them a lot. Yeah, we're closed for today. For anyone that's wanting to submit, we're closed for today, but we will be live again tomorrow afternoon. So definitely tap in. Okay, let's keep it rolling. Get an Oxygen 8 and to a PreSonus interface with a pair of KRK Rockets like a boss. Yeah, I feel like that's almost identical, identical to what I had in like 2014, or no, like 2012 or something like that. Anyways. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. So good. I had some rocket. I think there were sevens or eights or something like that. The first do I use the ATC to my mix still in our yeah, I mean the ears are matter more than anything. But I used to have, I think there were Rocket 7 or 8s. My first pair of monitors ever were these old Rockets. And dude, I think I busted the tweeters on those. So they quite literally didn't have any high end at all. They were nothing but sub, baby. They were nothing but low end boom. And everything sounded like shit that I made coming out of those. They were crazy. Let's go, Stowe. If you need me, I'll be needy, been a real good time. It ain't an invitation, only I'm a bitch calling. The party won't stop, cause I said the party won't stop, cause I said the party won't stop, cause the sun comes up. God, great vocal range, come on. It's Thursday. Come on, man, it's so good. Dude, it's so good. You should be so proud, man. You should be so incredibly proud. Please show some love. Show some love to Stowe in the building. Man, the music has been so good today. So good, so good, so good. That is Party Won't Stop by Stowe. Man, you're absolutely keep the people close to you that you're working with. Keep pushing. Keep updating what you're doing. Get into your for artist profiles for the major ones. YouTube when it distributes there, because YouTube is great. I mean, there's times where like I've had songs that I've worked on, songs that I produced or co-wrote and stuff like that. They've gotten millions of streams on YouTube because of an algorithm or a playlist over there versus something that's happened on Spotify and Apple Music and Amazon and stuff like that. So update those platforms, man, because what you don't want is for like something to kick off or gets added to a crazy playlist on YouTube, which you didn't expect, and there's no information there. So update your artist profile on YouTube, on Spotify and Apple and Tidal and stuff like that. Make sure all that's locked in, man. You're gonna be in a great space, man. I can't wait to hear more from you. You're so talented, man. Keep doing what you're doing. Y'all show some love to Stowe. Show some love to Stowe. Let's keep it rolling. We got Maddie Rose in the building. Maddie Rose. So this is, I think, Lisa. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think it's Lisa here in the chat. Let me know if you're in here. But I think it was submitted for Maddie Rose. So I just want to double check and make sure that the right people. It is yes, it is my daughter's song. So yeah, it's right now. We're running it right now. Zach's in the building. What's up, Zach? I am her momager. Let's go. Lisa, thank you so much for hopping in today. Thank you so much for sending the song. Let's get into it. This is We Were Lovers by Maddie Rose. This is my daughter's soon to be released second song. For some reason, it's it's sounding really familiar. Maybe I've never heard her before, but for some reason the name is sounding really familiar. Let me know if you've sent in her music before, just in case. If not, no worries at all. We'll run it right now and we'll get into it. If you have any details at all, if you do or don't, doesn't matter to me. But if you have any details at all as to how she's going about making music, as far as where she's getting productions, or if she's self-producing, if she's hiring an engineer or engineering herself, so on and so on. Any details like that would be great. This is We Were Lovers by Maddie Rose. Let's go. Soon to be released, second song.
I talked to you yesterday.
Okay, cool.
You said you met someone.
Nice.
You said that she wrote you a song.
Great voice. Great voice.
Confessing her love. What I thought was selfish, but did you tell her about us? When we were sitting on the couch, arms wrapped around each other now.
Little Sabrina Carpenter
Thought we were
edge to it.
just
That fast
friends
vibrato.
somehow. But we were lovers, weren't we?
Really nice voice.
You and I sit in silence, but we're speaking with no sound. Even if you've forgotten now,
Awesome.
I know you remember how we were sitting on the couch, arms wrapped around each other now. I thought we were just friends somehow.
Great mix. Great mix.
If I look back at what we had, I swear it was something. And if it's nothing, why did everyone think we were dating? I think of you just one more time. I swear that it's the last. But still, some part of me just wants the whole thing
Beautiful. Awesome.
On the couch, arms wrapped around each other now. I thought we were just friends, but we were lovers.
Awesome. 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 Y'all, please show some love. That is a coming soon song. That is We Were Lovers by Maddie Rose. Beautiful, beautiful job. Shout out to the momager, Lisa, in the chat. Shout out to Lisa. Thank you so much for sending this in. Let's run it back from the top. This comes out very soon. If you know when, if it's already in distribution, then definitely let us know. Definitely let the people know when it's coming out, if there's a pre-save link, so on and so on. Give us some details there. That way people can show some love and support. Beautiful vocal structure. It's a great production, all real instrumentation too, which is so fun. I mean, we're hearing, live drums, double-tracked acoustic guitars, great harmony structure, real slides and electrics. Like, it's just so fun to hear just really talented musicians, a talented writer and vocalist doing what they do at a high level. Beautifully, beautifully done. Thank you so much for the rose. Is it Denny? Thank you so much. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you for tapping in. I love how unique with Ridge. Maybe the bridge. Maybe the bridge is what we're talking about. Very alternative rock, nice touch to the country vibe, 100%. But man, please show some love. Yeah, the bridge, yeah, 100%. Show some love, show some love. And for anyone asking about submitting their music or getting a song heard, the line is closed for today, but we're going to be live again tomorrow afternoon. So just make sure that you're following. Make sure that you are following or subscribed either here on TikTok or Twitch or YouTube. And we'll open up the line again tomorrow afternoon. So thank you all so much for tapping in. I appreciate y'all being here. All right, let's get into it. Let's run it back from the top. This is "We Were Lovers" by Maddie Rose. I'm showing her all of these critiques. Yeah, it's so good. It's so good. I'm a big fan. I think her voice is awesome. The writing is great. Production structure is fantastic. The mix itself is really bright. It's really vibrant. So we'll listen for a couple small things here, but man, really, really well done. Let's get it. "We Were Lovers" by Maddie Rose. Let's run it from the top. It's a nice balance too on the production side. It's a nice balance too between there's some vocal sampling in the background. So you have this like modern digital edge of like vocal sampling and synthesis and stuff like that. And then also this really warm acoustic mix on, live drums, acoustic guitars and bass and stuff like that. And then a really close proximity vocal as well that gives you this really intimate performance. It's so good. It was a great performance, but I want to hug Torvik. There was a hook, Magic. There was a hook. Listen again. There was a hook. Like there's some vocal sampling in the background there too. Yeah, there was a pretty strong hook. On YouTube. So all of these videos are saved on YouTube. Where do we go to see our share? It would depend on where you shared it. I wouldn't know. It doesn't show me on my end. So if you shared it, if you like reposted it, or if you shared it to your story, you would have to just find your story or something like that. But it doesn't tell me where you shared it. It would have to be on your end. And then every one of the sad, thank you for the follow. Every one of these live streams are saved to YouTube as a VOD. So if you go to the Track Talk live stream playlist on there, everything's there. Yeah. The saved live stream is there. So like we're live right now, but at the end of the live, you'll be able to see the VOD over there. Yeah, of course. Yeah. All right.
I talked to you yesterday. You said you met someone. You said that she wrote you a song confessing her love. What a thought.
And again, we're talking a lot about song structure. This is great song structure. Song structure. When we're talking about like building the melodic base of this, the repetition, so on and so on. That whole structure, that da-da-da, da-na-na-na-na, that whole early part of this, da-da-da, that little pocket right there, is so repetitive. It's very, very catchy, and you're keeping a lot of those elements in play the entire time. So the start of every part of the verse starts in the same way. That makes it really consistent, really repetitive, done in a really, really tasteful way, without it just being like the exact same melodies every time. There's some free. That's why I was saying, loosely speaking, it reminded me of Sabrina Carpenter, where she does a lot of that, where it's there'll be like really consistent melodies in there that are really tight and really sharp and really, really structured, and then kind of floating away from, or sometimes she's almost even talking, and then like looser melodics, but like the start might be the same, or the ending phrase might be the same, or some of the body in the middle might be the same. But this is a good example of like starting really, really consistently, and then maybe floating away from the melody a little bit, and having a little bit of a looser timing structure, and then coming right back into it. It keeps it interesting and engaging to listen to, while at the same time still making sure there's enough repetition of those melodies that you can remember it and it doesn't feel impossible to learn.
The selfish, but did you tell her about us?
Same, ending melody there as well.
When we were sitting on the couch, arms wrapped around each other now. I thought we were just friends somehow.
Again, 4 of the exact same melody back to back, and I mean this in a good way. It's good song formatting, it's good repetition. And if you do that over the course of the song several different times, whether through your verses, your hook, your pre, whatever it may be, that just becomes so sticky and so gluey because of these different elements that are repeated consistently throughout the song structure. And it's done beautifully. That's just good writing, good formatting right there.
We were lovers.
Back to the same melody again. Great songwriting. Yeah, really, really good songwriting, good song structure. Melodics are amazing. We're back to that same melody again. Makes it so easy to learn, so engaging to listen to. So yeah, awesome, awesome writing right off the bat.
Weren't we? You and I sit in silence, but we're speaking with no sound. Even
A really nice, bright, punchy mix on the production. I really like that as well.
if you've forgotten now, I know you remember.
Placement. Great harmonies.
We were sitting on the.
Here's the hook magic, if magic's still in here. That melody loop right there. That's it's already happened twice. That's the second part right there.
Couch, arms wrapped around each other now. I thought we were just friends somehow, but we were lovers, weren't we?
One of the only things that every once in a while, and again, this is subtle because I'm going to be fair. Like it's a really nice mix. It's a great. This is a high quality production. It's great songwriting. There's a lot of things that are just incredibly well done. Incredibly well. I mean, great production, great balance on the mix overall. When you're doing these higher mix points here, like where the production builds up quite a bit, right? This is one of the more climactic moments of the song where all of the instruments are in, all of the vocal layers, so on and so on. When she goes to dip into the lower register of her vocal, those, because of the vibrancy of the mix, those get almost just completely washed out. So you can't really hear any of those lower lyrics, and there's no legibility and separation from those low registers right there. So when she dips down to the do, she goes to a lower register right there after the main hook. One of the things on the mixing side would, obviously it depends on the engineer and kind of depends on how they formatted a lot of this, but maybe I think what's interrupting a lot of that is a couple elements, but I think it might honestly be a lot of the drums. Those are pretty strong in the middle of the mix. Let me back it up here a little bit. Some tasteful mid-side processing could be helpful. It's a pretty wide mix. There might already be some of that in there, but some tasteful mid-side processing, just to carve a little bit of space in the center channel where that lead vocal is, maybe between the acoustic guitars, maybe between the drum bus, whatever it may be, maybe even some of the electric guitars and the slides. Create a pocket where in the center channel of the mix, that vocal can live and it can shine and nothing stepping on its toes. It really lives in its own world outside of maybe, the snare kicking in or, whatever it may be. That'd be nice because every once in a while when that low register kicks in, there's no competition in the mix. The rest of the mix just kind of takes over. I'm going to back it up here a little bit.
Around each other now. I thought we were just friends somehow.
There's a lot, and again, all of this from the standpoint that it's a nice mix. It's really vibrant. It sounds really, really nice. I really don't want to change much, if anything at all. I want to keep it really simple. It's really, really nice, but there's a lot of energy there. So the really bright acoustic guitars, bright electric guitars, it's bright overheads on the drums. They all sound great. They all sound, really, really nice. But that one little spot right there in the middle is where I think we're losing a little bit of energy on the vocal. Just right there in the middle.
If I look back at what we had, I swear it was something.
Awesome.
And if it's nothing, why did everyone think we were dating? I think of you just one more time. I swear that
once in a while, Nocturne, welcome in. Every once in a while, these are quite literally to me like two of the only things that I hear in this mix. It's a really good production, fantastic writing. Like I said, I keep repeating myself. Every once in a while, sibilance on the vocal is a little bit harsh. Those S's, T's, C's, and K's sometimes they slice in the middle. Everything is so acoustic and warm and organic and analog feeling that harshness in the middle of the mix cuts through a little bit more as well. So, I'm assuming there's a de-esser already on the vocal or they're doing some automation on it. It just might be fine-tuning that a little bit. If there is a de-esser, fighting for the frequency, maybe another 2 dB lower on the threshold of that de-esser if there is one there, or tighter automation if they're doing like manual correction of the sibilance there, little things like that. But in this moment right here where everything is already really bright and really full on this bridge, which I love, everything sounds really vibrant and really full. Those S's still really slice through the mix in a way that's a little bit harsh. It's a really good recording of the vocal and it's a really good balance on everything. So it's not crazy, but it can, if you were to turn this up another couple dB or play it a little bit louder in another system, it could potentially come through a little bit harsh. So maybe a little bit of control right there could be nice. But besides, like I said, maybe carving some space for that vocal to live and those lower registers still with some clarity in the mix, I think would be helpful. But it still does sound fantastic. Even there, that's like, I feel like I'm being over picky. It sounds amazing. It's really well done. And then maybe a little bit of sibilant control, and not so much obviously that it suppresses too much of the natural energy of the vocal, but just enough to take away some of the edge of some of the harshness right there. But man, beyond that, this is a beautiful, beautiful song. Nocturne, thank you so much for the gifts. I appreciate that a lot. Rachel Lee and B-Lex, thank you so much for the follows. I appreciate that a lot. If you want to send a beat, we'll be live again tomorrow. We're closed for today, but we'll be live tomorrow afternoon. Thank y'all so much for tapping in. Oops. Hold on. What's going on? Hold on. Why is it hold on one second. This is messing up right now. One sec. I'll finish the song, but this is messing up on me. Where did it go? Maddie Rose. There we go. Yeah. So good. So good, so good, so good. Y'all, please show some love. Show some love, show some love. Amazing, 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 amazing. Y'all, give it up on time for Maddie Rose. Thank you so much, Lisa Rose. Thank you so much for tapping in today. Thank you so much for sending in the song. I appreciate it more than you know. That's amazing, amazing support for your daughter as well. So y'all, everybody show some love to Maddie Rose. If they have music out already, let them know, of course, so people know where they can find Maddie, so on and so on. But y'all, please show some love. Show some love, show some love, show some love. I appreciate you so much for sending that in. That was We Were Lovers. Beautifully, beautifully, beautifully done. Okay, I need to figure something out real quick. Let me know, Bolty, I got you. I see you in here. Let me know, Kai Seeley, let me know. I'm just trying to figure something out administratively on my side. Were you in the free line earlier? Just so I'm just trying to make a note of something here really quick. Or did you just submit straight away? Let me see. I'm trying to figure something out here. Her first one is called Show Me the Light on Spotify. Thanks. Yeah, definitely check it out, Joe. Definitely check it out. Let me see. Bolty, hop in the chat. Bolty, let me know that you're here. And then let me know, Kai Seeley, let me know where you're at as well. I'm trying to figure something out here because I closed the line, but I got a submission. Submissions were closed. There's Bolty. I see Bolty. Submissions were closed, but I still got one, but I'm wondering if it came up from the free line, and that's what I'm trying to figure out. But we got Bolty in the building. Let's run it, y'all. I got time for a handful more. I can't take on too many more, so just keep in mind if you do end up having to have yours saved, just because I need to get dinner. I haven't eaten largely all day, so I do, and I've already been on for almost 3 hours already, so I do need to make sure that I get food here in a minute as well. And just in case yours isn't heard as well, you can either just through the platform you can request a refund if that's the easiest for you, and or you can save it for the next time, and I'll pull it up tomorrow or whenever you're able to come back in. You were in the free line and I paid. I like your feedback so far. Thank you, Mindy. Okay, I appreciate it so much. I just wanted to double check, just because sometimes it doesn't tell me, and I was confused because I saw who I had in the line. and I closed new submissions and then got a submission. I was like, wait, hold on, what's going on? But I got you. Sorry, I just wanted to make sure. I appreciate you so much. Thank you for doing that. All right, let's keep it going. We got Bolty in the building. Bolty's here. Of course, Lisa. I appreciate you so much. Thank you for sending that in. This is Bolty Latitude instrumental parentheses add vocals. I'm good for this track, Libby. Thank you so much. Maybe after this one, I'll grab a meat stick or something random. Should I add vocals? It's a super huge banger as an instrumental. I think it's my best song as far as production. Sync placement, question mark. All right, let's get into it, Bolty. I think it's my first time hearing you, Bolty, if I'm not mistaken. But let me know. Let me know. Yeah, give me any details you want me to have. Drop it in the chat. They're asking if they should add vocal, so on and so on, and any details on that. But yeah, talk to me about the way that you're producing, things like that. Let's get into it. Nice. What are you producing on? Yeah, I know what you're talking about, Stowe. I know what you're talking about. Yo, show some love. So that was totally the wrong one, but it works. It was it's the wrong one. Dang. All right, hold on. Let's okay, so give me some details on this one. Still a banger. Yes, it's still dope. Yeah, talk to me a little bit about what, it's still great. Still a banger. But let's dive into it. Let's get into some of the details here. We'll talk through a couple things. But yeah, definitely give me some details on this. Talk to me about how you're producing, what you're using to produce, how you're coming up with sounds. I would love some details on the background here, especially because there is no vocal structure. Now, here's my one of the biggest questions of what you were doing early on, and this will help us move a little bit faster too. One of the questions was like, should I add vocals? Here's one of the things that I experience in listening to this is the kind of over repetition of the same sound designs all the time without having a vocal structure here. So having the dun, 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 having that really like saw, like almost like ring modulated, like snappy saw in the middle, like that stack right there in the middle right there. That to me over the long term, hearing that same sound design, same melodic structure, or similar melodic structure at the top there, it can get a little, not even necessarily grating or anything like that, but I think the even though it's a really cool sound, living in its space, the repetition of having that there the whole time, I think can get a little bit monotonous, even though it's cool. Even great things happening too often can become monotonous and feel like it's a little flatlined as far as like the dynamics and the energy go. So what I think could be good is use this as your drop, where that big synth sound design and those high lead melodies that you have that are really, really cool. 100%. Yeah, mold it a little bit here. I would save that for these big breakdowns and maybe have lower verses that are simpler with a vocal structure or a different synth or a vocal structure on it, however you want to get vocals on there. Get some vocals on there potentially, and allow that to live in your verses, build up like crazy, and then boom, 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 and go into the big breakdown with that high synth right there. And in between those melodies, you chop the vocal up and you kind of mix it in and balance it in right there. I think little things like that, I think could be really helpful so that you don't have too much of the same sound design all the time. Like the benefit of most like big EDM records, dubstep records, electronic records, even like hardstyle stuff like that. The benefit is being able to move back and forth between vocal buildup and then production breakdown mixed in. And being able to go back and forth makes it feel more interesting. It makes it feel more engaging to listen to. I do think that'd be helpful for you, to kind of break it up just a little bit here, as far as it, again, even a really cool sound, even a really cool breakdown becoming too familiar over the course of a longer song. But y'all, please show some love to Bolty. Let's keep it running here. I'm trying to do better about like hearing it, explaining as much as I can, and then you know, being able to go faster through the next part there. See, I'm a pop artist. This is an experiment, but good to help. Dude, 100%. If you're a pop artist, then this is a great experiment for you. You're doing a great job. You know, I wouldn't shy away from it at all. On the mixing side, just really briefly, again, most of the production structure I think is awesome. It's really interesting, even, you know, hopefully as you can mold it and shape it a little bit more. On the mix side, it's got a little bit of this like classic Pultec style, might not be, but you know, Pultec style U-shaped EQ curve where 10 to 12K is kind of cranked up, and like 100 hertz and below with a broad bandwidth is really broad Q is really cranked up as well. So you get this U shape. You have the top end boost, low end boost, and that's really inflated. So it's really bright and kind of, you know, brittle, even hissy at the top end of like your synths. It sounds like it's happening on the master synths, your drums, your hi hats, high end of the, you know, the lead synth and stuff like that. And the low end is big and broad and boomy and really, really thick. I don't mind that to a point, but I would balance it a little bit better and warm up the middle a little bit more. So just as an example, if you're up 6 dB at 100 hertz, bring that back down to like 2 or 3. If you're up, you know, 6, 7 dB at 10K or 12K, bring it back down to 2 or 3. Bring it back under control and reintroduce some warmth back between like 400 to 800 hertz. A little bit more low mid right there will help this feel full and vibrant and have a, you know, a good amount of energy to it without it feeling too brittle at the top end or too boomy at the bottom end. If you can just rebalance that a little bit, you'll be in a great spot. You'll be in a great spot, man. So let's run it back from the top. Let's dive into a couple details here. And we'll dive into some of the details there. But I think most of it to me is the things we already talked about, so that'll help us go a little bit faster through the song. Where we're talking about like maybe bringing in a vocal structure to break up that synth right there. And then on the mastering side, just make sure that you're not overinflating the extremes on the far low end subharmonics and the high, high end at the top past like 9, 10K, so on and so on. All right, let's back it up. Because even right there, we're getting some of that ringing. We're getting a lot more of the artifact at the top right there. Okay, should be 50 right now if you search one of my songs and play. Mathan, welcome in as well. I appreciate you being here. Alexander, appreciate you tapping in. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Team Chase, where are you going to be tomorrow? Let me know if you're going to be around tomorrow. We'll open up the line again. because there is some interesting sound design in here, and there are some good transitions. I hear the tom rolls in the background, the reintroduction of the hats. There's a lot of great movement in the background right here that is just kind of disguised and suppressed by the fact that the low end is so thick and the high end is so crispy. Rebalancing, rewarming up the middle of the mix, I think is just going to give you better clarity and separation. And also, to some extent as well, is probably going to allow you to loosen up your like mastering compressors and limiters and stuff like that as well. Because it's not only that they're really thick on the high shelves and low shelves, but it's also that's also robbing you of some headroom. It's causing you to over compress, maybe over limit, so your reductions are happening a little bit stronger than maybe they should. So this will give you a little bit of headroom to let this mix breathe a little bit too. I want it to be crushed. I want it to be heavy. I do want it to be snappy with compression and stuff like that too. But if you over suppress the entire mix, we're gonna lose a lot of like the natural life of the song as well, and it's just gonna feel like there's a brick wall at the top of it, and so it doesn't breathe. It's like everything comes in and it's really heavy and really boomy, but it also feels like held back and restrained. And so I feel like if you just lower those by default, because it's going to help you balance the mix, it's also going to get you a little bit more headroom on the mastering side, of course, but even just on the compression side through your mix as well. It's going to give you a little bit more breathing room to allow this mix to get like quieter and softer where it needs to, bigger where it needs to, and have a bit more dynamic range. Because right now it's like from start to finish, it's like even from the first synth coming in, it's like 12 dB of reduction right off the bat, and it's really, really punchy. And so I think loosening this up a little bit will definitely help. But overall, so for me, structurally, production-wise, great sound design, great movements. You're doing a lot of really cool things. Maybe switching up that synth with the vocal or something else to have some more nuance to the production structure, I think would be great. I think that'd be really nice. Do with that what you will, and what feels, authentic creatively. You can kind of, touch on that if you want to. I think that would be nice. On the other side, on the mixing side, it's just letting this breathe a little bit more, not too exaggerated on your EQ curves and not too exaggerated on the compression side, because it is just robbing you of any level of like life and dynamic range. So if you can loosen that up, man, you're going to be in a great spot, because the rest of the sounds pretty dang good. Nicole, good to see you. Thanks for tapping in. Appreciate you being here. Because this is largely the same like lead synth sound, even though we go halftime and then we go back, like, even though a lot of these other movements here are happening, a lot of the identity sound design, like the core sound design, are very, very similar throughout. And so loosening that up, switching that up a little bit for a vocal, and then like even right here, I'd probably take it all out, right? Take all those leads out right here. Your halftime with a vocal structure, I think would be cool. And then when you go back to the full breakdown, we're back to like the drop, and then that synth comes back in with some vocal chops in between. That feels like a more complete record. You talked about sync. That feels more viable for sync. That feels more viable for like people being able to connect to it, having some sort of vocal structure in there. I feel like that'd be really, really fun. Randy, appreciate you tapping in. I'm doing well, man. It's been like a long, busy day, but it's been good. I appreciate you tapping in. Thanks for tapping in as well. Sorry if I missed you earlier, but I'm doing well. Not Romeo's in the building. What's up, family? Good to see you. I appreciate you tapping in. I've got a new one going. I'm dying to get to. Let's go, Nicole. Get to work. I'm excited. I'll be live tomorrow and Friday. I'll be live tomorrow and Friday, as far as I'm aware, just as in case anyone's wanting to get their music heard. Daz, welcome in as well. I appreciate you being here. Thanks for tapping in. We're closed for today, but we'll be live again tomorrow. All right, let's get into this outro here really quick. So you can kind of hear what I'm going to do really quick, Bolty, is I'm going to chop through a bunch of different parts of the song, and you'll see how often that sound design presents itself. And that's kind of what I'm talking about, where it'd be helpful to switch to something a little bit different. So for here. There's like 20 seconds in there of switching, different sound design elements. Dan, so good to see you, man. Dan, thank you so much for tapping into the stream, man. And thank you for the Go Populars and the Heart Me as well, man. I appreciate that a lot. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Those, as you chop through it, you can see there's like two little moments. We go down to like a plucky acoustic sample or something like that. The vast majority of everything else that we're hearing, the vast majority of it, you're hearing the exact same sound, the exact same structure there. So that's where I'm like, okay, if we can shift that a little bit to where it doesn't feel too monotonous, even though it's cool, even though it's a cool sound, and even though a lot of the, the other things that you're doing are really engaging, they're really interesting to listen to, even good things over the long form can become monotonous. And so that's why I want some shift in energy right there. But y'all, please show some, I gotta do my puzzle. Show some love to Bolty. Let me do my puzzle here. Get my corgi puzzle. There we go. There we go. There we go. But man, y'all show some love. Bolty, I appreciate you so much. Thank you for sending that in. Doing well. Great work as usual. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate the love so much, man. I hope life is treating you okay. Are you still on tour? Are you still on tour, or are you taking a little bit of a break? But man, show some love to Bolty one more time. Appreciate you so much for sending that in. Let's keep it rolling. Elias, let me know if you're in the chat. Elias, let me know if you're in the chat. Dun, dun. I'm here, but I'm using my brother's TikTok. Let's go. All right, we're up. Stranger in Town by Elias Iverson. This is just the instrumental for a song on my upcoming album. I have a clear vision for the vocal melody and lyrics, but I'm working on getting a singer that fits. Okay, beautiful. So this is I'm assuming based on what I'm hearing here, this is your production, but you're getting some other artist to do the vocal side of it. But let's get into it, man. Show some love. We got not Christian here. Sorry, I'll get confused. Elias Iverson. Let's get into it. Stranger in Town. All right, give me a second. I got to get it downloaded, and then it should go quick. Boom. One second. All right, this is Stranger in Town. Let's get it. Talk to me about the production. Talk to me about what you do. I would love to hear. Nice gated reverb. Come on, 80s. Hell yeah. Fire. Great hold over the minor. That tension over the D sharp minor is great. Slap is great. Are you playing bass? Beautiful. Woo! Such a great production. Fire. This is so good. Progression changes are awesome. Hits are amazing. Absolutely. This is a great film. It's a great film song. Melody matches are great there too. The rest of this might be tail. Hold on, where is it? There we go. Y'all show some love, show some love, show some love. That is. Where'd the song go? Where'd the song go? I gotta find over here. Where did it go? Where did it go? Where did it go? I gotta make sure that I get it right before we dive into it. Stranger in Town. Stranger in Town. Let's go, y'all. Please show some love. Stranger in Town by, I want to make sure I get the name because I know I'm seeing a different name here. By Elias Iverson. Let's get into it, man. Let's dive in from the top, man. Talk to me about what you're using, man. Talk to me. I mean, this is beautiful, man. I mean, if anyone's been here for longer than like 45 minutes, you know I love the 80s. The 80s are my era. They're even though I was born in the 90s, the 80s are my era. I love the 80s. I love the sound. That's why I have the DX7 and the Juno and another 80 synth to come here very soon. It's why I have half the things in the studio is because I love the 80s and I love that sound design and just that whole aesthetic, musically and sonically. So, man, talk me through some of what you're using. I'm assuming some like core like Arturia stuff, maybe as far as I know you're using a lot of VSTs. That's a lot of bass and guitar, but you're doing a great job, man. The sound design is beautiful. That classic kind of like Bucket Brigade chorus, double tracked in stereo. It's super bright and snappy. You're doing a fantastic job on building out like really authentic sound design. It's really, really well done. It's crisp, it's open, it's vibrant, it's energetic. Mix was very clear, 100%. 100%. I mean, you've got, again, you're doing a lot of the classic stuff. I use 82 for drums and lots of synth VSTs such as Arturia, Roland, Omnisphere, 100%. Bass and guitar is real and recorded. Yeah, gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous. I love so I mean, I have some Roland synths, but like I still use, like depending on the amount of recall I feel like I'm going to need on a record, I'll still use a lot of VSTs. Like I have a Juno 106 and I also have Roland's Juno 106 or Juno 6 or whatever I want. I have a DX7, but sometimes if I need the recall, that can be helpful to just have something that's, already there and ready to go. The Arturia synths, the DX7 Arturia is great as well. Like there's it just kind of depends on the role that you need to play and what's going to be the best tool for the job. But yeah, beautiful. Let's run it back from the top. This is so well done. So well done. Let's run it from the top, man. Let's run it from the top. Where'd the file go? There we go. Let's get into it, man. Yeah, right off the bat. Right off the bat. And everybody, I don't know necessarily Christian's account if you want people to follow that, or where your other account is. I would love to see what you're doing. I'd love to see your page and see what you're working on and stuff like that. Maybe your phone's dead or something like that too. But definitely want to make sure that people can follow you and support you and stuff like that. I have the real DX7 and D50, but sadly, I often just use the VSTs. I feel like same. It just depends. It just depends on what I need. I might actually. So I already have the DX7 and the Juno 106 and a couple other synths over here on this side. But I am very close to pulling the trigger on the other one that you just mentioned there. We'll see. I'm back and forth on it, but I really want the like trifecta of like 80s workstation stuff, like the FM, the linear stuff from the D50. So I've been going between. I have this is Ensoniq SQ1 Plus, so that if I need some of the workstation kind of like rompler stuff, the SQ1 Plus, it's like early 90s, late 80s, like 89 to 92 ish. So if I need like the rompler stuff, I love that. And then I have the Juno 106, the DX7, and then if I need like some lead stuff, I'll use the Poly D. But I'm going between the D50 and I might even add in the M1. The M1 is the other one that I'm looking at. So I want to fill out because the Poly D here is going to go on another rack on the other side of the room over here. That's going to be like my mono synth rack. And then I have my rack here's in front of me. You can't see it, but it's like right here. My rack for like rack mounted synths I have right there. That's where I have a couple of my other like poly synths and stuff like that. And then I want to have my poly rack, which would have the D50, M1, and maybe switch out I've been trying to sell the SQ1 Plus. I just don't use it that often. And I would love to get the M1 there instead. I just feel like I'll use it more. Anyways. And then, on the other side over there, we'll put all of my mono synths and stuff like that. You have an Axis Vibra. What do you mean, Dan? An Axis virus? What is that? I'm not familiar. I'm not, unless it's an autocorrect, but yeah, I'm not familiar. Oh no, I don't. I've been trying to figure out like what where I need to like fill gaps in what I have here. So there's something, I have some like repetitive stuff. I have some like Olsen started in the early 2000s. I'm gonna have to look it up. I have some like redundant synths in here, and so I've tried to like buy and sell things to be like very specific with where it with where it sits in the structure of the studio here and like why I have it. Like same with like you can't see it on this side, but I have a mini log in the back right there, and it's just, it doesn't like, since I have the Poly D and the Juno and like other stuff like that, and I'm gonna have a grandmother coming soon too, because I have those, like the mini log with mini keys and stuff like that, it doesn't it's almost, and I also have a Pro 1 and a K2 over here. Like I don't need another mono synth that with mini keys that it's just, I'm not going to go to. So I'll probably end up selling that and just getting, maybe another Moog or something like that. But either way, that's all besides the point. Now, someone said the S word. We started talking about synths. We got to get back into the song. So let's run it, man. They're ready to go. But maintenance is 100%. Exactly. 100%. I'm trying to be really like fine tuned with like what, like the guitar amp I have is the guitar amp that it's the AC15 special edition. It's like the amp I'm going to go to every single time. My bass amp is a Kilo 1000, like the Harkey that I have. It's something, that's something I'm going to go to every single time, and it's going to sound good. Like the synths that I have, I know are the best. Like, the DX7 is the best at the DX7 sound. The Juno's the best at the Juno sound. The Mini Moog style, like Poly D, that's what it's there for. It's like very utilitarian the way that I am trying to like get everything in the studio that does what it does really, really well until I can get a Mini Moog. But it's a couple sync checks away. All right. But yeah, it allows me to be like, I know exactly where to go for something, whether it's the plugin or it's the real synth. I can just go exactly where I need to go. And it's on. Like I have, a decent set of like really, really good, dynamic microphones, a set of really good condenser microphones for different forms, like whether it's a solid state Neumann or it's the tube Neumann or whatever it may be. It's like, what I just want to make sure I have one of everything that's going to be like really, really, really locked in. And it keeps everything pretty cohesive without too much like redundancy or too much mess in here. Okay. Anyways, besides the point, let's get into it. We got hold on. I keep moving the name. Yeah, Iverson in the bill. All right, Stranger in Sound. Let's run it back. We got to run it from the top. Let's get into some details here. It's plucky. It's bright. I love it so much. Beautiful. Hey, what's up, Patrick? We're doing well. Thank you for tapping in, man. I appreciate you being here. What's going on? My sound is all messed up. There we go. So I just started playing random stuff. One of the things I love about this, we talk about this all the time, it's the stair steps and dynamics. It's like the song will start here. Every measure, a new thing comes into the mix. Every new measure, something else comes into the mix, where it's like adding this really bright, shimmery saw on the right side, overdubbed with the double-tracked electric guitars in the background with the chorusing. The song constantly is moving and morphing and evolving, which I think is beautifully, beautifully done. Very, very well produced. How do you spell the artist's name? I'm trying to look him up. Let me see. I can type it here. So, because I know it's a different artist name. So let me. Iverson with an E. So let me see here. That should be it. We're close. We're very close. All right. Let's keep it going. Melody following, bass line following, all of these octave followings that are happening in the background are beautifully, beautifully done. It makes the whole, this is classic 80s, MJ early productions, a Quincy production. Like, it has that movement where everything moves together, that, the drums and the bass, they chop and they move together. Melody followings between like lead synths, bass, piano, and layers in between there. They all move in the same direction. They float back and forth in a really, really beautiful way, but everything's following each other. Nothing feels like it's not happening on purpose. It feels intentional. It feels sharp. It feels punchy. Like, beautiful job. Fantastic, fantastic job on the production, man. Definitely. I mean, I would definitely at the very least have an artist profile, even if you're not super active. Allow people the opportunity to support you, to show up for you, to engage with you. So if you're working on an album, you at least have something that people can attach to. You know what I mean? Something where people can relate. So even if you don't post that much, even if you just post some like really simple things every couple months or something like that, to just keep the profile open. But I think it's important, even if you're not becoming a content creator right now or don't want to touch it until you start working on your album and stuff like that. I would suggest that you have a medium for people to at least do it. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't take very much time. I would do it ASAP. I would do it ASAP. Like I said, even yeah, just let me connect as a fan 100%. It's like even just something for people to go to, even if you're not very, very active on there. And you just put the cover, for now, you put the cover art of your song on there. You put, on your bio, you just say album coming soon. Like you can be very simplistic with it. Don't feel like you need to start doing skits just because you made a social media, a social media page. Just give people a place to support you. And that way, when you do come out with an album, you do find the means to start promoting it and stuff like that, posting on social media. You have a couple hundred people that like what you do, like the people that are even just like coming through these lives. And Dan is a phenomenal musician, Grammy-nominated musician. These are phenomenal producers and people that are hanging out in the background sometimes of chats. And you never know the kind of people that that kind of access you would get, the kind of collaborations that could come, the kind of fans that you would get, the connections you would get in the industry just by giving people a place to go to, even just a DM to like, hey, like I've got a great project that I'm working on with a big artist, and they want to bring you into that mix. And if there's not an opportunity to really do that, or if you're just creating barriers to people doing that, it's much less likely to happen. Whether you're like, hey, shoot my brother's account a DM, and then I'll send you the email that you can connect to over here, and then you can email me over there, and then we'll try to get, if you do that, there's just more barriers to people finding you and engaging with you and collaborating with you. And that to me is kind of what I'm looking for. Too much chasing, yeah. Yeah, Andre. I got my whole bottle here. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thanks for looking out. Because this is beautiful. I mean, it's a great mix. It's punchy and it's snappy. There's nothing that I don't. I mean, maybe I'm biased because I'm obsessed with the '80s, and this sounds very in line with what you'd want to hear from this era. I think you're doing a beautiful job, man. Genuinely, I think it sounds really, really fantastic. Let's move forward a little bit. I would not shy away from putting yourself out there, because this is the kind of music. If you play guitar like that, if you play bass like that, you're the kind of person that someone in this space would want to hire. That's half of the job that I have is just session work, where people hire me to play synths on their songs. People hire me to play guitar, drums, live drums, whatever. You never know the kind of opportunities that could come your way just because someone's like, dude, I don't even know how to create the 80s guitar sound, and I'm not going to figure it out. Or maybe I'm a great producer, but I don't have an electric guitar. Someone else does. You already spent $1,000 on a Fender Stratocaster. You already learned how to track all of those things. You already learned how to mix it and add the Bucket Brigade chorus and the gated reverb on the snare. And you never know how many people would just want to hire you. Like, hey man, I'll send you $300 for you to record on my song. You never know. You never know the kind of opportunities that could come. That would allow you to do more of the thing that you love as well. To me, that's half of how I got the jobs that I have, is just from putting myself out there, posting that I do stuff. I mean, nearly every single time I do synth sessions all the time. It's a lot of what I do. Anytime that I post me playing synth, there's always 3 people in my DMs the next day that's saying like, hey, saw that you have a Juno 106. I really want a Juno on my song. Can I hire you to play Juno on my song? I'm like, yes. And then we build a session from there and parts of their song from there. So anyways, not to pressure you into putting more of that out there, but I can just tell you from my experience of someone who now works full-time in music and has worked full-time in music for years, and I get to do the thing that I love every single day in a bunch of different forms, whether that's tracking synths, guitars, it's mixing and mastering, production, whatever. Like I get to do that every day because I put myself out there. And there's no other thing that I would rather hustle at and grind at and put myself out there for. So anyways, F3, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it so much, man. Torvik, I'm trying to find some value feedback to add to this song, and I don't have it. It's so good, Dan. It really is so good. Hey, I agree, Dan. I agree. So, I mean, anyways, I just know that some people feel like nothing will happen, and sometimes it takes time. I'm not saying that like you post yourself playing a D50 once and then it's game over. You're going to be booked with session work. But I do think that if you show a little bit of what you do, I think if you show a little bit of what you do, then you could get some great movement for what you're doing. I think it'll reflect in your personal music, the things that you're producing, like this right now when you get vocals on here. And I also think it would reflect in your personal business and be like, and it might even just be maybe you have a great job and you don't even have to worry about that, or you don't the extra money wouldn't be life changing or anything like that. But if on the weekends you can make another $600 on a weekend tracking a DX7 for someone because they just really want that, then I mean that's it's not a bad gig. It's not a bad gig. Should have submitted a better song. You're good, Jay. You're great. Today's just one of those days. Today's one of those days. We've gotten a lot of released, really polished records, but there's no bias as far as the way that we'll approach it. We're always going to show some love, and we're always going to really get into the details of it, no matter where you're at in quality. In fact, sometimes I like hearing really rough, early demos and works in progress and stuff like that. Anyways, let's get to the last half of the song. But I think you're awesome. I think you're awesome. So I'm to me, selfishly, I want to push you to do more, and I want you to engage with what you're doing and put yourself out there a little bit more. Because selfishly, like as a synthesist, someone who's played synths their entire life, who has a bunch of synths, who wants more of them, who loves to see production process, like to me, nothing makes me happier than when I see someone with a mini Moog in their studio or a DX7 or D50 or whatever, and I see them doing their thing because it's something I'm so wildly passionate about and love, so much. Seeing that is super engaging, and so you're gonna find an audience of people that are like, dude, I love, like, please, the Michael Jackson movie just blew up and went crazy and broke records. Like, people want to hear that sound design. You know what I mean? Like, people want to hear that era. And so if you find a great vocalist you put over here and you start promoting this out there, you never know. You never know the opportunities that could come your way in the sync space. You never know the opportunities that could come your way. Yeah, and a lot of different factors, like I said, on the business side too. Anyways, that's all besides the point. I'm not trying to pressure you to pursue that more, but selfishly, I do want to see what you do. All right. Follows right there. Beautiful. Yeah, exactly. Stevie, thank you for the follows. Ooh, great counter melodies. Beautiful. Woo. Get that almost like classic Fantasia movement at the top. Shimmery, it's bright. I mean, this is at the end of like a period piece movie, you know what I'm saying? It's like set in the late 80s, and it's like the drone or whatever is like pulling out from like the high school or the college, and it's the end of the show or the end of the movie. Like it's got all of the makings of like really classic, authentic 80s sound design and a great structure. Can't wait to see what you're able to do as far as like finding a vocal to get on here and stuff like that. But it's such a good feel. It's that's the thing I love about the 80s is like everything just feels like a warm blanket. You know what I mean? Everything just feels like so shimmery and shiny and warm and analog. And even though you're using a lot of your some VSTs and stuff like that, but it's the same thing. The whole digital space, even when you're utilizing like digital synthesis, like even those emulations, they still feel so warm and so easy to listen to. I love the shimmer. I love the pop at the top. You're doing some amazing stuff, man. So it's really, really well done. And I want you to have those I want you, Dan knows what's up, Jordan? Good to see you, man. Good to see you tapping in. Dan knows the sync space far more than 100%, Dre, like far more than I do. He's much more in that world, but that, like the way you're going to get those opportunities, the way you're going to get a $1,200 check for a placement somewhere and a $600 here and a, $15,000 check here for a major placement, like the way you're going to get those is by people seeing what you do. That's why I'm pushing you there, because that to me is like, there's not a lot to even change about the music. You're a great musician. You format your productions really well. And so for me, I'm like, now I just want to see you now that I know you're great at music and we talk about how all of these elements of your music that I really love and enjoy, now I just want to see you win. Now I just want to see you thrive. I want to see you make money with your music. I want to see you get opportunities and stuff like that. And I'm not the opportunity guy. I'm not here claiming that if you come to me, I'll get you placements or I'll get you radio or anything like that. That's not my world. That's not my strong point. But I really, really enjoy what you do. I really enjoy what you do. And I think you have so much potential to get some amazing opportunities if you'll just show people that it's possible. I know know people that have gotten crazy opportunities and crazy shows and movies and gotten major checks because they just put themselves out there. They put themselves out there and some crazy stuff happened. Anyways, so let's run the outro of the song here really quick too. But man, please show some love to Elias right here in the chat as well. I'm so proud of the work that you put into your music, man. It's inspiring. Great tone, great counter melodies. Stupid chair. Keeps dropping down. Good. Of course. I mean it, man. So good. Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying. From one musician to another, you're great. You're talented. You know what you do. You know the detail and the intricacies that went into creating even just this project here. You know what you do. You're talented. You're a great musician. You're a great instrumentalist and composer. The song has twists and turns, but it's still grounded in a solid hook. I have no doubt that you will be successful in some ways. And so if there's any way that you can find some creative ways to create that exposure and create that movement for yourself, nothing would make me happier to see that. You know, I've had some buddies of mine that have gotten some great sync placements and got some great things that have happened to them. A buddy of mine, another producer that I've worked with a little bit in the sync space. I track some vocals for the label and the library that he's with every once in a while. Anyway, he's done some really cool stuff. And not I think it was a year or two ago, he got a major placement with like the MLB and ESPN. And it's a huge commercial placement. And you know, it's like nothing makes me happier. There's enough for everybody to eat. You know what I mean? Like this is we're not here trying to like stop hiding. Like you're not here trying to gatekeep and like limit things. Like nothing would make me happier than to see you win in what you're doing, man. You're really talented. So y'all show some love to Elias Iverson right here in the chat. Let's keep it rolling, y'all. Let's keep it rolling. We're going to get into these last couple tracks here. Let me give us one moment to switch over here again. We get Kai Seeley in the chat. Kai Seeley, hop in the chat. Let me know that you're here. We're going to close it up here in the last couple ones here. Make an account and then let us know when it is. Like hop in the chat another time and let us know that it's you so that everybody here can follow and we can show you some love as well. Kai Seeley, hop in the chat. Let me know if you're here. We'll give it a moment here just to make sure. I always want to make sure that y'all are here. Yeah, let us know. We want to show you some love and support. I'm here. This is my main account. I don't have an artist account. Okay, sounds good. Same thing. Get an artist account. I swear I know that name from Kai Seeley. The aux queue is inaccessible again, so people can't see their position anymore. Yeah, it's because it's closed. It's closed because no one new can submit anyways. No one can submit or move anymore. All right, this is Love is Worth the Fall. Working on it, perfect. I just want y'all to be successful. I want y'all to get fans, and I want people to find you because the odds of people finding and then like, oh, that's not even the content that you make, stuff like that. I just want people to be able to have a direct line to supporting your music and your artistry and stuff like that. So that's kind of why. All right, we got Kai Seeley, we got Danny, and we got DDF to close this out today. So let's keep it rolling here. Violet says, I swear I know the name from somewhere. No, yours? My name? Torvik? I mean, Torvik is it's a Norwegian name. Shout out to Norway. Just won the 32 game today. Which is against the Ivory Coast, which is fantastic. It was a great game. Anyways, side note there. But my name is Norwegian, and so the fjords in Norway. There's the Torvik fjords there. There's a whole region there, which is where that name originates from. So that I don't know. Maybe Norwegian geography. Maybe it's the Torvik fjords. I don't know. But anyways, that's the background of my name, and so it is like a popular name in that space. Like Torvik is it's a popular Norwegian word, but unless you maybe you know me from another platform, I don't know. Violet Shades, welcome in. I'm glad you're here. Okay. I'm going to forewarned. I'm Southern, and the vocal is me, but the instruments is programmed because I don't know how to play instruments, just sing. Okay, beautiful. I love it. Let's get into it. Yeah, don't make it hard for fans to give you money. Yeah, 100%. We don't need more limitations, Dan. We don't need more limitations. Let people support you. Daniel, we're playing people submitted for the breakdown. So these are detailed long-form consultations. Lines closed today. We'll be open again tomorrow for y'all's music. If you make music or you work on music in any capacity, that's what these consultations are for. Let's get into it. Last couple songs here. This is Love is Worth the Fall by Kai Seeley. All right, it's on Spotify. Let's open it up. Any details you want me to have, let me know. Let's see. Love is Worth the Fall by Kai Seeley. Yeah, talk to me about production. I know you gave me some details, but yeah, any details you want me to know, let me know. But you said you programmed a lot. Or generated, I guess.
Open my heart and so did shut. I'm scared to give you
And the vocals
a
generated too.
chance. I know
So
I'll
did you
go
sing into Suno
against
to make this
my
voice?
heart and break it all over again. You say it's safe, you say we'll be
Because I know all of this
fine.
is generated.
I wanna trust you so badly, but I've seen where this road can end. Yet you're making me question everything. Should I run? Should I stay? Should I risk my heart again? Should I jump? Should I
Okay,
fall?
got you.
Should I
Got you,
let
got you.
pull
I thought you were saying it was your voice, but you sung
But here
into it.
I am, standing on the edge again. One more chance.
We're closed, Noah, but we're going to be live again tomorrow, so just make sure that you're following.
Every little thing you do makes it harder to walk away. I keep waiting for the warning signs, but they never seem to come.
I'm curious if you sing well while you ran your vocals through Suno.
Just
curious. They had me put my vocals and use that voice, but I did sing into it. Yeah, why not just use your voice? Even if you want to like auto-tune it and like work with a cheap engineer or something. We're closed, Daniel. We're closed, and we don't play popular artists.
But all these ghosts I've carried only keep love miles away. I can't keep living in the shadows of a story that is through. I know the one I'm fighting isn't you. Can I let go of what happened before? Can I open my heart again and let you walk in? But here I am, standing on the edge again. One more chance, one more shot at letting you in. So hold my hand, even if I'm terrified. If this breaks me, at least I know I tried. I won't run, I'll stay. Here I am taking the chance again. What if this time is different? What if I'm wrong about the end? What if every scar I've carried doesn't have to break me again? What if love is standing right here and I'm too afraid to see?
Thank you for the follow, Tyrone. Appreciate it.
The only thing between us is me. It's me. But here I am, standing on the edge again. One more chance, one more shot at letting you in.
Let's go. Y'all, show some love. Show some love. Show some love. That is Love is Worth The Weight by Kai Seeley. It's under Mindy, who's right here in the chat. They don't have an artist page yet. Okay, here's my gut reaction. Right, everyone has a different perspective on the generated side. I'm not too concerned with that aspect of this right now. The thing that I'll say though is like on the vocal side is when you're utilizing things like this, you kind of end up dumbing down the vocal to like the common denominator of voices. You know what I mean? There's kind of like a joke when people are like listening to AI music that like every male vocal sounds like Daughtry or something like that. You kind of get everything reduced down to this like hyper familiarity that to me kind of devolves away from your own personal identity as a vocal. So whatever your perspective is on AI music, that's a whole other different conversation. But the thing is you're telling me you can sing, and you did sing into it, and then it like chose a voice and put this record out, right? And put this format on there. And so the thing for me is like the thing that's going to make this special, the thing that's going to make this work is for it to have a sonic identity, right? Like we've talked about that a lot over the course of the last 3.5 hours of this live stream of like what having an identity to the song, making sure there's a vocal hook, making sure there's an instrumental hook, and having a sonic identity of like your voice, the way that you play instrumentation, the way that you approach your songwriting, the way that a certain engineer mix and stuff like that. That's part of what makes the story videos of okay, beautiful. Yeah. I would love to check those out. It's what makes the music special. It's what makes it connect to people, right? And so for me, if you do sing, I would so much more prefer that you take this song as in B flat major and just work with like one musician. You don't have to go crazy. You don't have to spend $800 on a production. Find someone who can decently play acoustic guitar. And then work with like a cheap engineer to like maybe tune your vocals and build it out, so on and so on. And just have here now. Hold on. Just have someone that can like play piano for cheap or acoustic guitar for cheap and start to build your productions from scratch. Because if you're writing this, then you have the songwriting ability and you do sing. Even if there's some production polishing that needs to happen, you can do that really simple and really clean. And I think it would be amazing for you to start there. For one, you're going to connect to people so much faster and so much more authentically, because you immediately get that sonic aesthetic of the generated vocal that you ran your vocal into it and it spat out something different, which is this hiss, it's the artifact, it's the aliasing at the top of the mix. All of those things that are just from a quality standpoint and also a social standpoint are going to be a barrier for a lot of people. And so if you can sing, it can use their voice. But I think for me, I'm like, well, if you have that ability already, if you want to make sure that you are going to own your licensing, you're going to own your publishing, you're going to own your rights, you want to own the production rights as well, own all aspects of your ability to garner sync fees, like any level, like all of your mechanical rights, and control over production and stuff like that. That's where I'm like, hey, just if you have that ability, I think the problem is, I think oftentimes, and again, this is not like a pro-anti argument necessarily here, but the problem is that sometimes people think they need to jump all the way. So what they go from no access to anything to full crazy production structure, and there's no way to deconstruct it anymore, right? So you go from like, here's my voice sung into my phone or whatever it may be, and I put it out and I put it into the thing and it spit this whole thing out, but it spits out a Taylor Swift record already done, you know what I mean, to whatever extent. And then it can be really difficult to kind of backtrack. It's like, well, I know I can never do that on my own, so I'll just stick this way. And that's where it can be frustrating. It can be frustrating because there's no way to kind of walk back from there and regain the rights to what you're wanting to do. Collaborate with other writers, collaborate with other musicians and producers and stuff like that. A little bit, Coyote, a little bit. Using an UA Apollo. I used to have an Apollo probably, I don't know, 10 years ago. Maybe 8 or 9 years ago that I had an Apollo. I use an Audio Fuse 16 rig. That's the hub interface that I run my studio off of. It's a Arturia Audio Fuse 16 rig. So what I would love for you to do, Mindy, like you said, there's videos of you singing and so on and so on and so on, and where you can kind of utilize that. I would love for you to just work with someone who can play guitar or piano and build some basic acoustic records of yourself. Gain some real fans of your music. Gain some like real connection to your story. Your ability to even just like your ability to post content and post material that is in line with what people are going to hear you sing and hear you play and stuff like that is going to be so, I promise you, so much easier for you to connect with people. I mean, you have the pro version, you can create a music video. Yeah. But you know, like I think people's desire to connect to your story, connect to your songwriting, connect to your face, your voice, I think to me is just going to go a lot farther and go a lot deeper. No matter, and again, like I'm not saying this from a pro or con to the fact that it's being used at all. I just know the music space. And so for me, I would love to hear that, because if you can actually sing, then you don't have a lot standing in your way. I'm about to test my Reg Apollo XA, UI Sphere DLX, Line 6 Stadium XL, a bunch of guitars. Let's go. Daniel, I've told you a bunch of times, I'm going to mute you if you ask again. You keep spamming the chat with that. This is not for popular artists, and we're closed. I've said that probably 3 or 4 times. So we're not going to play Frank Ocean. If you want to play Frank Ocean, you'll have to go to your own Spotify. This is not for popular artists. It's for, independent musicians and producers and engineers and songwriters, so on and so on. Okay, let me back this. We'll chop through a couple things here, because I think you do have some good structure. You have some good structure and stuff here. I just know the barriers. That you're going to run into. And I would love to remove as many of those as possible. That's kind of my goal. Is like if the goal of you writing music, the goal of you performing music is you want to connect to as many people as possible. You want your message to get out there. You want your message and your perspective to get out there. Then that to me is what I want you to focus on, and the methodology to get there. What's the way that you're going to be able to do that the most? And removing as many barriers to you having the ease of creating content and stuff that supports you doing that. That to me is something that I think is really valuable. Do you personally punch in recording? It depends on the song. It depends on the structure. I'm typically comping. So when I use Pro Tools, so when I'm in Pro Tools, depending on the song, depending on the structure, sometimes I'll just be doing some punch-ins, depending on what the song requires. But if I'm tracking an artist or I'm tracking my own vocals, I'm typically comping. So I'll have it a section of the song. I'll take a bunch of takes, splice, and edit those different comps, and then fade them together to get everything really seamless. But I enjoy the comping process. I think it's probably one of the best ways to get the most positive take out of your vocals long term. So that's typically what I do. Do you personally, do you agree with using a template of sorts in your DAW? It depends on how deep the template is. I have a basic one sometimes that I open up with, where I have a couple auxes set up, some audio files and some synths routed. So I open that up and I can just, I can just start playing a synth and it'll be working. But for the most part, no, I don't use any templates. All right, let's run this from the top. We'll chop through a couple quick things here, and then we'll get into the last couple records. Because this is easy, right? This is easy, right? Any halfway decent pianist or guitar player can play that progression and build up the dynamics for very, very, very easily and very, very simply. And that's why I'm like, I think with what you're doing, you just don't need to go there, right? And so I think usually where most people are using AI is because there's a huge gap in their ability to execute something. And I think you're in a space where like you actually can sing and you have production structures that are fairly simple. If you just unwind a little bit, you can actually get a little bit more out of your music. Exact same way with the template. Thank you. Is it Kiadi or Kiadi? I want to make sure that I get your name right. Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Everything. Should I run? Should I stay? Should I risk my heart again? Should I jump? Should I fall?
Kiadi.
Pull me in? But here I am, standing on the edge again. One more
Perfect. Thank you.
chance. One more shot at letting you in. So hold my hand.
What's up, Derek? Good to see you, man.
I'm terrified.
No. Well, they apparently sung, but then it was the rest of the processing and the rest of the production were generated. All right, let me skip into this last little section here. So yeah, obviously take that for what you will. If you want to kind of stay in the lane that you're in, that's, that's obviously everyone's personal choice to make and stuff like that. I know the flip side really well. And I know the limitations, the obstacles. I know the social obstacles to some of it sometimes, and the quality obstacles that you're going to run to as well. Sean, thank you for the heart me. I appreciate that a lot. I know all those different elements in there that even as a great songwriter, even as a great vocalist, you're going to run into. And that's where I'm like, well, I like we've talked about with all these other artists. If my goal is like, I want you to win, I want you to get as much exposure as possible. I want you to get as much love for your artistry and your true creative ability as much as possible. What is going to be the lane that allows you to get there? And I do think that oftentimes offering people the hyper produced finished product as fast as possible isn't always necessarily the way to get there. Sometimes allowing people the journey allows you to get there. I have a real struggle with AI-based tools. Talk to me, Sean. You know what I mean? I think sometimes people want to go to the end result too fast. And then they bypass all of this other journey that allows people to connect with them, right? To connect with their story, to connect with their messaging, to see them and hear them and love them over time. 100%. 100%. And I think that's a problem for a lot of people. And it's not just that this is good or bad or right or wrong, right? A lot of it is that people are bypassing a lot of steps to get there. And so there's never any opportunity as a listener, someone who wants to love songs and wants to, hear people's artistry. There's never an opportunity for people to connect because we've gone from zero to fully finished product and then no ability to connect in between. 100%, Sean. Yeah, 100%. Is in real need of vocal, but a fact, Sean, 100%. It really is. And there's some great ones out there. But yeah, I have, whatever. I don't even know how many followers. I don't have that many followers, but however many followers on here, I know so many producers, so many DJs, so many, musicians and stuff that are always looking for vocalists to get on their songs. And then sometimes people just don't put themselves out there. Kind of like the last producer we were talking to a little bit earlier, where it's like, there's so many people out there that are looking for vocalists. They're looking for people to collaborate with, and they'll even do all of the mixing. They'll do all this stuff. So like, you never know, Mindy, there might be people out there that are amazing producers, amazing musicians. They're like, look, you literally don't have to do anything. Just record your vocals. I'll mix it. I'll tune it. I'll do whatever. They're trying to get themselves out there. You'll do 50-50 splits down the middle. If it takes off, you get a sync fee. You split a 50-50, publishing 50-50. Like, you just go right down the middle. You never know. Danny, I'm a vocalist who's looking to collab with me, literally all the time. I see that. So that's what I'm saying is, we're like, I think there's a lot of space for people to get, regain some ownership over their craft and over their music, and get more for it, get more movement, more exposure, more money, more people hearing your story, so on and so on. Let me get into the outro here really quick, but man, thank you, Mindy. Thank you for sending this in. I really appreciate it. I really appreciate you being vulnerable with your story, vulnerable with your message. I appreciate it a lot.
Wrong about the end. What if every scar I've carried doesn't have to break me again? What if love is standing right here and I'm too afraid to see? What if the only thing between us is me? It's me. But here I am, standing on the edge again. One more chance, one more shot at letting you in.
Y'all show some love. Love is Worth the Fall by Kai Seeley. That's Mindy right here in the chat. I appreciate you so much for sending this in. Y'all show some love and support. I appreciate you a lot. I'm going to get into these last couple songs here. We got Danny in the building, and then DDF to close this out today. I think when you guys hear the word AI, you think easy. That depends on how you're using it. Everyone's using it in a different way. Because like, I can imagine a scenario, depending on how you're using it, that what you're doing, depending on the specific prompt, is not. Like, prompting a guitar, even if you're like fine tuning and prompting a specific guitar line, it's obviously different than playing it or hiring someone who has played for 30 years to be able to play it, whatever it is. I don't have kind of things to say about AI. Yeah, it's a polarizing subject, man. It's a polarizing subject, 100%. I know how I feel about it. I know the world that I'm in. I know my perspective on it. I don't. The thing for me is, like, I don't feel Idris, thanks for tapping in. I appreciate you being here. I don't feel like a responsibility necessarily, and maybe that'll change over time, but I don't feel a responsibility for me to like assert my opinion on other people. Where like I think that you have to believe the way I believe because I'm right on my stance on AI. Like I'm just not that way. That's not my personality in general. I know the world that I'm in. I have never used AI in any generative way as far as making music or helping in the music process, and I don't ever plan on it. I really quite literally love and enjoy every part of the process of creating music, even just the annoying calluses and blisters from playing guitar from too long trying to get a part line. I love that process. For me, just like working on old vintage synths and fine tuning that process for me is incredibly fulfilling. It brings me joy. It makes me feel incredibly fulfilled creatively at the end of the day. So I have no desire to even just go faster in my process. Like there's a lot of plugins even out there that are not AI. I'm not even talking about AI, but like there's a lot of plugins that just make things way faster. And then I don't enjoy it as much. I don't like it as much. And so like for me, I'm not that guy who's trying to optimize every aspect of his workflow. I love the process of creating music and fighting through that. And that's just me. I don't expect that is everyone else as well. Some of y'all might love building drums and you hate guitar. You hate trying to figure out playing guitar or finding someone else to play guitar. So it's just easier for you to do that. That's up to you to decide if you're okay with that or if you enjoy that or if that's still fulfilling to you creatively. And if it is, I can't say that it's not. Who am I to say that? I love the process of working through music, and so there's no part of me that wants to speed that up. There's no part of me that wants to change it or outsource it. That to me is this is just my perspective on it. I came out with an AI vocals where you can type in a prompt, and there's also something to say as well with what people would call ethical AI. And again, I'm not trying to get into a whole AI discussion here. I want to get into the last couple songs here. I got to get out of here. But there's something to be said about that. There are some systems that are coming out now that are self-trained, right? So if me as Torvik, the artist, right, if I just uploaded all of my files and I said, hey, here's like 400 of my personal production session files. Here's the 45 songs that I've released, and I put it into this system, put it into this training mechanism, and from there, it gives you some tools. And obviously that's a different discussion than, unlicensed training of music that you don't have the rights to and is not compensated for, which is obviously most people's biggest issue, which is my issue with it. I don't like that. I don't like that that's happening. I don't like that there's no kickback. That's frustrating, and it's not the same as inspiration. It's not the same from alliteration or like pulling from other influences and stuff like that, because it is actually paid service that's being taken into account. Anyways, that's besides the point. We got Danny in the building. This is a demo, as I recall. Demo for my latest track. Everything in here is done by me, so any feedback you give would be much appreciated. Let's get into it. We got to get out of here. I'm moving too slow. I've actually moved at a decent pace considering how many songs we've gotten to today. But let's run it. It's loading the audio as we speak. Self-taught producer and musician who started writing and singing. Let's go. I'm going to refresh. It says it's loading, but it's not playing. So let's go here. There we go. Any other details you want me to know? Drop it in the chat.
Tell me what you see.
Little fusion.
When you look back on those memories, how'd it come to be that you and I would turn to enemies? Ooh, tell me right now. I said I'd have you back on your darkest day. Why would you turn and walk away? You did me wrong.
You're playing all of these instruments?
Those chips will lay right where they fall. Stand there and say it's all my fault. I guess you never cared at all. No.
Nice. Let's go. Very cool. DX reface. That's a great little synth.
You said you'd be there through my greatest pains. Where were you when I called your name? You did me wrong as I recall. Those chips will lay right where they fall. Stand there and say it's all my fault.
What's up, Idris? Let me know. Let me know. What's your question?
Never cared at all. No.
The bass is from the DX2? Nice. That's cool. I like that movement. That's cool. That's cool. What's up, Slim? What's up? What's up? Good to see you, man.
Tell me right now.
Let's go vocal range. Let's go vocal range. TD-17 Canada, Easy Drummer 3 for okay, beautiful. I used to have a TD-10 back in the day. Used to have a TD-10 back in the day.
I guess you never cared at all. I guess you never cared at all.
What kind of mic are you using to record your vocals?
I guess you never cared at all. 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 I guess you never cared at all.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Y'all show some love. Show some love. Show some love. Let's get into it. Let's run it from the top. Let's dive into some details here. SEV7 for this one. Okay, nice. Let's get into it. Let's run it from the top. Let's dive into some of the details here. So I can move it at a better pace so I can get some dinner here in a moment. But man, show some love to Danny Martin right here in the chat. Thank you so much for sending this in. Great production structure. I love the movement in here. It sounds authentic. It sounds raw. It sounds organic. Gained it. We are closed. I mean, even we're closed now, and there's still 27 people in line. We've already gone through we've already been live for 4 hours, and there's still 27 people. Line is closed. We got one more song after this one, but we're going to be live again tomorrow. So anybody that wants their music heard, just make sure that you're followed or subscribed on TikTok, Twitch, or YouTube, and we'll open up the line again tomorrow afternoon. Yeah, it got crazy today. I mean, it kind of is every day, but we'll be live again tomorrow afternoon. Thank you so much for tapping in. I appreciate you being here. But yeah, we'll early afternoonish tomorrow. We'll open up the line again. All right, let's run it from the top, man. Let's run it from the top. That is Danny Martin, as I recall. Let's get into it. I know it's still an early demo. We'll talk about a couple little mixed things here. Earliest draft of this is over 3 years old. Just wrapped up lyrics and recorded by vocals. Let's get into it. Let's talk about a couple things right off the bat so we can go a little bit faster. One of the things is, I mean, you have a pretty good percussion structure. I really don't mind where things sit. It feels pretty real. It feels pretty natural. I like that a lot. You have some good ghost notes and some movement in there. You're doing a great job musically. I think it's awesome. You're getting a lot of buildup of frequency with all the layers of the DX, probably because some of them are sitting in a similar bassy, tiny, FM synthesis mode where they're filling a lot of a similar void. They're all really wide and they're all fairly loud, especially as you build up on these hooks a little bit more. And then that vocal will start to dive in the mix a little bit. On the vocal side, really, really quick, one thing that I would recommend is starting to position some of your layers outside just a little bit so you can compete in this mix a little bit more. Part of what makes the synths feel so much more loud and it kind of like overwhelmed the drums and the lead vocal is the vast majority of It wasn't slim. Yeah, the vast majority of your vocal layers are in mono, and they're kind of right on top of each other. So your ad libs of the, your delays of some of those vocals, the layers of those vocals, the harmonies, and then some of those accents that you have, they all kind of come at you kind of right down the middle, right in the middle here. I would love to start to position like your doubles and your layers outside of that a little bit more, so that they can compete with the width of everything else, right? All of those synths that are really wide and in stereo with choruses and stuff like that, they take over. And so if that vocals, just all of them are kind of in mono, they feel really small in the mix. And I would love for them to feel more energetic, more broad, they have a little bit more vibrancy to them. So maybe have a good double of the vocal right next to it, maybe 2% offset, a little bit quieter in the mix. And then a lot of your other harmonies and layers you stack on the outside, track one left, track one right, and layer from there. Put them like anywhere from like 70 to 100% to the outside of the mix on the left and the right. It's going to help that vocal compete in the mix quite a bit more. It's going to have a lot more energy to it, as opposed to them being kind of collapsed in mono here. Let's run it from the top. We'll chop through a couple things here. I would say mixing and panning are some weaker points for me usually. It's a different language. I mean, you're obviously a great musician. You're a great writer. I like your melodies. I like your voice. It's a different animal. I don't have an expectation that everyone is excellent at everything. That's a very, very difficult thing to do. It's one thing to just like get really good at drums, right? People spend 40 years getting really good at drums. Like, it's one thing to like become an excellent keys player. You've gotten good at that. Like, it's another thing to be like, oh, now I need to learn how to songwrite and build stories and tell stories in a way that it's palatable to people. And then I also need to I need to now figure out the language behind like EQ and compression and panning and gain staging and whatever. Like, that's a lot. That's a lot to figure out. So I don't have any expectation. We can give some notes and some tools you can improve over time, but that's a challenging thing to do, and you're doing a pretty good job of it. So don't be hard on yourself. Like, you're doing a great job, but the panning is where I would love to open this up. The way that I've said it a couple times over the live stream, and I just did here, but the way that I would think about it is just competition. Excuse me. It's just it's how are things able to how are things like, what's the relationship between these different things in the mix, and can they compete? So if you think of your drum set, even if you're recording digital drums, what they're emulating is 10 mics, 10 direct mics on a drum set. You got a kick in, kick out, snare, top, bottom, 4 or 5 toms on the VST. You got 6 different crashes, stereo overheads, 2 room mics. You got whatever. You have, 12 mics on this drum set that are all competing in the mix. You got like double tracked electrics, or, if you have guitars in there. In your case, you got, 6 to 8 different synths, that you're all layering together, and then all competing against a layer of mono vocals in one spot in the middle of the mix. There's just no way for them to compete. The stereo field is broad, right? It's massive. You have all of this energy out here competing against one little node right here in the middle of the mix where that vocal is trying to compete. So how do I get this vocal to compete with the rest of it? I need to, double it and put it next to it. I need to have some other harmonies to build chords with the vocal. So harmonies on the outside, doubles on the outside. I need to start to place them out here as well, so that we can, build some ability for your vocals to compete with the rest of the mix and carve some space for them to live there. So that's, for me, one of the biggest things of this is like double the vocal in the middle, get those harmonies panned to the outside, and give them some space in the mix. Maybe bring down a couple of the layers of the DX in the middle so that it, it opens up a little bit more. It doesn't feel like too noisy in the middle. But anyways, let's chop through a couple of things here. Really like your drum to bass relationship. I really like that's a good pocket right there. I like that a lot. Like that feels tight. That feels executed really well.
Tell me what you see when you look back on those memories.
On the vocal here, some of this is personal taste as well. You have this is a nice fusion, poppy jazz structure here that I like. It's got a cool feel to it. On the vocal, you have this like big, billowy, dark, mellow hall reverb on it. That to me places it kind of in a different space. I would love for this vocal to feel like brighter and a little bit airier. So on the reverb side, I think a little bit farther back with the reverb and probably shorter. In fact, with this vocal, I'd probably use a plate instead of I think there's a hall on there. I'd prefer a plate. It's going to have a quicker decay time. So the hall, when you have a big hall or like cathedral reverb on there, it's what it's doing is it's setting it into that space. So imagine you are sitting in a huge concert hall or something like that. That's what it's setting your vocal into. So it takes 5 seconds for it to hit the back wall and reflect back. And it's this huge, long, reflective back and forth reverb that has this big buildup of noise, which can be beautiful in the right context. On a big ballad song that can work really, really well, like an R&B record or something like that. It can work really well because it's creating all this space. For your vocal here, this has a lot of tightness and movement, different syncopations and time signature changes between the 6/8 and 4/4. It's actually technically like a longer 7/8 that most of this is kind of flowing through. All of those movements are great, but there's a lot of changes and twists and turns in the production. So if your vocal has this kind of long 4-second Valhalla hall reverb that's like dark and mellow, and it's going for a while before your vocal line takes over again, then that creates a lot of just kind of muddy and kind of boominess in the low end of the vocal there. I would love to clean it up. Now, a plate reverb is going to be a little bit of a tighter decay. The curve is going to be a little bit lower here. It's not as big and broad and reflective. So you can, have like a 1 or 2 second, a little brighter plate reverb, and it decays a little bit faster. There's not as much diffusion. It's going to feel a little bit tighter to the vocal while still giving it some space, right? Because you don't want dead and dry. It's not the vocal style you're going for here, right? You still want it to have some life. You still want a little bit of reflection. But by the time the next vocal line hits, that it's already died, right? So you get some space, you get some brightness, you get some reflection, but it's not bouncing off the walls, 1,000 feet away and back, creating all that space, right? So I would prefer, and it's funny because like with reverbs, I don't think people think about the kind of reverb that much. They just add whatever reverb and go to a preset or whatever, but it really does, unfortunately it does make a little bit of a difference, whether it's a spring reverb, a plate, a room, a hall, a cathedral, a stadium, whatever it may be, there might even be a studio section where it's like super dead and tight. It makes a difference. So I would prefer to hear, in my opinion, a plate on there. A plate or a room would be nice, something nice and short, no longer than probably 1.5 seconds, if you're looking at time and stuff like that, and then bring the mix back a little bit. It's going to make just as tight as the drums are, and it has just as dry and kind of tight as the little bit of reverb as some of your synths are. Your vocal will also be in that same space. It'll feel really connected, and everything feels like we talk about all the time, pointed in the same direction. They all feel like they're in the same song, doing the same thing, working together to make the record, not like something's really separate from it. Other thing on your vocal really quick, let me know really quick. I'm going to listen a little bit farther. If you have bro stream for 8 hours like a pro. I know it's been 4. It's been 4. I have done 8-hour streams before. I don't have time to do that anymore. I've got way too many other projects and work I got to do. But a couple of years ago, I did a series of 8-hour streams. I felt terrible. I did not like it. I don't know if I'll do that again. But I have done it. I have done it before. I'm going to play a little bit. Let me know really quick, Danny, if you have a pop filter on your microphone, or if you're going raw.
It's all my fault. I guess you never cared at all.
No, it's been 4 hours and 7 minutes and 42 seconds. No, you don't have to be ranked. We're closed for today, but we're going to be live again tomorrow. You had to have been off with when you thought you came in, because I can literally see the timer for the. There's an ongoing timer for the live for how long I've been on. I've been on for 4 hours and 8 minutes. Raw. Okay, so one of the things that I'm hearing on your vocal is, I'm raw. Pause. I have no pop filter. That's how we'll say it. I have no pop filter on my microphone currently. One of the main reasons why is I don't like being on a live stream and there's like this huge cloth pop filter right here blocking my whole face while I'm live streaming. But at the same time, pause. So we'll move on from that pretty quickly. Usually I use an AKG P220 with a pop filter, but when inspiration is, you got to move quick. 100%. So two things can both be true, right? You got to do that. What I would probably say is that when inspiration hits, you got to move quick, do scratch vocals. Record the whole thing, get the idea out there, set the tone, set the emotion, figure out what you want to do, and then go back in and replace those scratch vocals with more polished vocals. That way, everything feels a little bit tighter, feels a little bit more cohesive, it feels a little bit cleaner. One of the things that you're running into right now with the SE is you're getting a lot of plosive energy on the vocal, which is just close proximity to the vocal, those P's and B's. You get this boominess because of those consonants, right? There's just more wind behind them hitting the diaphragm of the microphone. So without the pop filter, you don't have the diffusion to break it up. So I would personally, if it was my record or if I was your vocal producer or whatever, I would go back and retrack with whatever, even if you want to use the same mic, but maybe change proximity, step back another 4 inches, or if you want to use the pop filter and utilize the other microphone, then I would. Because there's a couple moments in here where it is a little bit boomy, it is a little bit muddy, and you're getting that plosives, and there's very, very little that you can do on the mixing side to mitigate that. There's some tools in like RX11, they might be farther than that now, but there's some tools to help a little bit. But once because this is the first part of your analog chain here, once it hits that microphone, then it gets converted, right? Then it gets converted to digital, and it's out of your hands. Doing as much as you can at the source is going to help you out a little bit. It'll take care of some of the mud in the vocals. And again, when you have that plosive energy, and then you have 6 layers of that vocal, and they all have that plosive energy, and then you have a big dark hall reverb on it at the same time, you have all of that boominess being reflected in the mix in a really dark reverb for a long form. So for me, it's like if we can mitigate that, diffuse a little bit better, control a little bit better, step back a little bit, record with a different microphone, change your proximity, add the pop filter. Even if you're going to use the quick one, just grab it really quick, and then come back a little bit cleaner. That to me would change a lot of what I'm hearing here. And then better positioning of the vocal, so we get separation, we get clarity, and we don't, we're not dealing with that boominess, we're not dealing with the plosives at the low end of the vocal there. Crazy how I joined immediately, as you say, retrack. It's just fate, man. It's just fate at this point. I am I'm conjuring, I'm conjuring retrack in the chat. That's so funny. Okay, let me get into this last section here, and then we'll close it up with DDF. DDF, I think, is Dre in the chat, right? What do you do to avoid over mixing? Take breaks. I think people feel like they need to dig in. I won't mix for longer than 2 hours at a time before I take breaks. You got to take breaks. You got to rest your ears. You got to come back the next day. Don't get into a position where you are forced to mix as fat. Now, obviously, it's different if there's like label requirements and stuff like that, and you're pushing something off. But for the most part, I think people feel like they need to they got hired to mix something, and they got to get it out that day. It's mix well, move fast, do what you need to do, but take time, rest your ears, come back the next day, re-reference. Any time that I've ever found myself over mixing is because I spent 6 hours sitting at the same session, 5-6 hours sitting at the same session. And I just sat there for so long that I feel that I have to tweak something. The guitar's not sitting right, tweak it over here. Next thing you know, everything's got a bunch of plugins they don't need. I'm not fixing stuff early on the source and on the early record and stuff like that. So anytime that I feel the need, or anytime I feel like I'm over mixing, it's because I've been there too long. You gotta take the headphones off, get out of the studio, turn off the speakers, whatever, and get yourself out of there. If you're over mixing, it's usually because you're just referencing too long. In my experience, in mixing records. Let's get into this outro here too, and then we'll close it up. Shout out to Danny. Thank you for the follow, appreciate it. So again, as a scratch track, I think this works. I would love you getting those plosives on some of these early parts of the vocal here. There's only 3 elements happening. There's a DX layer and the lead, you have kind of the EP1 layer, and then you have your lead layer, and then of course the drums underneath it, but there's not really anything else to disguise the vocal there. And so if there's a lot of plosive energy, or there's pitch issues or anything like that, it's just going to feel very, very much so in the forefront. It's very, very unveiled in the mix. And so that's where I'm yeah, great scratch track. It's a great song. You have some great melodies in here, some beautiful layers and stuff like that. Now that that's established, and again, this is how most major records happen, go back in, dub in, get those vocals layered exactly where you want them, clean, controlled, positioned well, rebalance production a little bit. Like I said, drums and bass are solid. The rest of it can kind of be positioned in a way that maybe is a little bit better separation, a little bit better clarity. But for the most part, the song itself is good. So a lot of the structure is really, really good as well. So yeah, I'm loving a lot of what you're doing here. I love a lot of the sound design. Drum work is great too, and you do have a really, really good voice. So that to me is those last little polished details there. Can you sing? Yes, I can sing. I'm not going to do it right now on the live stream, but yes, I do. I do sing all the time.
I guess you never cared at all. I guess you never cared at all.
Right there, we don't get the bigness of the vocal structure right there, because they're all kind of sitting right behind each other, so we don't get this big burst of energy where those vocals open up with all those layers and it feels really vibrant and really energetic. And that's where that positioning is going to really help you out. All right, let's get into this last little section here. I'm so glad, Danny. I appreciate you. I appreciate it. Classic 80s, 90s fade out here. Y'all, show some love. Show some love to Danny. Danny, I appreciate you so much, man. Thank you so much for spending some time with us today, man, for your patience as well. Danny Martin right here in the chat. The song is called As I Recall. Thank you so much, Danny, man. That means a lot, man. Thank you so much for the love. Thank you for the support. I need everybody in here to follow Danny. Show him some love and support. Go boost their algorithm. You know, if you got music out, let people know where they can find it as well so they can support that as well. But, man, definitely show some love, man. I appreciate you more than you know. Thank you for tapping in today, man. I can't wait to hear more from you. I can't wait to see more of your sound, even as you evolve, even as you're still learning the process, man. This is only a demo, so I'm going to get to work for sure. That's what I love to hear, man. That's what I love to hear. Show some love. Retrack, you know, I saw you earlier, but man, thank you so much for tapping in. It's good to see you in here. Let's close it out. This is DDF production, not released yet. Chill song to finish the album. DDF, give me all the details. Talk to me about what we're hearing here. Start to finish, you know, talk me through the role that you play in your music. Let's go. It's all generated, right? Well, I know that is, but yeah, let me know kind of the structure.
Black Ranger, DDF production.
Cooking in the lab again, cooking in the lab again, cooking in the lab again.
DJ turn this up, DJ turn this up. Cold fusion power.
They haven't. Okay, got you.
Cooking in the lab again, cooking in the lab again.
I see lights again, white phosphorus flashing, blinding me like lightning, intrusive thoughts creeping through my mind again, revenge. Told myself when life flips, spin you upside down, it feels like inception, like when the mirror reflects its own reflection. It can be frightening, lucid dreams call me, falling in my mind again. Body lays still like paralysis, seems to be an all-nighter, digital street fighter, walking on a high wire. Cold is the absence of heat, flamethrower pass me the gasoline, nitroglycerin implosion submarine, turn on the thermal heat, let's go. Overloaded.
Were you saying earlier too that you sing into Suno, right? So you're doing what you were talking about earlier, right? So you're singing into it and then producing this? Got you.
Let it burn. Galaxy destroyer of the Guardians. Scientists experiment until they see the moonlight, studying forensics, new computer viruses. DDF is back again. Crank up the dial, pressing buttons, red needles, running on high. Break glass in case of emergency. Atmosphere dropping like LSD mixed with acid. Watching bombs drop over Baghdad. Watching bombs drop over Iran. Pressing the button. Pressing the button. Diamond shining on my wrist. Tell myself, watching time is precious. Retake control, a subliminal message. Automatic switches, lights turned off in your head. Sleep when you're dead, drop dead Fred. Life can suddenly turn left at Albuquerque. Delete recorded messages. Cold is the absence of heat. Flamethrower, turn on the thermal heat. Arizona sound waves echo against canyon walls. You know I live in the Thunderdome. Watch out for me.
I just came from the danger zone.
Danger Will Robinson. Got that gas on me. Let it burn.
Yeah, the performance shifts, yeah. Definitely some variation in dynamics would be really helpful. Because after about 90 seconds, the brain kind of tunes it out. Because the same drum sound design, same pacing, same architecture for the beat. So I agree with retrack. Let's go. Y'all show some love. Closing us out today. We got Dre in the building. Okay, so the production, itself is generated, but you're singing into Suno to build that vocal structure and doing the formant shifting. Yeah, it's chill. Doing the formant shifting for the higher vocals and the lower vocals there to kind of create the different vibes and kind of the back and forth right there as well, right? But let's get into it, man. It's chill. The thing that I would say is like, yeah, it's chill. But because it's 4.5 minutes long, just from a structure standpoint, not even sound design and stuff, but from a structural standpoint, because it's 4.5 minutes long, kind of to Retrack's point as well, having too much of that same aesthetic and same like sonic profile for the whole song, like that same exact drum structure, the low bass, the progression is the same. Now we chop it a couple times, there's a couple times where like that breaks up a little bit, but the same low progression on the rolling bass, the same drum, programming right there, or the same sequence right there. The low formant shift. Now it shifts to a high sample every once in a while, but the same low formant shift for the most part for 85% of the song. It takes it from chill to 90 seconds to where there's so much repetition, there's so much pattern recognition of like hearing that same sound design that the brain just kind of slowly tunes it out a little bit. And it goes from chill to feeling monotonous, even though it's like still a cool sound, right? And you still like, it's still a cool feel and it's still a cool aesthetic. And so that's where I would definitely suggest a more like, whether it's like at, it's 4.5 minutes long. If you want like 2 sections of the song, you want to shift just a little bit at, 2.5 minutes or at 3 minutes, you do a little break stop and you shift into a slightly different, like not necessarily like 2 different beats if you don't want to do that, but a different expression of the drums at 2.5 minutes, right? Where it goes instead of to the and has the whole like full, thick snare and everything right there. You break it down to more of like a lo-fi R&B, like kind of dark, moody R&B with like a acrostic and it feels a little bit tighter. You shift the energy just a little bit there because that's one of the things that I'm experiencing is it just slowly becomes less interesting, even though it's still the cool sound. It's the same cool sound at the end as the cool sound at the beginning, but you slowly lose interest just because there's so much of the same sound design, so much of the same sonic profile there. So if you can find a way to shift that a little bit, still chill, but keep us engaged, because if there's too much of that like looping in the background, people they'll just lose interest, especially over 4.5 minutes. People lose interest on a 2-minute song, much less a 4.5 minute song. So if you're going to go 4.5 minutes of that sound design, we got to find a way to mix it up a little bit and shift the energy a little bit. So let's chop through a couple things real quick, and then we'll get out of here. Thank you so much for saying that, and appreciate you, Dre. Thanks for hanging out with us today as well. I appreciate that a lot. Let's run it from the top.
Tell them this is
I already told ya.
Black Ranger, DDF production.
Cooking in the lab again.
Told her,
Cooking in the lab again.
DJ turn this up, DJ turn this up. Cold fusion power generator.
Cooking in the lab again. Cooking in the lab again.
Because this profile here, this energy right here is what you experience the whole time. That's where we need some shifts in dynamics. We need some sound design changes, because that's, again, hype for too long, chill for too long, energetic for too long, fast for too long, any of these things for too long become monotonous. And that's, it's like too much of a good thing ends up being a bad thing, right? Like sugar is great, but too much sugar and you start feeling sick, right? Same, so on and so on. The rest of the broma has been high, but it's not a song to song thing or an album to album thing. It's within the constructs of the song itself. And that's any song, any genre, any style, no matter what, we got to have some dynamic shifts on the song. Otherwise it'll become too interesting. So even if the rest of the song is high, we need to do low and chill differently at different points to change some of the energy there. Otherwise people just won't listen. It'll become boring, even if it's cool. even even great sounding things, a cool vocal, a dope beat and stuff like that, it will become boring when it's too much of the same sound design, because it's just psychologically your brain starts to tune it out. It's the same reason why like sometimes you'll be like driving to work and you'll just kind of end up at work and you'll be like, did I even like drive here? It's like you've done this so many times, you've been down this route so many times that the brain just kind of blocks it out and you just like wake up there. I don't know if anyone else has experienced that, but it happens all the time where your brain just tunes things out that are happening with too much repetition or happening with too much familiarity or similarity. And so that's what we're talking about here. This song, even if it sounds really good, can end up with you waking up at work, kind of snapping out of it and being at work at the end of the song and be like, oh yeah, I didn't even realize I was like asleep for the last 4 minutes, just because there's too much of the same sound design. So keep it chill. If everything else has been high, keep it chill as a cool outro, but we need to find different methodologies to add chillness that sound different, that feel different, that keep the brain engaged. A lot of this is just psychology. It's not even what sounds cool. It's the psychology of needing new information to keep the brain engaged. If the information doesn't change, the brain tunes out. It's like, oh, I've heard this before. It's very familiar. I know the sound. I know this aesthetic. And so we need some new information. We need some new information, whether it's in the vocal layering, definitely needs new information in the production. Cause like I said, it's a lot of the same, same profile for the percussion, the rolling bass underneath it and stuff like that. So that's to me, that's my biggest recommendation is I don't want you to have people losing interest just because it doesn't shift enough, even if you still want to keep all of it chill. Even if you want to keep all of it chill.
Upside down, it feels like inception. Like when the mirror reflects its own reflection. It can be frightening. Lucid dreams call me, falling in my mind again. In the Thunderdome, watch out for me.
I just came from the danger zone.
Danger Will Robinson, Danger Will Robinson.
Got that gas on me.
Let it burn.
Yeah, I'll be live tomorrow. Thank you, Retrack.
Galaxy Destroyer.
So there's a
Guardians.
small shift in the snare there. So like, just back and forth. It shifts the energy of the snare there a little bit. But in my opinion, we need more. It's the same progression, same. So that to me, that's my biggest thing. That's my biggest thing is like, we can all like the way that it sounds, but never necessarily want to go back to it, right? Or want to engage for the whole song. And that's, of course, we want to mitigate that as much as possible. Like I want as many people as possible to want to hear the song, want to get all the way, want to get all the way through it. I took away a lot. Maybe some of it needs to come back in. Maybe need to revisit some of the layers that were in there. Maybe need to revisit some of these other little pockets in there. So if you can add something at like the 2-minute mark that shifts the energy of the drums a little bit, and makes it feel a little bit different. Add some strings in the background. Like I could imagine.
Scientists experiment until they see the moonlight, studying forensics, new computer
A cello in the background that comes in. Like we need something to shift in the dynamics there. A synthwave break in the original. I mean, maybe that would be better. I mean, the synthwave is obviously a little bit of a different vibe. If you don't want that to be the vibe, if you still want to chill, I mean, that's the thing. If you still want to chill, we just need to find a different way to do it. Otherwise, people just won't engage. And again, the goal is that the people listen. That as many people as possible find this, hear it, love it. And so that to me is my recommendation. Is however you do that. Obviously, creatively is up to you. If you want to keep it chill, you can keep it as chill as you want to keep it. But we gotta find a way to shift the energy here as much as possible.
That gas on me.
Don't crash out.
It's just chill. I mean, I think as the goal of it being chill is there, but with this level of chillness, and not a lot of new like lyric information coming in, there's some, but not a lot of new lyric information coming in. I would almost just rather you have a 2.5-minute outro and that's it. Just like, I almost wonder if it would be better for you to like, let's say this is.
The Guardian. Crank up the dial.
So like here's the 209, like let's go 230 mark. Here's the 230 mark. I almost wonder if it would be better to consolidate this and still keep it chill, but not have it feel like such a run on. To just start fading it out at like 2.5 minutes, or like after you finish like a hook, kind of finish, some of the structure right there. Maybe just like fade out from there.
Bombs drop over Iran. Pressing the button. Pressing the button. Diamond shining on my wrist. To myself.
And then just like here.
Watching time is precious. We take control. A subliminal message. Automatic switches, lights turn
like whatever your hook may be, like maybe when it goes back into the higher vocal again, you cut it, or something like that, right? Just to make it, more concise or something. But for me, if it's the same dynamic range for 4.5 minutes, largely the same sound design, same kick, same, two different snares, but same bass, same vocal structure, same energy, and obviously with some of the, the generated stuff, the same vocal aesthetic, the same fuzz, the same aliasing, the same hiss. Like, since you're getting a lot of that and it's very compacted into this dynamic range right here, just because that's what it does well in that pocket right there, that to me is going to make it more challenging for you, for people to find this and for people to engage with the amount of energy that you want them to feel in this. And so for me, the biggest thing you can do is either consolidate structure, either cut this down to 2.5 minutes or 90 seconds, and it's like a 90-second chill, vibey, low formant shift outro. And it's like concise and it's sharp and it's just the last little wave of the song. And that's a beautiful thing. Or if you're going to do 4.5 minutes, we need some twists and turns. We need a beat change. We need a, whole sound design change. Still chill, maybe. Like, if that's the goal, you want a chill outro, keep it chill, but we definitely need some changes right there. 100%. So y'all, man, show some love. I appreciate you, Dre. Thanks for tapping in today, man. Thank you for sending this in. I appreciate that a lot. Y'all show some love to the family. Y'all been amazing today. The music has been phenomenal. So I appreciate y'all so much for sending in what y'all are sending in. Y'all have been absolutely amazing. So thanks for tapping in. We are going to be live again tomorrow afternoon. Of course, man. Of course. I appreciate you. We'll be live again tomorrow afternoon, so definitely tap in, get your music ready, get your revisions ready, and we'll be live then. Just a quick reminder to make sure that you're following and subscribed on YouTube, Twitch, TikTok, so on and so on. Hopefully we'll see many of y'all very, very soon. Peace.